Raih kejuaraan dan dua pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia, persiapkan strategi anda, bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Tapi Aziz telah pun hilang daripada sudut mortality. Ada dalam untuk membantu. Aziz dikorbankan oleh Aimal. Dan sekarang team fight yang sempurna. Sustainability yang panjang. Nyawa yang begitu jauh. Telah pun apabila micro yang cukup tinggi mengesan. Ada 3 orang cuba untuk mengepungnya. Namun dia akan kecundang jua. Sempat untuk merekam Yalot daripada... Kita tengok tekanan yang dilakukan kepada pasukan Barakuda. Barakuda menyelesaikan Yuda. Double kill untuk Aimal. Evi menjadi mangsa. Aimal juga tekaman dari untuk mencuri menawan Fury. Tetapi hanya memecahkan Suragama. Adakah satu tangan berbaloi. Sekarang ini berbaloi. Final slash. Dan flicker tak ada. Dah terus tolak. Sekarang implosion. Letus Sadrat. Dah tak ada immortality. Ada Wita terancam daripada AJ. Namun AJ terkepung di tengah-tengah. Double kill didapatkan oleh Panda. Shutdown. Aziz.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. you will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Lone gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipatin siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lives. Gunning it, Jerry trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu buah Rippo and Izanami yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga Selangor benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dinasti mereka 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami. Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
Nikmati jagung 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had. Dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Here's it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh ku pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntar. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Another action-filled Saturday greets us here at MBSJ Serdang Jaya for the MPL Malaysia Season 13 once again. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the English stream today for Saru Saturdays, which means there's 3 of us today. My name's Staffa, along with Gideon and Icy Baby 1-2. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good so far. I'm extremely excited to see how things are going to be, changing in this particular week here because of the recent meta changes here. And of course, teams that adapt a little bit faster than the rest will have a significant advantage here. And we've seen a little bit of upsets in yesterday's games here, Gideon.
Yeah, we have seen a couple of upsets, but we've also seen teams really start to refine themselves. And I think that's what I'm most excited for some of the bigger names here in the league, especially if they're within the top 4, arguably even top 5, it's still pretty close. And the people in the middle of the pack, I think, have a much, much higher mountain to climb, especially not only do they have to figure out how to fix their team, there's a new patch that came on top of everything else.
I agree with you. There's been a lot of gaps being widened as well as shortened by multiple different teams here, which have resulted in real switch-ups in the positions. But we've got 3 more matches lined up for all of you today, so make sure you guys got your popcorn because we're going to be starting off the day with Niners versus Monster Vicious, followed up by, I think, the one that's gonna be on everyone's minds, Homeboys versus RSG, and closing out the day with Bounty versus Selangor Red Giants.
Well, this is gonna be an interesting match for all 3 teams in particular here. Even though, quote-unquote, in MPL MY history, every single week we have seen the changes, the priorities of those teams, in particular, whether they should be scoring points, testing out strategies, or experimenting. But now, considering season 13 is week 4, quote-unquote, is like, oh no, previous season, it's the halfway point. But now it's actually crunch time for some of these teams because there's not a lot of matches left for all these teams to actually compete here.
There's a lot on the line here, so I think the players will need pretty good lines to make sure connection and gameplay is at tip-top shape. So look no further than securing lightning-fast internet when 5G connection with your MLBB games with Hotlink. They have superior 5G network latency as well as smoother gameplay, and all of this possible only with Hotlink.
Don't forget, 20% off MLBB in-game items, and considering the number of skins that you could potentially start rolling for, or even for the dailies, those are pretty good. 50% off those as well. It's just going to stack. Speaking of stacking, actually, we haven't seen the meta shift too far away from what we've known so far in the previous patch to now. So I think Saturday is when a lot more teams are going to feel more comfortable to start bringing out some of these, well, I wouldn't even say unorthodox picks, but at the very least older picks. Glue, for an example, hasn't been touched.
Yeah, and we've talked about Glue as well. I think we saw an appearance in MPL PH as well, where it was played in a role position, and even in the previous patch as well, Glue as a role is kind of annoying, even though it's not meta-based because people have been playing in an XP role. But personally, I feel like right now the biggest topic that we have to be talking about is that, is it really going to be an assassin meta? Because there has been a lot of debates. Oh, tags has been nerfed, junglers are just too broken and annoying. So you know what, let's dump it down here. Items kind of pretty much suck right now, but I don't know. Do you think Assassins is going to be prevalent to Niners right now?
No, I don't think it's going to be as prevalent. Well, in general, I don't think it's going to be prevalent. Specifically to the Niners, though, playing an Assassin against them can be a bit of an issue. I mean, we saw yesterday, right? Ruff was bringing Ruby Gold in all 3 of those games, and even for Amal, you could see there's only so much that he can do.
Yeah, you have to take some risks at this point though, because everyone is still exploring that meta. But we got to talk about the first match of the day. As we can see up on screen right now, 4 more lives for the Niners. They are currently on a 5-match lose streak halfway through the season. And unfortunately, if they do end up dropping this match today, there's a very, very good chance that they are not making it through to the next.
Yeah, considering the fact that, after Monster Vicious, they're going to be going up against Homeboys, Torak, and SRG. Homeboys, SRG, we know they are at the top of the game, but after watching Torak yesterday, I'm genuinely worried for Niners, man.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, and especially against a team like MV, which I don't think they have much to lose at this point in time. It's just more points for them to accumulate underneath their belt. I think if anything for Niners, they're looking for a 2-0 to at least kickstart a potential comeback into maybe even top 6.
Difficult though, because Niners have been having difficulty forging that path for themselves. They seem a little bit uncoordinated. It doesn't seem like they're clear about what kind of strategy they want to play, because we remember back then Niners were a lot more used to playing Ube compositions, and we saw them kind of transitioning to more typical team lineups and having different degrees of success. So we will have to see how they'll perform here, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see whether or not they fix their internal issues, right? You talked about Ube, but for now, let's talk about their opponents right now, because Monster Vicious is a team that is a big wow factor. I'm curious to see what they have to say.
Yes. Oh, kita tinggal lagi 4 team. Next week, kita orang target memang lawan Niners, we need the 3 points. And then lawan SRG, we're going to break the telur lah. At least 1 point is enough lah for us. Kita akan teruskan dengan Fakers sebab dia yang paling garang. So semua orang akan dengar dia. Untuk plan baru, kita tengoklah kalau kita boleh guna Uni or Subway, we see how lah.
Last time, saya ada try dia orang sebelum masuk MV ni. Tapi dia orang tak bagi kata putus lah. So, good luck lah next week.
Monster Vicious looking very confident overall. They definitely have a solid game plan going into this. And I don't blame them considering Niners' performance so far. This definitely seems like a good place to rack up that clean sweep.
Yeah, I definitely think that it's in MV's best favor to 2-0 this match and try to close it out as quickly as possible without revealing too much about what they've learned on the meta so far. Because, I mean, you heard it from the man himself. They still have SRG to take on later down the line. And I think SRG is one of those teams where they've got a lot more polish from the beginning of the season up until now.
Yeah, I think this is something of a gamble right now, right? I talked about Assassin meta. Monster Vicious pretty much said that, hey, are we going to play Subway or Uni? These are two junglers that are known for very, very distinct playstyles. Subway being tank fighter playstyles, whereas Uni has known for his assassin meta. Because if you talk about back then when Lunatics first made his appearance and him pairing up with Joel, making it to the top 4 in the playoffs was a very, very impressive feat. So I feel like right now, rolling the dice here, knowing that Haru is going to be here, setting up the tempo and saying like, hey, assassin meta, I'm good. I think this is it. This might be the sauce that completely destroys the competition here.
Well, sadly, we haven't gotten a lot of chance to see that sauce yet. Hopefully, we do get to say so. But for now, it's going to be time for match 1. So let's invite both teams onto the stage.
Niners.
After 5 crucial matches, the team still struggles to find a way to bring home a full victory. Reintroducing Moon back into the lineup, can the former champion himself channel doubts into motivation and guide the team to a 2-0 victory? Here come the Warriors from Negeri Sembilan, Niners!
Monster Vicious.
Continuing to stick with a lineup of local players to lead the charge and still proving that they are the better qualifier team so far. Can this lineup crush the dreams of their opponents? Give it up for Monster Vicious! And of course, no stage is complete without the coach and analyst of both teams, as well as our head of League Ops, Cedric, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity of the match. Introducing Coach Antagonist and Oshki from the Niners, as well as Coach Haru with analyst Subway for Monster Vicious. As fist bumps are now being traded by both sides, we're about to jump into the land of Dawn for a decisive match.
Look, with Subway now being in that analyst position, we can all confirm that maybe they've got something up their sleeve. Maybe this could be the assassins that we're waiting for. Keep in mind to everybody out there that only by week 6 are we allowed to see Hellcrit. So we can't see the new revamp just yet. Hold your horses, don't worry.
Oh, come on.
Might be a Hayabusa.
Oh, okay. I really like the changes in Hayabusa as well. You can actually pop Retribution while using the OK Shadow Q now compared to before. So that's something I am extremely curious for as well. But of course, when we talk about Uni, which we will be introducing later, maybe he may or may not be playing here for Monster Vicious, his Fanny was a force to be reckoned with here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Fanny back into the meta for this current patch.
Yeah, I do agree. I think what has always disappointed me a bit this season is the fact that we have so many like MPL veterans that have been sitting on the bench, and I really want to get the chance to see them shine once again, look good on the battlefield, just like you can look good on the battlefield with our brand new challengers, the highly anticipated new characters of the MLBB X King of Fighters 97 collaboration, now unveiled with the collab skins coming on the 24th of April. We got popular characters like Kyo Kusanagi for Valir, Mai Shiranui for Masha, as well as Terry Bogard for Paquito, who will all be bringing their unique fighting techniques to Land of Dawn for the ultimate showdown.
Yeah, and I gotta call you out for this, Gideon. Why do you have a thing with Terry Bogard? It's like a very, very good character to play back in the days already.
That's exactly why I like Terry Bogard.
No,
you know.
you were lying. You were shitting on Terry Bogard yesterday.
No, I was saying that Terry Bogard, he better be looking good. And when you see the animations, he's looking a lot better. The one that I was talking a lot of smack of is Kyo Kusanagi, Mr. basically every main character ever.
Fair enough. It is a good skin to actually have as well, considering that, you know, I'm a big fan of King of Fighters here over the years. You know, I've got the Yuri Origami, I've got the Karina as well. Now we've got even more skins now, so I'm extremely excited to see it. But will it be used though? However, now let's talk about something that's very, very important. I know there are people that is very artsy and crafty with their skills, but of course we gotta talk about the recent incident with Moon though.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have seen on social media that there have been some cases of vandalism, specifically on images of Moon around the event venue. So we want this to be a reminder to all of you watching at home and to everyone joining us here live at the stadium. Please keep your criticism of the teams and players constructive. We want to make sure that you guys are still criticizing, you guys are still keeping an eye out and supporting your favorite teams, but make sure that it doesn't go too far.
Yeah. And at the same time as well, if you guys want to be a little bit positive as well, you can always draw portraits of your favorite casters here, because apparently on this desk, there was this one particular caster who got a personal portrait except for the rest.
Well, some have more criticisms than others, right? Leave it to the professionals to do our jobs when we're talking about vandalism and criticism, because for all I know, and especially when we're looking at the Niners, right? What's Moonji missing that his vandalisms and criticisms have given him? His facial hair.
Does he have facial hair?
No. He's saying he needs facial hair.
That's why everybody's so critical. If he had facial hair, I don't think anybody would question him. He's like, yeah, Moon's still the best. We don't have to question anything. He's got the beard. Do you not trust the beard?
You know, you're not wrong. You know, whenever you have a beard, like the character just looks way more pronounced. But of course, we have the Niners here. Moonji gonna be rejoining the starting lineup alongside Year 3, Zans, Max, as well as Barbosa. And here we can see their signature heroes so far.
Yeah, speaking of signature heroes here, I'm curious to see whether or not if Zafs is going to be able to step out of the current patch here, just because of the fact that, hey, marksmen have struggled a lot in the previous patch, but now with the integrations, like most of the defensive items has been nerfed down, maybe we might see marksmen kind of come up online a little bit earlier than before.
I don't know what you've been smoking, my guy, but you gotta pass me some of that, because that's delusional. Marksmen have never had an issue ever, and especially in a tank meta, you have somebody dedicated to you to be basically blocking the shots. I mean, take Uni for an example.
Okay.
He had to switch from assassins to tanks. Why? Because you got to protect Ruff. Somebody's got to protect him. If not for Nova X Kobar, when he's looking for plays, it's got to be Uni. It's just the natural order of things.
Okay, and now introducing the opponents as well, Fakes, Ruff, Xenomaot, Nova X Kobar, as well as Uni's first appearance. And again, I'm extremely excited to see whether or not Uni is going to be able to bring to the table, because he's known for his assassins here. I'm extremely excited to see the Fanny, if it gets true, you know, if they've done a homework as well, especially coming from Niners. So I feel like this is going to be a big challenge for Niners to overcome, considering how strong Uni's performance was in his previous seasons.
Yeah, I do like the adjustment here coming in from Monster Vicious. Like you've already explained, we know that Subway is more typically tank utility, has a slightly more passive objective-based playstyle, but the Uni is the more aggressive player overall, liking heroes like the Fanny, like the Martis in the past, and racking up kills. But here we got MPL MY Insider with the manager of the Niners here, asking how are the Niners gonna bounce back?
Now, speaking of Niners as well, it feels like they are currently in the 10th position. They are thinking about making a comeback, and of course, they have to stop thinking about their emotions, and then starting next week, they are going to 2-0 MV. Ooh, this is my biggest question here, Gideon. Do you think their preparations for Monster Vicious is going to be fruitful, considering that now they're out of sudden they're bringing in Uni to the table?
Well, oh man, I think that in terms of preparation, you can only you only have to adjust so much, right? Because again, when you're looking at Subway, what exactly are you preparing for him? Oh, guys, we gotta ban the Granger. That's the biggest problem. That's why they're so strong. No. I think most things still follow the protocol. I think Ashki, again, some very good words from him. Obviously, it's a little sad that their team has gotten this much criticism, but it comes with good reason. As we come into the pick and drafts, I'm hoping that his words are true. That Niners are gonna play like legitimate killer robots here. No emotions, just game.
No emotions, just game. It's a difficult thing to achieve, but teams have already demonstrated it in the past. Not sure if it's going to be the style that will suit the Niners, though. Now that they've switched up their composition once again, previously they were playing with Barbosa as well as their new player. I suddenly can't quite recall his name, but now they're going to be bringing in Max and Moon to see whether or not that coordination will work with this brand new meta.
I think the biggest problem that Niners faced previously was that they are a team that didn't seem like unified at all. It's like you talked about Ube strategy, which is something they had known for in the previous season, but this is a completely different lineup. And right now, it feels like there's 3 hits doing 3 different things, but it's just not united at all. And I feel like if they fix that issue, Niners would be a force to be reckoned with. And considering the lineup that we have, if you've seen based on their previous season, like Zaf's really, really iconic with his Claude, Yetri with his Arlott, Max known for his jungle role in position as well, Moon with his King of Mage. We've got the all-star lineup, but it just seems that they don't seem to be working well together, that's all.
I would agree with that. I would definitely think that individually these players on paper are dangerous, very, very dangerous in a matter of fact. Now, if we look on the opposite side, you were talking about how they're, again, Niners are not united, but Uni is on MV. And the last time we saw him play on the MPL stage was Season 11, where he helped Lunatics hit that 4th place. And if they are prepared for this, right, there needs to be some consideration of banning out the Fanny. It's still very much in the meta, and especially if you have a good user of it, can destroy games pretty quickly.
Especially nowadays that Fanny has had her energy cost nerf as well. We haven't quite seen the true impact of the hero in the Land of Dawn yet. So really needs to be a topic that is at the forefront of the Niners' mind. With the last ban, Monster Vicious will choose to get rid of Chip, definitely appearing much more in the first phase bans after we've seen his performance recently.
Okay, triple roamer bans, tank support bans coming from Monster Vicious. They don't really care about the Fanny. I wouldn't be surprised if Niners says like, hey, I'm going to first phase pick this. But at the same time, Nova Escobar has been known for his Kufra as well. So Kufra is something that they may bring back to the table. Personally, kind of fell off a little bit in the meta here, but just for a specific counter, I wouldn't be surprised that they just let it through. It's like, hey, you know what? Nova's got this.
Sir, what's your command?
Let's see. Here we go. Fanny back out straight away.
Okay.
I mean, overall, if we go based off of the treatment, right? If Fanny is out, what else do we have? Joy? Probably not. She has received the most amount of nerfs I've ever seen from a character in a very long time. Nolan is also another option here. And Nolan has had the same treatment as Fanny, where in terms of the energy, it actually is quite a significant buff where you don't necessarily... You're not helpless without your purple buff, and I think that's the important thing. But let's not forget about Masha, right? Again, all across the board, Masha, her early game is slightly better. It helps that her level 4, her ultimate Thunderclap...
broken.
It's not broken. It just deals a lot more damage than it used to last time.
Okay, so would you build this as a physical damage Masha full damage item, or are you going to go full tank?
Full damage item.
Full damage is the way to go. Especially now that tank items have been adjusted, it's even more obvious that you should go full damage Masha. Masha actually didn't really escape from getting some adjustments this patch as well, but in comparison to other heroes, all they did was basically make her a little stronger in the early game in exchange for slightly less late game scaling. So she feels better actually.
When they mean slightly less scaling in the late stages of the game, it's like, oh, here's like 10%. Yep. Oh, thanks. With the extra 200 damage at level 4. Like, I wonder what I'm going to do with this.
Triple Thunderclap, someone is going to drop eventually here. And in this case, they are going to be picking up the Harif as well as the Fredrin coming from Monster Vicious. So I think this is something that I have a big question mark with, where if you want to play Harif gold lane, you kind of tentatively need a hybrid marksman. I think oftentimes that you bring in the Edith or even bring in a Granger in the jungle to a certain degree. But I feel like Monster Vicious, it isn't too far off to just say we don't need to go for that. Masha itself is pretty annoying to deal with.
I agree with you.
You can actually one-shot.
Are you trying to say that they need diversity of damage? Because you said hybrid marksman.
No, what I mean by hybrid marksman is
like an Esmeralda gold lane.
more like in terms of damage-wise, Edith is one of those damage output where, you don't really see the impact of it in early game, but once he hits the later stage of the game, the ultimate comes in.
Oh, okay, scaling damage. All right. Hybrid was an interesting choice.
I think it's basically
hybrid rolls, I'm trying to say,
the fact that like Harif, the damage is kind of burst windows since it relies on Zaman Force, so at least you have another source of somewhat consistent damage to make up for it. But I think having Masha there definitely does more than make up for it. And with the recent buffs to Harif as well, we've been seeing him picked up even more than before, even with Amal playing him twice in the jungle yesterday. So yeah, I think he's in a great spot.
Yeah, Harith is in a phenomenal spot, especially since he also has some form of counterplay against Roger, right? I think Roger is one of the more dominant gold laners, especially if you know how to use it. Barat's the pair on top of it to make sure that these neutral objectives, and now becoming the more favorable matchup. Traditionally, it used to be, Mardis and then Fredrin, right? That's what we usually see in the jungle. Now, it's when you see Fredrin, you're going to get Barat's or vice versa. And generally, Barat's takes control of the earlier stages, while Fredrin gets a lot better in the later stages of the game. Now, we go into the second half of the ban phase, right? We see the Florent, we see the Vexana coming in from the Niners as well. We are still missing a mid laner coming in from MV, and we still don't know what the support is going to be for the Niners.
To be honest, I'm really surprised by this Barat's pick from Niners, considering the fact that they brought the Masha, right? Masha's first skill is pretty much based on your opponent's max HP percentage. So for a Masha to tread Barat's is pretty easy. I'm not a big fan if Niners decide to flex this Barat's into the XP, just because I have a biasness on Uni as an assassin player rather than the usual tank jungler thing. That's pretty much a subway thing for me. So I'm very surprised that they actually picked this Barat's for Niners.
So sorry, you mean Fredrin being into the EXP, and then afterwards Uni picks up an assassin after? After, right? Yeah, no, I can see the sentiment. I can definitely see the sentiment there. I think Niners are in a much better position in the draft as of right now because they have choices. They've got a lot of choices, like you mentioned, hybrid roles. Barat can also go into the EXP lane, and we could see Max maybe pick up something else along the lines of arguably another tank if they want to really smother this Masha. I would say Baxia is also a pretty decent option overall, but then it still begs the question, you need not only peel, but good enough damage to bring people below 50%, which is what I think MV wants to make sure. They don't want this game to elongate. They don't want ways for Niners to really have a bounce back mechanic. That's why we're seeing the Florent. That's why we're also seeing the Selena bans, both of which we've seen Barbosa actually pick up.
I was wondering whether or not Niners might go for the Selena Novaria combo again. We saw it work not so well in their previous game, but still prolonged the game for quite a long time. Monster Vicious just doesn't want to deal with that straight up, so getting rid of that. And with the Terizla banned out as well on the side of the Niners, the possibility of Barat going into the EXP lane definitely still exists. It just depends on whether or not they intend to pick like a tankier roamer, or do they want to go like double mage with the Novaria. Looks like it is going to be that Ruby.
Okay, it's still one of those hybrid picks. We don't know where exactly it's going to go, and I think this is a very good idea because MV Masha could go into the EXP lane if it's like a very neutral matchup where again they're going to be giving up the EXP side of the map and making sure that they play towards Harith's side, assuming that this Harith is going into the gold lane. So now MV has to reveal their entire draft, and Niners get to make that decision at the very end of where this Barat and Ruby gets to go in terms of roles.
Yeah, it could be roam, it could be XP, right? Like I think both of these heroes in the XP lane against Masha is still going to be like at a 50-50 issue here. Barat will have a little bit of upper hand if Barat maintain those stacks against the Masha, right? So now, speaking of revealing here, we are going to see the Loi as well as the Arlott. I like this denial from MV though, like just saying that, hey, you know what, Yetri, if you want to bring your famous Arlott, take it away. But MV, they're taking a consideration to bring in the global presence with Loi. This is something that we have seen a lot recently, ever since Chips was kind of introduced as well in other regions as well.
People are finally utilizing Loyi in a correct manner. I think the only other region that has been doing it ahead of its time was probably MPL SG, right? That's the only time where I actually get to see Loyi come into play. And obviously, it's had its ups and downs. But now with the changes to the items, especially Blood Wings, this is such a big deal for Loyi because that was her biggest problem. She would die to basically anything. And now we see Guinevere get locked in for the side of the Niners. Very good choice because now when we're talking about neutral objective takes, it's not going to be as easy. What the heck? Wait, give it a moment. Give it a moment.
Okay.
Give it a moment. Okay, there we go. Guinevere going into the right spots.
That is a Guinevere roam. And when you were talking about the Loyi as well, we've been seeing the hero comboed with Masha multiple times to just pressure the map the entire time. So Monster Vicious lineup looking very solid overall. You got the team fight with Arlet and Loyi. You got Masha to threaten. But Niners also having a good amount of tools, not to mention the Ruby gold lane that we've been seeing a lot of here.
It's so bad. This is so bad. Dude, Max is gonna sit in his jungle and he's gonna pray that Barbosa lands the magic thumb. Because if he doesn't, or he doesn't even land, like, it depends on what ability he takes at level 1. Even the super magic is good enough. Because Masha is gonna walk in and start beating up Roger just for fun.
Well, we gotta find out here for Saru Saturday and week number 4 here. To start things off, we are gonna see Monster Vicious go up against the Niners, where Niners is gonna be fighting for their lives. Or will Monster Vicious completely go on a rampage and trample their chances? Now, we are gonna be jumping off to game 1 here. Now, we are immediately going into a pause as well. Rice, great job. And you know what's the best thing about pauses?
What's the best thing about pauses?
Especially for MPL MY.
What's the best thing about pauses in MPLY?
MPL MY is the only MPL where people are extremely excited when there's a pause.
That is true. That's
are we talking about the hashtag ini amoy kita? I feel like this is where it's leading to.
I feel like we don't have to say it. People know.
People know. If you know, you know. If you know, you know.
You know, I generally feel like you and you and Husky would vibe really, really well because both of you have one thing in common. You guys like to spoil the surprise, man.
Yeah, man. And we also have a girlfriend. So, I mean, coincidence? I think not.
Going for the jugular right there.
Ouch.
Look, I'm trying to wrap my head around why people want to be able to play Ruby in the gold lane, right? I understand that, yes, in the early game, it's difficult for you to die. Ruby is very, very sustainable, especially when there's a wave. But here's the big issue for me. If you're worried about Roger dying in the gold lane or potentially not being able to win out the lane as hard as you want to, and throwing him in the jungle is the solution to that because you can at least find gold across the map, because gold lane you're kind of limited to one spot at all times, or if not, just the opposite side of the map depending on where the turtle spawns. I think that in this particular case, things can go bad very quickly if Munji loses control.
Well,
Hey, he's a good-looking man.
You know what? I put some booze in the crowd, so I was like, okay, you know, like they are generally excited here. But you know what? Finally, we are going to be jumping into the game here. Back to a question here of Zax playing the Ruby here. I feel like this is a big question for me, whether or not what's a good marksman to go up against Harif the moment they hit level 4. Not a lot. You are going to get dived by the Harif. So I guess Ruby is pretty much the safety measure to kind of drag this out in mid-game.
Here, I got 2 for you. Roger, Natan, both of which do pretty decent. And plus, then again, most people don't want to take Harith on, especially when they're in, like, their Zaman Force. Like, same goes for Carrie when she has her ultimate popped. You don't really want to trade with her during that period of time. I think that overall, this is, I mean, Zab is going to have the time of his life because now it's kind of up to him. He's going to build full I'm guessing he's going to build full damage based on what we saw from Trap yesterday from Barracuda, right? Full damage, War Axe, Hunter Strike. He's going for the full 9 yards. Give him a Malefic Roar on top of it all, and I think he should do all right.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if that is the choice that they go for. I think the recent adjustments that were designed to kind of adjust and maybe nerf tanks to a certain extent actually had the result of nerfing tanky EXP laners like Ruby instead. So it's no longer quite as valuable or efficient to go for tank items on the Ruby, so you may as well build full damage, maybe pressure the gold lane, and then you have 2 strong side lanes that you can play off of with the marksman jungle.
Yeah, I think people are also going to start questioning, what happens if we don't buy a dominant size? We always need a dominant size. That might not necessarily be necessary, and there's a more efficient item in the case of Sea Halberd, right? Again, very useful items to get that anti-heal. Good, an easy way to actually apply to basically everybody during that fight in comparison to a dominant ice where you need your opponents to attack you. Looking at the emblems and talents, it seems pretty straightforward. Ooh, Bargain Hunter. Kind of interesting. I thought that would have been Wilderness Blessing, but okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Bargain Hunter, actually. Okay, so trying to basically just boost up Masha's itemization as fast as possible makes sense to me.
Yeah, at the same time, Turtle down to 20%. Nova mixing the 10. Finals that comes in, but where's the follow-on here? Max secures the Turtle for now. Yechi trying to zone out the back lines. Uni completely chain stunned by Barbosa to contest for it. And now Niners is going to be on the assault, but seems like they just don't want to overextend here. They are satisfied with getting the Turtle as well as Uni. And this is a big win for Niners.
For now, I don't think it's the biggest of wins. It's a very slight win, right? They only are able to achieve 1 kill. They also get the turtle. Yes, they're going to be ahead in EXP, but the question is, how long can they keep up this momentum? Knowing Mobile Legends as a game, it's very punishing to actually die, like a full team wipe, right? If, let's say, the Niners get aced, I don't think they'll be able to recover from that, right? Especially against Monster Vicious, who have a composition that wants to scale for the later stages of the game. So yeah, take as many turtles as you want, but if you lose one Lord fight, you're done for. We basically go back to even.
Yeah, speaking of the turtle fight, I think yesterday's game was a good example, right? 3 turtles and then 1 Lord fight, boom, GG, well played, right?
Yep.
So I can see where you're getting at in this particular direction you're going for, but right now I'm more curious on how Monster Vicious is gonna try to scale into later stage of the game, because in terms of marksman wise they don't really have that. But aside from chain CCs to stop Uni from Niners here, how can Uni contribute in this team fight considering that he's not playing as assassin here?
I mean, it's about peel, right? As long as Barbosa is targeting Uni, he's not targeting people like Ruff. As long as Uni is able to start peeling away people like Moonji, and more importantly, if he locks down people like Max, then a large majority of the Niners' damage is going to go missing, and then you just pray you don't get hit by a skill shot from Moonji.
Yeah, typically when you play on these utility tank jungles, a lot of your job is to just eat those attacks coming in from the enemy team, especially if they don't have the highest bit of CC. If they're able to take out the Guinevere combo straight away, then Ruff has a much easier time since he also has Purify. So that's something that Monster Vicious can play around, though they definitely need to make sure they don't fall too behind in the early game, because we do know that nowadays tank, because of the way that their scaling works, definitely have a little more pressure early compared to late.
Oh yeah, 3 now. Gonna be starting things off, trying to soak up the turtle. He's gonna try to zone Nova Escobar. Zeno Mao from the back line. He's gonna try and force out Max. Max, there's so much damage here, but Uni steals the turtle away, and now Niners needs to back out as Yechi forced the flicker out as well. Zeno Mao is still a force to be reckoned with, coming from Monster Vicious, and they can't chunk down this Masha at all. Great start coming from Monster Vicious.
Very nice, very nicely done, especially taking away your turtle to slow down the Niners even more, and Fake's able to land a yin-yang reaction just at the edge of his screen, to be perfectly honest, right? Getting the splash damage initially to apply the first mark from the turtle, and then afterwards dropping the rotation on top of him to guarantee the stun, allowing people like Uni to just walk up Retri for free and walk away.
We know there's a lot of inherent synergy between Arlet as well as Loyi, and we are seeing it in these big team fight situations, which means that Niners has to be very cautious about their positioning. Something that they can definitely play around because they do have that Astral Echo, but when you're going for these objectives, you gotta make sure that cooldowns are being wasted on the side of Monster Vicious first.
Well, speaking of cooldowns here, it seems like, you know, Niners are not too happy about their loss in the top turtle fight, because of the fact that right now they don't really have an answer for Zeno Mao, because he just walked right in and no one from Niners could actually stop him.
Yeah, again, they need Zobs to get into the mix, right? And I think that's what...
Oh, wow! Barbosa with the catch with Flicker. He gets the combo on, but it's still right at the tower. Nova Escobar is going to try and make something happen, but at the same time will be completely bursted down by both Max as well as Ye Tree. Very, very fancy play from Barbosa, but they do trade 50-50s for now, as they are trying to get a little bit more control down mid from both sides. But looks like the disengage happens here. But right now, where are they going? Okay.
Just sending him home.
Oh, okay. Wow. All right. They're sending him down bottom here for Uni.
Yeah, I don't think this is as much of a 50-50 than you mentioned just now. I think that the Niners got a little bit more out of this because, again, they're trading support for support. Barbosa had to use his Flicker, but Fakes had to use his Purify. And Fakes' Purify is a lot more valuable because Barbosa is always going to have that magic thumb. And yes, maybe he might not be able to catch people off guard, but he can definitely walk up to Fakes and really start zoning him out, because Fakes is susceptible to basically anything, right? And keep in mind, Max is currently 2 levels ahead of Uni for a majority of this game, so he is scaling very quickly, and I think Niners need to take advantage of that.
Yeah, the only flaw in that engagement, I think, was that Barbosa went a bit too fast. Team was, hold on.
Yeatri with the flicker catch coming in onto Fakes. They are going to burst him down as well. A little bit late on final stage to stop him back, but at the same time, the back lines here, Max, they're going to completely destroy Zeno Mauer for his over-aggression. While Niners, we have Barbosa going to try and keep things alive here. Max does still have the movement speed buff, but they do have turrets available. But Niners, they do trade 2 for 2 as of yet, but turtle control is in Niners' favor.
Bit of a split in the fight, but at the very least, while the Niners are going to be able to secure themselves another turtle, keep track of Ruff and how much gold and items he actually has, right? This is the second time we're seeing him actually rotate over to the mid lane, not participating in the fight, but actually picking up the mid wave and maybe a beetle camp along the way back before he heads back to his own lane. He's done this twice now, and I'm seeing a Blood Wings already complete, which immediately tells me he's already finished off the Starlium Scythe. He's already finished probably Feather of Heaven, I'm going to guess. I'm just throwing that out there. He might have gone for something else. We'll only know once the items show up.
Yeah, Ruff has just been completely uninteractive this whole time. So even though it looks like so far in all these fights, it's pretty even trading, Ruff has basically made it like a 4v5 a lot of the situations. So Monster Vicious still in a comfortable spot. Interestingly enough though, Zav still having slightly more gold than him.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, I can see where you're going at as well here, but here's the big change in terms of itemizations, right? Blood Wings is actually 1,000 gold cheaper compared to before, near to 1,000. And for him to get an early Blood Wing, it feels like Ruff is pretty much at a stage where with Harif and his rebuff shields, seems to be unkillable. However, now here comes the catch coming in as well. Uni dropping down to his half HP. They can't seem to finish him off, but they do get the Astro Echo available. But Nova gets bitten up. They are going to try and chain him away here. And Ruff trying his best to do much with the Salmon Force, but Max just completely destroys him. Double kill for him. Barbosa misses the top, but okay, doesn't matter. They're just gonna dive in. Max is just going absolutely crazy, and he gets the Maniac on top of it all. Max, what a chat!
War Axe, baby! War Axe! And on top of the fact that he's opted to make sure that he has the Quantum Charge as well, he's just going to keep chasing you. He can run his targets down. He's really strong at this point in the game. 9 minutes in, he's level 14, already with 3 items complete. Max is definitely somebody that Monster Vicious need to be targeting pretty actively, right? I'm surprised that Ruff wanted to greed out for the kill on towards Barbosa. Yes, he was low, but also you have to accommodate for the fact that he's not in range, so you have to hit the next best target, which should have been Max in this case.
Yeah, unfortunately, Max has just been positioning really well, and just a great dive coming in from the Niners there with the information they were able to glimpse from that Astral Echo. Unfortunately, Monster Vicious weren't quite prepared to respond when Uni got jumped on there, and because of that, their team fight was too split, and it allowed Niners to just basically run them down.
Yeah, this is something that I think, you know, Monster Vicious is put in a very, very significant disadvantage right now because they seem a little bit more lost right now. Niners, they are a little bit more united. They know what's the game plan and they know exactly what they need to do in these situations here. And there's nothing much Monster Vision can do unless Xenomauer is able to just one-shot one guy right off the get-go. But now, Yeatri with the flicker forward catches one. They are going to chase down on Uni, half HP dropping in his way. Meanwhile, Barbosa also catching the back lines. Nova is pretty much down for a count. Yeatri still surviving the onslaught of Ra, but eventually he's done his job so far. Zaz tries to go forward, but they can't seem to kill Harif. What? Niners! It looks good for them, but at the same time, the sustains was just better for Monster Vicious.
I mean, all their cooldowns were down. That's why Ruff got really, really down and dirty there. Rolling and wrestling in the mud, dropping the Salmon Force in the middle of 4 members. Not exactly the most ideal spot to be in, but Niners, they had no way to lock him down. They already got the big ticket ultimates out. They made sure that Max was in a position which was visible, and Barbosa had used the Magic Thumb, so no real CC to lock Ruff down. And even if they did, he still had to purify the entire fight. Looking at the items, and it looks like I was correct, he already completed 3 at this point in time, and is now finally starting to accumulate gold enough to overlap his opponent Zavs in lane. Now that we're outside of the laning phase and defended from a single Lord fight, we start looking at the other members, right? We see 3 items already completed for Masha. We see that Fakes as well. Wow, second item. Wait, hold on. That's a 3rd item, Winter Truncheon as well. He does not want to give kills over to Max.
Yeah, now Salmon Force being popped off here. Yeatri gonna be chopped down as well. The was welcome. Caps in, but at the same time, the follow-up from Zavs. But where's the damage coming from Niners? Because as of yet, they're just getting picked apart. And Rob was able to survive all of it. Fakes finishes the 2nd kill, and Niners, what seemed to be dominating the early game now slowly crumbling in all these team fights.
Yeah, the Niners are making mistakes here. They're getting a little bit overconfident, a little bit greedy because of the fact that they were able to run down MV and get a Maniac earlier. Their positioning is no longer quite as safe, and Monster Vicious are taking advantage of that.
Oh, the Astro comes in as well. Barbosa connects on 2. He's going to get bursted down. He almost takes 1 away. Zenomao goes in for the finish on the side. Max now going to be chain stun here with the Roger. Absolutely nothing he can do. Double kill for Zeno. And Gideon, you called it. Peel them a bit by bit, and there's nothing Max can do. My gosh.
Yeah, there's nothing Max can do except like almost 100-0 rough. He was like, what, 75 HP? He won Lycan Pounce, 1 auto, he disappeared. I don't even know where he went. I blinked, he's gone.
Yeah, Niners needs a little bit more peel because Max has so much damage. He already has that BOD as well, so you know that he is just going to one-shot squishier members like Ruff or Fakus. The problem is a lot of the time, Yetri and Barbosa are being taken out too quickly by Monster Vicious, and without them, there's not going to be enough peel left on the Niners side because we know that Zabs is building damage as well. So this timing is very important, and again, they gotta watch out for these yin-yang reactions. Fakus is getting a lot of efficiency done in these team fights.
Yeah, it seems like priority targeting is going to be a big issue here. Niners needs to focus on Ruff for Max, and in the same time, Uni needs to keep him in check. So I guess Niners, they have to shift their focus on making sure that Uni doesn't get on top of Max in order to win this fight. But for now, the Lord down to his half HP. They're still kinding the way through here. Divergence comes in, is going to completely, you know, take them out here from Niners. But at the same time now, Barbosa going to be catching on Uni. Chain stun all the way through as well. No damage whatsoever. Uni is just so tanky. He is going to try and do it a little bit more. But meanwhile, the back line, Zeno Mao just dive on a Max. Max comes up on top, but eventually gets chain stun, and that's going to be a double kill for Ruff. And Fake's also getting a kill. Niners just completely got wiped in all fights.
I think Niners needs to know when to call it quits. The initiation from Barbosa was great to secure timing for Max to get that retribution, but they should know by now that once that's gone, they don't really have much of a team fight left afterwards. And with Zeno himself taking out basically Moonjae and Max, you can see that the damage on the Roger is not being utilized efficiently.
I think the problem here is that Niners, right now, they're not really activating. They're not activating Moon. I think that Moon is not being utilized very well. The most that he's being used for is utility more than anything else. I think they need to recognize that Moonji is going to have some relevant scaling damage at this stage of the game now that it's 15 minutes in. They can't just depend on Max, right? Moonji can slowly peel away members, chunk out priority members from Monster Vicious side, and I think he needs to specifically target Fakes a majority of the time. Niners, on the other hand, they really need to get their calls together, right? It feels like Barbosa and Max are communicating with each other. Everybody else is kind of following their lead, and they're just doing what they are doing, when really they don't have to sometimes.
Yeah, but at the same time, even though they're communicating, right? Like, the damage coming from Moonji as well as Max, is it enough to chunk through Zeno? Because time and time again, Zeno has been going to the back lines, getting free reign. Moon gets completely shut down as well. And look at this. Zeno is actually 6-2-1 on this XP lane compared to Year 3, who's only 2-3-3.
Just goes to show, maybe Masha wasn't exactly nerfed this time. Oh,
yeah, no, I don't think so.
I think it's a buff, actually. Think about it.
It's definitely a buff.
Yeah, we didn't need to say it implicitly.
It's so, like, I don't know. It's interesting design because it begs the question, what exactly do they intend for Masha? That she, previously, what was she doing wrong compared to now? Where it's like, well, I guess she's even more prevalent, right?
People weren't dying fast enough.
Guys, the trade-off isn't there. We need Masha to one-shot at level 4 and not level 12.
Well, speaking of level 12, your Purify has been baited out. Wait, no, not Purify, actually. Actually, Zeno Mao's passive is just broken. It's an inbuilt Purify as well, if you think about it. 3 HP bars, 3 Purifies for free.
So good. So very, very good here. I think we need to talk about the formation of what the Niners need in terms of battle lines, just to have like a rough idea of what the shape of the fight needs to look like, right? As much as Ye 3 is going to be in the front, Zabs doesn't necessarily need to be there. He needs to cover Moonji, right? He needs to cover for specifically Zeno, just to make sure that they don't find an angle in on them. Monster Vicious, on the other hand, generally they're going to use Nova X Kobar to push them into an awkward spot, where it's going to force Zabs to actually step up forward and cover and leave the cover of Moonji, allowing that backline access to be available. People like Ruff, for an example, can even drop down and look like he's going to go for an all-in just to back away with his prone dashes later. That way, Zeno has a clear opening.
I wonder if it might be good if the Niners are able to find like a way to jump the backline instead, right? Because so far, what's been happening is that Zeno has just been threatening Moon and Max by himself, and then Ruff just gets free reign to do whatever because Barbosa is usually the first one to engage on either Nova or Uni. Maybe waiting for that opportunity to actually threaten Ruff is the right choice here. What definitely needs to happen is that either Barbosa or Year 3 need to protect the back.
Well, Astro Echo comes in, the Lord down to his 2 bars for now. Year 3 starting things over to Daytona's welcome. He's got the Winter Trunk to swap. He is dying a little bit too much. Zeno Mao goes for an off angle, finds Year 3 as well, and he's gonna go down. Meanwhile, Max from the sidelines, he's gonna be left all by himself. Barbosa is there. He's gonna peel the way, but Max, he's trying his best. He's getting kind of down. He needs backup, but no backup whatsoever, and he's gonna be chunked down, and the rest of Monster Vicious just completely bullies the Niners, while Zaps and Moonji, well, nowhere to be found.
Dude,
just can't do anything against this Masha.
This game is reminding me about my favorite movie of all time. Sorry, the greatest movie of all time.
Okay, what was it?
Suicide Squad. Because look at them. They are splitting up into DEFCON 5 or something like that. Why are they split up like that? Why are they trying to pull Uni to one side? Why are they kiting towards the lane of all places rather than Tri-Brush? Why are they leaving Year 3 in an awkward spot? What is the call?
I feel like Niners are just kind of bashing their heads against the wall. They're looking at the Monster Vicious comp and saying like, we need to be the ones to engage. We have to start the fight. Otherwise, they'll just group us up together. But no, that is not the way to go about it here. They gotta find different angles because it's very clear that just running at Monster Vicious has not been working for the past, like, what, 10 minutes?
Well, I think it's not just about, like, finding the angles, right? You gotta make certain conditions very apparent. Number one, they gotta figure out where Fakes is majority of the time because he's just great at peeling everybody off their main targets. Uni is now a little too tanky for Max by himself to chunk him out, and I don't think anybody else can really do the same. Even Moonji can't really hurt Uni that much, so now we have to switch our priority targets. I mean, if it does come to a lore dance, obviously Uni is going to be a priority just to be able to secure your neutrals, but Fakes and Ruff, they need to go. They absolutely need to get shut down here. And Zeno, on the other hand, I think Zobs should be able to manage him with one other person. I'm thinking Barbosa, but at the same time, it's a push and pull between Barbosa and Ye3 on who decides to go for the engage. And I think Zobs, for now, hasn't been using his flicker too often to actually find a pickoff.
Well, speaking of which, right now, the Lord comes in, and that's going to be the inhibitor fallen from the top side. Meanwhile, Niners, they've got to throw everything to defend against here. Great Echo coming in, connecting on 5, but they need to find a way to shut down both Ruff and Zeno, because as of yet, Zeno, he is full damage item, but he's got 3 health bars, and in this case, he does a lot of damage here. As Year 3, if he tries to man up, trouble, but bottom side, Nova gets a really nice boost. Zaps gets the flicker out. He's gonna be A-okay. He needs to get the reset, but at the same time, Niners, they'd only lose 2 inhibitors, so they are still hanging on for now, and Monster Vicious says, we're backing out. Or MP, or Louis.
Niners are stuck between a rock and a hard place. They engage, they lose. They get engaged on, they lose.
Barbosa, he's gonna get cancelled here. Final Snatch pulling down Max as well. Big cash coming in from the Monsters, and now they get 2. That's the perfect time to end the game here. 3 men left, no DPS whatsoever. And look at this, they're just tanking turrets here. Nobody don't really care. Year3 finally going down, but Fakes is the one that shuts down the barrage, and that's gonna be the Crystal. Down for the count as Monster Vicious makes the comeback, and they will take game 1 against the Niners.
Living up to their name right now, because that was a vicious gameplay coming in from this local lineup. While the early game didn't look all that good, once they were able to find that footing, there was no way for the Niners to ever knock them out again.
Pump that scales. You're just playing for the later half of the game. They're able to defend against multiple different lore takes. They were able to take significant trades, outvaluing their opponent at each corner, making sure that even if they do get a snowball, it's not that much of a lead. So well done to MV.
We are definitely seeing the value of power picks once again here, having the Arlet and Loyi to disrupt team fights, and that Masha to just completely scatter the enemy. Meant that even though Max was able to get a really early Maniac, once the team line was just scattered in chaos, Monster Vicious were able to take advantage of it and come out on top.
You know, I'm really surprised about how things went here, considering that, hey, in my mind, hey, wait, Niners was doing really well in early stage game here. They've got everything done here in terms of damage output, in terms of kiting lockdowns as well. It looked really, really good, but things kind of fell off in the middle of the later stage of game where, you know, we see this Masha start to come online. Uni, quote-unquote, Fredrin, oh, I'm kind of useless in the early game, but comes in is like, wait, he seems to be unkillable in the later stage game. And I was genuinely worried, where are they going to find damage? But it seems like who needs damage when I can just out-sustain everything? It's crazy.
It is pretty crazy, but just to kind of put it into retrospect, right? As we go into the backstage and have a look at our MVP of the game, I would say that Fredrin is pretty decent in the earlier stages of the game. But when we're talking about MVPs, we got to bring Xeno into the question. Because this man on his Masha, despite not participating in a majority of fights, still made the impact very relevant. So much so that Max was willing to give up his entire backline just to find an angle away from Xeno Mao.
Masha needs to be respected, man. The fact that the hero was led through the draft like this and then taken advantage of like this, you can see exactly how much of a threat she is, threatening Max and Moonji all by himself in every single fight. Niners really needed to figure out a different way to approach this game because it was clear that they were honestly doing a little bit of splitting up themselves without even requiring Xeno to be part of the calculation.
Yeah, this is kind of broken as well. There's not a lot of XP laners that can deal this kind of numbers, right? Like, take a look at this. This has got 2,582 damage taken per minute as an XP laner who usually is a tank role. But at the same time, we've got this Masha doing 1,879 damage per minute. And it's interesting, I was expecting a little bit higher because I was able to see like Masha getting big crits basically at 900 damage on a creep. So I was expecting to be higher, but if you burst him down so quickly, it doesn't even matter, man.
I mean, he only participated in like 50% of all kills that happened in the game, right? I mean, we're seeing the kill participation at 50%. So I think the damage per minute definitely could have been higher if his kill participation was also higher.
He participated in half the kills, but all those kills were his kills. Like 9-2-1. Basically, he is that one-man army. The Bargain Hunter coming in clutch as well, being able to be full on items at the very end with the BOD, the Hefty Seas. Honestly, who could survive?
No, now that you mention it as well here, considering that his teammates all got like the highest number is 13 assists and they've got 20 kills. More than half from Xeno Mao is a solo kill.
Hey man, Xeno, he is the dog tag collector. He's Mr. Kill confirmed. I think the Niners overall, the biggest disappointment was when you see Max at that stage of the game being so goddamn strong. Why are they not transitioning his lead into the side lanes, right? Why are they not smothering people who can actually scale, like Fakes as well as Ruff? Definitely there were many angles for invades. There were also many different angles to actually play around the gold side of the map because Zobs was controlling it extremely well. They shouldn't have let Ruff being able to pick up 2 waves in the mid lane and as well as the Beetle. There should be no resources on the map left for Uni to take, because the Niners in a position like this, and especially with Moonji to actually feed them good information, they should have been able to dominate even harder.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how things are web in terms of damage output as well. Yeah, this is what I was about to talk about as well. Obviously, Xeno Mao is going to out-damage EA3 in terms of focus fire, right? But for Zaf against Rav, this is a very, very big difference here. And you were talking about as well, Ruby gold lane, big question mark. Seems like Zaf wasn't able to contribute at all in this team fights.
I mean, he's still playing Ruby like a marksman, unfortunately, right? He's not looking for those big plays. He's specifically looking for Ruff and Fakes to kind of stand too close to each other for that big punish, but they never basically did that, right? Even Ruff, when he's using his chrono dashes, never chrono dashes towards Fakes' side. He needs to keep that distance. I think that Zobs, whenever he has Flicker, he should start the play. He should make something happen, and he needs to figure out where Fakes is, which with the help of Moonji to make that happen. Because again, even if Zobs dies, it's not like they don't have damage. Max was so far ahead of the curve.
The thing is, when you play a composition like this with the double fighter side lane and the marksman jungle, it's very reminiscent of the classic hyper carry meta which persisted all those years ago. And when you play that meta, it's very much about funneling everything you can into your jungler, getting every neutral objective that is possible, especially if they're on a hero like a marksman. So you need your whole team to be around to make sure that you're there to protect and fight with him. But because a lot of their mindset was fixed into fighting for these neutral objectives, I think there wasn't enough thought being put into how they could potentially game the map to to get better positioning.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's all about conversions, right? It doesn't matter how big of a lead if you don't convert it for the rest of your team in a sense of like gaining map control, in a sense of denying resources, or doubling up and reinvesting those resources on people who actually need it on the side of the Niners. This is a game. This is how you would expect a game for an early stage comp compared to a scaling comp. Scaling wins every single time, 20 minutes into the game.
Speaking of scaling as well here, because pay attention to the kill participation around Monster Vicious and Niners, right? Like Monster Vicious, they're playing around rough, fakes, as well as Uni has got more than 70% in this team fights. But at the same time, Niners, you did call this out as well. It seems like Max and Barbosa is the one leading the charge, whereas Bunji, as well as the rest of the team, is pretty much leading on towards how Barbosa and Max starts the fight and then follow up with Drew. So it seems like there's just a difference in approach where maybe they're just not taking enough initiative. And you talk about this as well, Zavs might not be playing in a position where he's making the right calls rather than he's just playing it from a marksman position. And based on the stats, it's safe to say that Zavs is just not comfortable on this hero.
I would say that the mentality playing this Ruby feels like he's playing not to lose, but definitely not to win. I think it's understandable in a lane where you expect rough. Yeah, I mean, extremely passive play, in matter of fact, right? We've seen them double up CC when somebody is in the, like, you're using the I'm offended when somebody's already hit with the magic thumb into the Violet Requiem, right? That's not necessary. You can just give it a couple more seconds to chain CC together, or maybe look for a bigger target later on when you have your flicker. It needs a little bit more work here. And I think the Barracuda version of this composition looked a lot better only because when they move around as a team, it feels like they really have their hands on your throat, right? You feel like you're getting choked out of your resources.
Yeah, I think the biggest factor that we didn't really talk about was that the fact that Monster Vicious has got 2 Purifies and we've got an innate Purify built on Marsha. It's so difficult to actually catch this. And if you think about it here, I feel like Barbosa shouldn't have gotten that many catches, but he was able to pull off a couple ones as well. But still, again, a very difficult draft to pull off, considering the fact that just one battle spell just completely shut down their entire follow-up coming from Niners.
Yep. The thing is, Barbosa actually did get a lot of really clean catches, but a lot of those times, it felt like his tempo was outpacing that of his teammates, right? Because Moon, Zaz, Max, they were always one step behind. Understandable, because sometimes you engage, you jump in with the flicker, then obviously your team needs to catch up. But I think it's a deeper rooted issue than that, of the case where some people are clearly making the shot calls, and then the others are just waiting for something to happen before they engage. And I think this has been a problem from the Niners right from the start of the season, where they're not really operating on the same wavelength.
Now, I've got a question now. Considering the fact that Niners, we were talking about they were not playing as a team here, but after this game, despite the loss, do you think they have gotten better? Or is it just straight up a draft issue?
I think that this is a little more brand new in terms of like what the composition, compared to what they were playing before to what they are doing right now. This is a very big paradigm shift for them. I think that overall, did they get better? I can't 100% say for sure. I definitely think that they need to revert back to the composition they were playing beforehand, because it feels like a lot of their players are not getting activated right now. And when we do see that old style of composition like they played last week, then maybe I can give a better prediction, or at least a better power scaling for them in terms of progress and improvement.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is Niners trying something different because what they've been doing up until now hasn't been working. Right? Because up until now, the way they've been playing is more default, where you create space for Zavs to get farm, and then he gets activated so that he can carry that late game. Unfortunately, there was a little bit too much individual play happening, which resulted in people getting caught out. So I think what happened going into this week was their coach saying, okay, we need you guys to play as a team, listen to what Barbosa is saying, listen to what Moon is saying, and they're trying to do that, but because they're not used to it, they are one step behind.
Well, let's take a look at the highlights here in case you missed out in previous action here. Early game, it feels like Niners was just having a very, very good coordination here. They were steamrolling their way through here, but it seems like after, despite having this big sick play coming from Max with the Maniac here, I feel like, this was Niners' moment where, hey, we're top of the bowl here, we can challenge every single one. It seems like Niners had this in the bag, but what went wrong here?
Well, a lot of it just came down to the way that they wanted to end the game, right? Every single time the Niners were contesting for these neutral objectives, like Monster Vicious were able to either smother them, they stole away a one turtle, which probably shouldn't have happened, but hey, you know, you're not used to playing against Lo Yi. I understand, you know, the yin-yang reaction can be very frustrating to deal with. But later on, when it came down to Lord fights, what exactly are you trading against MV? You take the Lord, but you lose 4 members. That's not exactly the best trade in the world. And then worse yet, they weren't 100% sure how to actually play these battle lines, right? So Max is only capable of doing so much on this Roger and still needs a team in front of him to actually help with the peel rather than him having to chunk everybody out himself. I think overall, Niners, a lot of the improvement can come down to just the way they trade, but that's just a simple band-aid solution.
Yeah, they locked down a little bit too hard on the conditions that allowed them to achieve that Maniac because like catching Monster Vicious off guard, they picked off 2 members first, then the rest couldn't offer any resistance to them running them down. The fight right after that, they tried to do the same thing, but they all funneled into a tiny jungle area, which is exactly what Fakus wants them to do. And then even after they already lost a lot of health from this, they still decided to commit resources to try and prolong the fight, which allowed Xeno to finally take the long way around and pick off the backline. After that, it was just a continuous spiral downwards.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, now that I take a look at the highlights, right, I think that was the biggest factor was the fact that Niners, they were focusing on just shutting down the Harif in general, but that was the timing where Harif just got his Blood Wings. And ever since then, he was pretty much in a situation where Niners had to overcommit way much more to take down an Harif, and even then, they couldn't even kill him off, and eventually just allowed Xeno just completely run rampant. So I feel like this Bloodwing is a really big change for Harif. I mean, think about it.
Yes, it is a big change. It is a big change for his itemization, but it's also a pretty big change the fact that the patches basically gave him so many quality of life changes, right? The fact that you don't need to actually land the empowered auto after the Chrono Dash to get the shield is such a big deal because you're not getting chunked out by a lot of random chip damage everywhere. You get the shield no matter what you do, so that's already a plus point. And it helps the fact that the backswing animation is so slow. By the time he got Feather of Heaven, you can see how smoothly he's transitioning between each Chrono Dash.
Harif already got a lot of benefit because of the way that we saw Radiant Armor being nerfed in the previous patch. That's why Harif as well as the Ton became so popular. Then in this patch, he got the quality of life improvements like you mentioned with the backswing reduction, with the shield coming out at more opportune timings, and even more tank items being reduced in terms of their efficiency. When you combine that with a team fight composition that just allows you as much space as you need, you can see how Ruff just had a free game.
This is kind of messed up because if you think about this, like just now, Zavs was like 1k, 1.2k gold ahead of this Harif, but because of Bloodwing's cheaper, it's pretty much discounted by 1,000. He was like 5.8k. Technically, he's losing in terms of gold ever, but after he's got his Bloodwings, he's like, you know what? I don't care about you, Zavs. I'm stronger than you. I'm just gonna do more damage than you, and I feel like Bloodwings should be banned right now. It's like a must get for any mage players that can utilize the shields that is being provided.
Well, I think we haven't really gone to the furthest length of how abusable this item is. I think that maybe considerable some, I wouldn't even say some. I think that all Enchanter style supports really benefit from this item as well. It is so cost efficient. It gives you so much value for every bit of bang for buck that you can get out of it. But I don't know. Maybe some team is going to abuse it. Maybe not. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think we will definitely have to wait and see, but I do agree that the item is very strong right now in general and has way more utility as before. But now let's have a quick look at the power distribution between the respective gold laners here. We got Zams and Ruff up on screen.
You know, quote unquote, these two players, before this season even started as well, have very, very similar player styles. They were prioritizing a lot of the Cloud. And right now, it seems like there is a very, very big difference on how they're adapting to the current patches in terms of comfort heroes in the gold lane here.
Yes, there are some adaptations that need to be made, especially with the new patch like you mentioned, but I think that like overall in terms of just raw performance based off the data that we've collected, it looks like Ruff is playing a lot more alongside the team in comparison to Zavs, right? We're seeing that he's on average damage, slash gold, you can see that Ruff is basically outdoing him in both departments by 0.4, even average KP. That's the significant difference that we actually get to see. That's going to be like, what, 17% more, 17, 16 roughly. Let's round it up to about 18% at this point, right? Average KP, even average DPM. It just goes to show that Zobs is kind of doing his own thing at certain points of time, and Ruff is playing with a team.
I think just based on the way that we can see these two teams play and these two players play, Ruff seems to have a lot more faith in what his team is able to provide to him, and thus he's able to stick very tightly to his responsibility in the game, which is to farm, stay safe, and then position well during team fights in the late game. Something that I feel like Zaz wasn't doing the best up until now, but disregarding that for now, we got also our average DPM ranking for the season.
You know what's really funny about this average DPM ranking? All 5 players, none of them are in the top 3. Except for Udil.
I was like, wait a minute, hold on, what?
Except for Udil.
You backed up real quick on that one.
That took me a moment.
Yeah, don't forget about Detto and King Empire. I mean, they're now in 3rd, and they used to be 2nd.
Okay,
they're also all mid laners.
Yes, that's finally someone brings it up. They're all mid laners. People are like, yeah, mid doesn't do enough damage. It's like, what are you talking about? They do all the damage. It sucks. It's so annoying to deal with.
But if you think about it, right, Izanami and Moonji is pretty much in a situation where they are dishing out a lot of damage, but they are not exactly winning games properly.
Look, the backpack can only carry so much, all right? Yeah, there's only so many people that can fit in a backpack. I'm gonna tell you that.
Anyways, coming into the second game here, Niners is put into a very, very difficult spot right now, because if they lose this series against Monster Vicious, their statistic is pretty much 90% chance they are going to be relegated off from MPL.
Definitely not a fate any team wants to encounter.
You know what's difficult about this season? If you get relegated, chances of you getting back to MPL means that you have to play through MAL and then getting back in.
Oh yeah, you have to play through the Champion Conference. Yeah, that's tough. And even then, there's still a good chance that either the 9th or 10th team takes you out depending on your position in the MAL itself, right? So you still not only have to win and qualify for top 2 at MAL, you still have to play against some of the best teams, considerably the best teams, the top 10%, top 1% here in MY. So we'll just have to wait. We'll just have to wait whether Niners can either kind of pull themselves together, especially coming into the second draft. They've opted to go for blue side. They're getting rid of the mashup, thank goodness. They're also getting rid of the farmers as well as Fanny. I don't think they're changing their plans too much.
Monster Vicious will definitely need to ban out all the typical supports. We see the Angela Matilda chip. This is basically the default red side ban, considering the current meta. So what's going to be the first pick here? There's the obvious choices like the Fredrid, like the Barats, the Harif gaining a lot of popularity, the Roger. Yep, it is the Roger.
First pick Roger, no surprises there. Max is like, this time I'll carry, boys. This time I'll do it. Trust me, boys.
Is it though? They did prioritize the Roger in the previous game as well. They still gave it to Max eventually. I understand that Niners tend to like to flex their picks a little bit here, but maybe they should just stick back to something a little bit more comfortable and straightforward rather than...
You know what? You're right. They should stick to something more comfortable and straightforward. And I think Zobs, similar to his counterpart in Trap, both of them top global, and they all want to play Ruby. Just nothing else. Nothing else. I said this yesterday. Maybe this is a pandemic. Maybe this is a Ruby pandemic that we don't know about, right?
You should.
Maybe we need vaccine shots for this, because this is starting to get too out of hand.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about it, because I've always loved Ruby. She's always been my main. But seeing her being played so much in the goal lane as well is leaving me with some mixed feelings.
To be honest, ever since the nerf on the Spellvamp, I'm not a big fan of Ruby anymore. Like, it just completely destroyed the essence of why Ruby is just so hard to kill, right? Like, Spellvamp from 80% to 20%. It's like, I still think, I think it's easier to kill now compared to before.
I mean, sure, yeah, she can like 0 to 100 herself, of course, but like, it doesn't change the fact that she's obnoxious to deal with lane. That never changed. That part never really changed. Now we see that MV, they've already locked in the Arlen as well as Fredrin, and I think they're going to do the exact same thing all over again. Come on, Niners, show us the Ruby. Give it to us. We already have Patient Zero up on the desk for the Ruby pandemic. Let's see whether you're infected too. Oh, Novaria and Edith.
Okay. So this is something you talked about earlier, Terrence. Edith.
Yeah, I actually like this a little bit more. Like, just because of the fact that Barbosa, he was starting up the fights here, but at least in terms of prolonged fights, Edith do contribute a lot in terms of over damage. So if Monster Vicious decides to stay a little bit longer, this Edith is going to chunk through some serious damage alongside with Roger. And I think that was something that Niners were lacking in the previous game, where, oh wait, I've got this, you know, Guinevere jumping in and setting up combos, but where's the follow-up damage? They've got Purifies, and I think with this Edith, it's a little bit more flexible this game. But again, Monster Vicious sticking to their identical drafts from previous game. Do they want to force an Esmeralda for this? What do you think about Esmeralda against Harif, man?
It's Esmeralda never wins. It used to be like, no, because Harith kites her out of her mind. It's impossible to deal with. I think, okay. This is on the pretext. This is on the pretext that, again, they walk out of lane. We expect Esmeralda somehow wins her lane. Somehow. Let's a hypothetical situation. She comes out even against this Harith. We get to level 15. We get max items, right? Fakes, he's going to have to try his best to deal with her, and he will eventually be able to out-kite her. Let's not forget that itemization plays a very big role. So, unless she has some form of MR, I don't think she has any real way to beat the Harith.
But that's the thing, there. Harith's got so much shield to absorb. I can just go sucky and like, you know what? It's okay. I've got full health, full shields all the way through. How about that? No?
That works as well. It really depends. It really depends.
I do agree. In my personal opinion, I feel like Esmeralda at the very least beats Harif in lane. Like, she may lose, she definitely loses out in terms of damage scaling, but I feel like she actually beats Harif in lane.
In lane?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't think in the lane though. Like, I think early game, Esmeralda is forced to just sit back, but mid to late game is where
Esmeralda does a lot of damage level 1, you know?
She does. She does.
Okay.
I can definitely see where you're coming from. I can see the angle for sure. But there is way easier counterplay for the Harith in comparison to the Esmeralda. Now we see in the next couple of bans from Niners and as well as MV, we see the Florin there. Niners smartly enough getting rid of the Loyi as well. Also does pretty decent against the Edith at the very least to peel them off. But, well, let's look at this fun fact.
Currently, Raf is the only player with MPL MY S30 with 2 Maniacs. So yes, technically he's the only one with 2, but as of yet, Max is pretty not far behind. He just got one in the previous game, so if he gets another one this game, well, we've got a tie here.
So that means that Ruff will now need to get a Maniac to maintain his lead.
Yeah, they're just trading Maniacs with each other.
It's like, oh, hey guys, Max got a Maniac last game. I need to remain on top. Yeah, we gotta get the Maniac.
Now they mention here, there was only one guy in this season that's gotten Savage so far.
I think so. Somehow I suddenly can't remember, actually.
There's one Savage so far. Like the previous season, I think it was Zav, so that was the only one that got Savage, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Last season?
Yeah, that was last season.
That's a while ago.
My memory doesn't go that far back.
I just briefly saw it in Liquidpedia though. So,
okay.
Anyways, now speaking that Valentina as well as the Selena being banned here, and now seeing that they are still prioritizing that double mage composition, do you think that MV is gonna bring it out though? I don't think they would, right? Like previous game, they didn't really do that. They still prioritize on Arla as roam, so I'm very surprised that Niners still doesn't want to play this mage. Like I'm pretty sure Fakes can play anything at this point. Even if he goes back to Rafarsa, I wouldn't be surprised. Oh well, Fakes, yeah.
Okay.
Go back to Ugo Buga.
No, I think this is fine because if you show what your EXP is going to be, it also reveals what your roam is going to be almost straight away, right? And I think MV want to kind of hold that as their trump card against Niners when they kind of complete their composition. We still don't know whether Edith is going to get thrown into the EXP just to kind of smother whoever is there. Okay, Yuzong, so I guess not. It's definitely going into the roaming position, and they're going to pair it up with...
Phobius. Hold on.
Okay.
So this is Roger Jungle still.
So, yes, this is Roger Jungle still. And they're going to make sure that Yuzong is going to try and beat out this Harith in the lane. Let me just think about this for a second.
Is this Zavs playing the Phobius?
I think so, yeah. Phobius Gold.
Or is it Yuzong Gold lane? Like,
I think more likely Phobius.
Yeah, more likely the Phobius.
Just because Harith got a lot of dash, this Demonic Force, does it hit against the Harith? Actually, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Like, compared to...
and the Arlet, too.
The Nolan. Nolan can actually dodge it, but I don't think Harith can actually dodge just because of the fact that the Chrono Dash is not as far as you think it is.
It's like blood.
It's right at the edge of the skill.
Oh! So funny. This is going to be
What?
so funny.
I think I have a viewer who will be very happy to see this here.
I think I know the exact view you're talking about. Carmilla on this. Oh, man. Okay. Let's see how these team fights are going to go. I'm going to hold my opinions for now.
Carmilla Rome in the hands of Nova X Kobar. The debut of the hero in MPL MY Season 13. Very strong team fight, especially comboed with that final slash. But will it overcome the demonic force?
This is going to be a tough one here. I like the idea that Monster Vicious is having as well. You've got Niners diving into your face. Why not? If they group up together, one big out is going to completely whammy them. But of course, things may turn into events here. Will Niners come back or will Monster Vicious take the 2-0? Ladies and gentlemen, this is game 2 of Monster Vicious versus the Niners.
All right, jumping into the land of Dawn, I'm thinking of interactions that can be abused in the earlier stages of the game. Carmilla is very unique in this position. We all know what her ult does, and we all know how devastating it can be if she's able to land it on multiple people. But at the same time, we have to remember that from the Niners side, they're definitely not going to give her the most ideal conditions, right? They're going to be forcing smaller fights. They're going to have more skirmishes, and a lot of it is going to be reconfirmed by Munji. Zobs, don't expect him to be doing too much. He's going to be looking to scale as fast as possible in this game. Ruff, on the other hand, basically the same thing as we saw in game number 1. However, I am a little bit worried for Uni here because when he walks up towards these turtles, he's got to deal with so much. Yep, first blood, right there.
What is that damage? Okay, Yetri connected a second skill there. So it makes a lot of sense why he's taking a little bit too much here. But Monster Vicious, it seems like they're a little bit crumbling this game. And meanwhile, Nova is going to try and zap away, steal some of the defense coming from Zavs. And he is going to take a little bit too much. Oh, okay, they forced the flicker. He's going to be A-okay. But Niners, again, leading the early game like game 1 again.
Yeah, very similarly. They're playing to the strong side of the map. They're just letting Zobs kind of like hold off on his own. I think MV, very smart decision of quickly sending Nova X Kobar to gank gank on the top side of the map.
You saw, I saw. We
don't need to point it out.
Yeah.
For now, Niners, they definitely gotta play strong early. When you have the double fighter side lane and Edith Roam Roger jungle, you really need to snowball because again, Monster Vicious is gonna be playing a little bit more for that scaling.
I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see it. But at the same time, now speaking of the draft here, it feels like based on the composition, Monster Vicious really wants Niners to kind of, allow Niners to just dive into the composition and allow Nova to just get a free Cursed Blood for chain CCs, right? Like Fakes, if he waits for the Cursed Blood, Fakes is gonna get some chain CCs that Niners just cannot avoid at all. And think about this, there's no Purifiers on Niners at all.
That's the worst part, right? Because whoever is caught, it's committed. Wait, hold on.
Well, speaking of committed here, Nova is going to flicker away here. Meanwhile, Xenomount is going to try and distract them. Uni gets focused down here. And now Niners, they will secure the turtle. And meanwhile, we've got Yetri trying his best to actually zone them out. But at the same time, Zafs comes in. Moonji with the snipe. Zeno is out. And Niners, again, with this early aggression, and they're dominating once more.
So disrespectful from Monster Vicious' side. So disrespectful. They gotta wait until Nova X Cobra actually hits level 4, and then you finally actually have a roaming support. For the most part of it, I think Niners, they gotta activate Max, right? We've seen this lead being wasted before. They need to start applying it onto the right members, and I think number 1, they gotta start hitting Ruff because I think Ye3 is doing a phenomenal job keeping Arlet in check. That wave is pushed up pretty close towards Arlet's side of the tower, but it doesn't matter, right? Because Ye3 always has priority.
Yeah, Ye3 being able to join these fights freely is creating so much space and pressure for the Niners because a lot of the time, Uni is being zoned out and chunked out by this Gizon.
Oh, Petrify combo onto a Zeno. He's just gonna chain CC, but he somehow survives for now with 10% HP. He may be able to turn the fight. Max overcommitting the fight. He is gonna get shredded. He tries his best, but he does buy a lot of time because now top side Monster Vicious is gonna try and commit a fight against Zaz. He is gonna be able to survive this. But this time, Niners, they're getting free value, and they get the full gold plating down bottom as well for both Max and Ye3.
Zeno tried his best to outplay the situation, and arguably, I would say arguably, 1v3 and giving your kill over to Barbosa is a huge win. Because you can see that the Niners really wanted to give that kill over to Max, and every time Max tried to fade away, Zeno just made it even harder for him. Somebody had to take that kill, and Barbosa was like, all right, it's my time, boys.
Zeno definitely did his best there, and we really gotta commend him for surviving that long, but the Niners are understanding that currently momentum very much in their favor with the draft that they've picked up for game number 2 here, and they're not going to let go of this tempo. Unfortunately, compared to the previous game, Monster Vicious doesn't have quite as many tools to actually punish, and they've already been put behind a lot more than before because Uni is staying for these objectives a little bit too long.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a difficult one here. Black Dragon already popped in. They do find Nova Escobar, forced to flicker out of that fight. Now, Yetri also going to be dropping with the Manic Force. Monster Vicious, they're trying to run for their lives, and Ruff, if he tries to dash away, he is going to get pummeled here. So Monster Vicious, they're holding it out of the Chrono Dash here, and Zaps, given the tools he needs to play aggressive this game, and it seems like Monster Vicious, they're just afraid of using mobility because of this Phobius. And Nova, ooh, okay, he survives. He survives, but Monster Vicious, they are going to give up a little bit more control. Ruff stealing away the orange buff, but unfortunately for him, it is not going to do him any good here. Pops the Salmon Force up top, try and clear off the waves, but Niner says, I don't care. I want to kill Fakes, but it seems like Monster Vicious, they don't know what to do. Barbosa, he overextended. He is going to get punished for this here. He pops the Primal. He's going to be okay. Big Final Slash catches the back line, stopping the tempo, stopping the back up. But at the same time here, Zaps, he's got 2 demonic punches in, but he needs to get out. He needs to hold on here. He's trying to set up for Max, but Monster Vicious, they're doing a fantastic job kiting them somehow.
Oh man, Nova lands a 3-man ult. Nobody can follow up with it. Everybody already used the big ultimates. All their CC was down, and Uni had no way to kind of close the gap there. A little unlucky there. That could have been a momentum shift for the Niners. And finally, we see Zaz go for the reset and head down to the bottom side of the map, leaving Ye3 on the top side to actually contest for the upcoming turtle.
For now, so the next couple minutes are going to be very sensitive timings for the Niners here, because we saw in the previous game, this is roughly the time where once they have the lead, they start overcommitting a little bit. They definitely have a stronger advantage this game compared to the last. So as long as they don't make any big mistakes, they're still on track.
Okay, Ruff pops the Salmon Force here. There's no damage.
What?
Misses the stun. What? That was a pixel away. Now he needs to get out. He goes out the way as well. Uni goes for the taunts as well. Black Dragon comes in to try to gobble them up. They do get killed. Uni, big petrify from Ye3 to shut them down. Nova needs to back out, and here comes the Niners. They are going to try and drag this out of game number 3 for now, but Monster Vicious, they're losing a little bit more, but the Snipes, ooh, Muji, just a pixel up, but at the same time, this is a dominant performance from Niners from game number 2.
Yep, it's looking a little bit better, but the question is whether or not they're able to actually translate it. So far, they translated a little bit. They've now developed the 4.3, a lot bigger, a much bigger gold lead in comparison to the previous game, but we all see how it all starts to crumble down at that first Lord, and that's what I'm worried about, right? If Niners can develop this 4K lead to maybe about 8K, I would have a lot more faith, but as it is right now, a single bad interaction could really drop down that gold lead from 5,000 all the way back down to a gold lead for MV.
I would agree, but it would definitely take quite a big mistake from the Niners for that to actually happen here. Because, again, in terms of the draft, the Niners are looking a lot better in this game. They've got more tools, they've got more damage overall. Monster Vicious, unfortunately, going to be relying very heavily on Ruff and Fakers here. So that positioning is important, and at this point, Uni and Xeno have already fallen a bit too far behind, so they're not really able to absorb damage for a long time either.
They need Ruff and as well as Fakes to scale as quickly as possible, but I think Nova X Kobar can really turn the tide of battle, and I think this next upcoming objective is something that Niners really needs to make a consideration, right? You don't necessarily need the Lord, you need map presence.
Oh, Astro Echo comes in, big slap onto his Fakes as well. CC immune up on Ye3 to try to zone them out, but at the same time, despite split on Xeno close the back line, the tier 1 falls, and Monster Vicious, they were able to turn the tide. The turret still stands. Niners, they're just diving blindlessly, and Monster Vicious was able to flip the script and completely destroy Niners. Only Munji is left. What were you thinking?
Obi, can we get an instant replay and specifically focus on Nova X Goldbar? What did I say? What did I say? To be fair, Max did dive very deep into the backline. Was he supposed to do that? No. Definitely no. He could have just stayed in human form the entire time. He could have just given away, not taken that kill, and take the mid-tier 1, which is superiorly more valuable.
Sometimes in life, you know, we get a little bit thirsty. In this case, too much thirst is not good. It was just a bait coming in from Monster Vicious. But at the same time, you know, they were able to capitalize on his greed.
I don't know. I don't even think it was a bait all that much. If anything, it felt like it was garbage day because Max was just throwing. And Like, no reason, yeah. Why would you dive that deep? Get taunted under tower. You're separated from your entire team by the tier 1, which is still standing. And you've thrown away half your lead just like that.
I think that Max was very confident that he can go in, Lycan Pounce, and then after that go into human form and make his way out with the help of Yed 3. I don't think he was expecting the raw amount of CC coming out from MV's side because he has been having a very dominant game. So from 5K, they're back down to 2.8, the exact same position we've seen before. Let's see whether or not Monster Vicious is able to take out 4 of them before that Lord expires.
Well, I guess they have to secure this. This Lord, no contest coming from Monster Vicious. Uni getting kited around, so that's going to be a free Lord coming in. Zeno Mao going to be pulling in the fight against Barbosa. He's going to be chain stunned here. He needs to get out. Zaus gets a 3-man Demonic Force. Force. Raph needs to get out. Here comes Year 3 as well. They're going to be diving into Tier 1 once again. They don't care. Double Petrified from Year 3. He gets Nova and Monster Vicious. 2-man left, and that's going to be Niners coming up on top. They trade 2 for 3, and despite the troll by Max, Niners still in the driver's seat.
Hey man, Moonji, he's warmed up. He's a lot more warmed up now. 3rd highest in damage dealt. That Star Shatter really putting Ruff one leg in the grave before the fight even concluded.
Fakus and Ruff getting sniped consistently. Ruff not being able to dish out damage because of that demonic force. Again, this draft gives Niners a lot of space. Even though that previous loss did not need to happen, they're still very much in the driver's seat here, though it looks like AI Winning Prediction has a different thing to say about that. Monster Vicious really didn't need to contest. They were already giving up the Lord. Yes, it seemed like they might be able to pick off Barbosa, but you gotta remember how much dive potential Niners have with this Yuzong Vovius.
I think they want to bait out an engagement coming in from Niners, to be perfectly honest. I think they want them to actually give Niners a reason to actually engage, because I think Niners won't do it regardless. I think that Niners are at a position where they recognize, okay, it's really difficult to team fight against MB, right? We've got great push and pull. We have great ways to kind of avoid damage and buy that extra bit of time until the cooldowns have been used. And once they have been used, that's when Max needs to come in. In the meantime, Moonji is relevant throughout this entire period, whether they have abilities or they don't, consistently sniping the major targets. I mean, let's look at the items, right? Where's the MR? Where is the MR? I see an Oracle, I see a Radiant Armor, I also see an Athena Shield being built on Carmilla as well. So now you have 3 dedicated people to take the shots coming in from Moonji, who's basically is on his way to a Genius Wand.
Well, speaking of which here, what's another item that can utilize, what's another hero that can utilize the Blood Wings? Guess what? Zafs. You know, on this Phobius. And guess what? Every single time it comes in, none of Monster Vicious can actually shut him down. And I feel like the big win condition for Monster Vicious is to try and isolate Zafs, take him out, and then continue with the fight. But so far, he's not been able to find those opportunities here for Monster Vicious.
I'm wondering whether Fakus going for Glowing Wand Necklace may not be the right build here. I feel like it's not enough damage.
I think they have more. I think they have enough. Necklace of Durans makes sense, right? Very atypical first item. He's going for the Winter Truncheon as his 3rd. All right. What is he afraid of here? I think he, again, same problem as before. If he gives Max a reset, his team is basically gone for, right? Like Ruff probably can't take 2 Lycan Pounces. One from when Max jumps on tops of fakes, and then it bounces towards Ruff, and then the second once the reset actually occurs. I think overall, I wouldn't disagree with it. I think it's okay. It's not the best, definitely not the worst.
Oh, Zeno Mao is going to get chain stun here. They're going to be starting things off, but at the same time, Niners, they're just waiting for the right moment here. Zaf's getting completely kited here, down to his half HP. He drops in the Demonic Force. No one seems to be able to finish Bob. The amount of chain CCs from Niners just gobbles them up. Monster Vicious, they're losing members, and they have to get out. Uni barely survives at the edge. They were able to trade off Ruff for Zaf's, gold lane for gold lane. But aside from that, Niners still having a very, very big lead here. Max going to be starting things with the Lord map control in their favor, but Monster Vicious, they have to call it quits.
Yeah, this is a very rough game for Ruff. Again, have to make that. But, like, basically,
Moonji, he needs to get out. Good save from Barbosa. He's going to be okay. Lord secured. Monster Vicious a little bit late. And it seems like we might see a potential game 3 here, as Niners still struggling to hold on for their MPL lives. In this case, it's one step closer, hopefully.
Ruff can't position in these fights, basically. If you drop the Zaman Force, Yetri jumps on top of you. If you try to dash away, Zavs jumps on top of you. The heart is being targeted every single fight, and because of that, Monster Vicious don't have enough consistent DPS overall, because the rest of the team is acting a little bit more as utility, which allows the Niners to just basically run them over. At first in that fight, it looked like they might be able to pick up Zavs quickly, but all the iframes meant that the Niners could just catch up instantly and force the funnel. So we could very well be looking at a game 3 right now, as the goal lead is already 7k for the Niners.
A winning position for MV would be Ruff not popping the Salmon Force, somehow baits Zavs into using the Demonic Force onto the backline, and then Yetri whiffs the Petrify, right? Ruff needs to have his Purify up, and then we'll see how it goes from there. Because the counter engage is strong from MV's side, and now they're losing 2 inhibitors. They should be able to defend this no problem, because Niners, the closer they are to that crystal, the more dangerous it gets for them.
Yeah, it is all about, you know, just playing safe right now. Niners, they have no reason to rush this year. They know even if they go into the ultra late game, there's nothing much Monster Vicious can do to the do to them. Because if you think about this here, Fakes needs all Niners to clump up. But you've got Zavs, Max, and Ye3, where even if they clump up, I don't care. I'm going to be CC immune anyway. In this case, Ye3 making sure that Fakes cannot set up those combos is pretty much a win for Niners. Unless, and I mean unless, Xenomao gets the perfect final stage 3-man stun to start things up for a triple Terrify, which I think it's very difficult to pull off for Monster Vicious.
Yeah, it's too conditional overall. I think what needs to happen is that Monster Vicious cannot be the ones to engage. They're the ones that have less tools overall. Yep. So far, I think they themselves know that as well. They've been trying to bait out Niners into diving them, but because of the way the compositions work, it's very difficult for Monster Vicious to actually peel away from them, even when that happens.
I think the peeling part is the important thing, because they're very cooldown dependent. It's not like they naturally can peel people away. I think the only person who can realistically do that is Uni, and even then it's on condition that he is going even or ahead of his opponents. Right now, they're not. They're not in that type of position. We're getting to a point where MV, finally, the 42k mark, I would say that the carries probably have their fourth item at this point of time. Uni catching up very quickly, but still not in position to be able to say, I can 1v5 this and hold that front line for a long period of time.
It seems very difficult for him to actually hold his line against Niners, right? Like, everyone from Niners can just completely ignore him compared to the previous game. Like, yes, quote-unquote, Max was the biggest target, and he struggled the most game 1. But right now, Niners has the tools to actually deal with it. Think about this. Zaz was completely useless game 1, but game 2, he's the biggest problem for Monster Vicious because of the fact that every single dashes gives him a tool to just turn the tides in Niners' favor. And I think this is genius with this Phobias pickup, and Monster Vicious just in a spot where they need to just find a way to not give it to them. But for now, Lord down towards half HP. Barbosa gonna try and beat some reactions coming in. Monster Vicious, they just want to steal the Lord away. Meanwhile, Fakes already on the top side. If he shows himself up top, Niners is gonna completely collapse on Monster Vicious.
The ability to split up the fight is becoming a really big, like, key factor within this match as a whole, because in game 1, Xeno splitting up the fight with Masha made it so that they could run down every fight. This game, Phobias and Yuzong splitting up the fight is allowing Niners to run over Monster Vicious. So again, watch those timings.
Oh, Astro Echo comes in. Uni managed to sidestep with the Cyclone here, but at the same time, they are split up. They are going to try to contest the Lord for now. They need to get the steal, but no! Max wins the retry battle, and the rest of Monster Vicious, they are going to try and dive for the Max. They need to get this kill onto him. Can they finish bomb? Appraisal Drive comes in, but no! Max, he sidesteps with the Lycan bounce. He turns the kill. He gets the HP. He gets the double kill. And Niners, they come up on top. We are going to see game 3. They want to go in for the GG push, and Monster Vicious, can they defend against this? Fakes, Nova, they're the only ones left standing. They can't do much. Focusing on the Crystal. Fakes healing himself up. The Crystal is going to be mowed down, and we're going to see a game 3. Niners still survive. They still hold on with their dear lives. The Cats got 9 lives, and they're not done yet.
Big plays coming out from Max. Bigger plays being made by both Zavs and as well as Ye3, making that backline really struggle overall. Finally, a better performance coming in from the Niners and adjustments being made by MV's side. It's time not to experiment this time around with the team fight composition, but man, well done to the Niners.
We can even see thumbs up from Slopat in the crowd right there, watching, waiting for his second match of the day. But very well done there. Niners getting that even game that they were looking for, making it so that Monster Vicious can't get that clean sweep. And it is going to be back to the drawing board here. I feel like the draft may have been slightly disrespected.
I think the Carmilla pick for sure was a little disrespectful. I think that for sure. I think it could have been played a lot better from MV's side, and they're probably going to need a little bit more practice on this, because as a team, it's not like they didn't have high ground defense. I think they could have sacrificed that Lord and taken out 2 members from the side of the Niners, specifically Ye3 as well as Zavs, and gotten away with it to drag this game out even longer. I think they got pretty sick and tired of it, and I also think, unfortunately, a forced error had occurred, especially with the top side building up so much.
No, I think when it comes to this particular 2 match here, because we have a little bit more data and comparison we'll work with here, I'm more curious to see how the MVP is first. Before we talk about it more here, let's talk about the MVP for that particular match here. And I feel that the MVP for that match is going to be none other than Max on his Roger. And with that sick solo outplay before closing it out, it's no surprise he's the MVP for that match.
Max likes to be the playmaker. He likes to be given the opportunity to snowball. And while in the previous game, the hyper carry sort of strat did not work out in their favor, this time the draft was a lot more suited for wreaking havoc on the backlines and allowing the Lycan himself to pounce on in and pick up multiple kills. He did have 1 death from an unnecessary dive in the mid lane, but there was already so much advantage and momentum on the Niners side that it didn't really affect them.
This is what I was talking about in the previous game, right? We needed ways to actually activate somebody who has a lead, and finally Max was able to kind of achieve that, not only by himself, but actually transition his lead and convert it to somebody else, and in this case, he helped both the EXP and as well as the gold to get ahead in the game.
You know, to be honest, I like this Niners now from this patch. Like, they look a little bit more reformed. And quote-unquote, because we have more data from Game 1 and Game 2, it feels like Game 1, it was just an outdraft. Like, they fixed their internal communications. And in Game 2, it seems like it's so much better now compared to the previous week.
I think personally, I still think a lot of this victory did come down to just straight up having a much better draft here.
Yeah.
Being able to save that Phobius Yuzong combo for the last phase meant that basically no matter what row Monster Vicious picked up, they would have to deal with something or another. Ruff already was destined for not a good time.
Yeah, he was destined for not a good time, but I think also Niners understood the logic of priority, right? Like, Ye3 was doing a very good job at keeping Xeno in place for a majority of that game until the final linchpin came in Max actually ganking, 3-man ganking Xeno Mao's lane and making sure that he never recovered from that. Moonjin as well as Barbosa has done a phenomenal job at actually controlling that mid lane and making sure that Nova X Kobar doesn't have relevance until he hits 4. And as soon as Nova X Kobar drops his ult, well, if only 2 members of the Niners get hit by it, that's not the biggest deal in the world.
Yeah, and it seems like based on them fighting against that, it feels like the setup coming from Monster Vicious did not contribute at all, because every single time, like you said as well, Nova was trying to set up this place. It's up to Fakes or even Uni to actually set this up, because Xeno Mao's job is pretty much making sure they are set in place. But every single time that happens, you know that everyone from Niners is like, I'm just gonna make sure that Fakes isn't able to follow up through. And in this case, Ye3 is that guy to make sure that Fakes cannot follow up with Nova.
I mean, it's not just Fakes, right? It's even Barbosa as well. That's why he's playing like super disrespectfully in front of the faces, proceeding to give off the aura of, at any point of time, I'm going to flicker onward on you, and there's not a lot that you can do about that, right? So you have to respect the space that I am obtaining. And he continues to slowly chip away at taking the ground from MV.
One thing about this draft as well is that a big problem we pointed out in Game 1 was that Max and Barbosa oftentimes went a little bit too far in front and operated at too high a tempo for their side laners to catch up. But when you have Black Dragon form and Demonic Force,
it's okay.
It's kind of impossible for you to not catch up. So it's very easy for Niners to actually connect their team fight together, even if there still may be some underlying communication issues. And I think that the final Carmilla pick here was because Monster Vicious did kind of get threatened in the end. Like, they weren't expecting the Phobia, so they, okay, our last hero needs to be someone without dashes so that we don't give more proc to Demonic Force. But I actually feel like if you already have Harif and Arlet, you should pick a roamer that has dashes so that you can at least maybe bait the Demonic Force away from them.
But yeah, just pick a Cho. Like that. Yeah. They could have just gone for the Cho. At that point, since you already have so many dashes, it really doesn't matter because Zobs can only buy so much time. And if he decides to take Purify, all right, I just have to break it. Go for the Guinevere one more time. There are many different ways of actually handling it. And I think, unfortunately for this Carmilla pick, it kind of forces you in a cookie cutter situation where it's like we have to team fight in a very specific way with very specific conditions, and that's already hard enough to achieve.
I think it comes down to their initial draft from Monster Vicious, right? Like their opening drafts are pretty much the Harif as well as the Frederick, right? They pretty much shown their hands a little bit early. Sorry, I mean the Vexana as well. They pretty much shown their hands that, hey, this is what we're going to be doing here. Near identical drafts coming from the previous game. It was just up to Niners to just say, like, you know what? We are going to pick heroes where even if you've got Nova, we have a very, very diverse pool of tanks, cannot do anything about it. Like, you think about this. What else can Nova pick in that situation in the final draft to deal with this annoying composition that Niners is? Like, yes, you've got a Cho, but again, even if you got a Cho, who's going to be able to burst Zaps down?
Could even go for a Ruby for Peel. Could have gone for Valir as well if they wanted something a little bit more range, but then that would...
Valir?
If they really, really wanted to, right? There's still some counterplay against Max. He probably would have gotten one shot at some point of time.
Okay.
There are a number of things that could have been done potentially. The only problem is that some supports kind of force you into a position where you kind of don't have a choice, but you have to play around it, right? Things like Kaja and as well as Cho, you definitely understand, all right, their main objective is to look for these pickoffs, right? Nova X Kovar, now playing that Carmilla, falls into the category of, oh, I'm playing similarly to like an Estes where the whole team has to play together to take advantage of that all. If not, it is basically wasted.
Now that you mention it here, Kaja it's kind of fallen off for the radar for quite some time now.
I mean, Kaja would have been perfectly fine here.
Yeah, I think the Divine Judgment would be a great counterplay for the Phobias. Like, if he comes in, pulls in the side, just kill him.
It doesn't even necessarily have to be the Kaja, right? If they picked up something like, say, the Mincetar, I think it would have been pretty good as well. Like, they dive you drop the King Calling, Yetri and Zabs can't move, Max can't move. So I think they definitely had a lot more options. The Carmilla didn't necessarily have to be the way to go.
Yeah, I don't think the King's Calling would have been an easy answer because, again, I think Niners have a much better push and pull. And I think that was the biggest issue, right? That MV couldn't make Niners commit to a fight because they had so much ways to kind of like go into a fight, pull out of the fight, or buy enough time so that somebody else can actually get them that time. And then it's just rinse and repeat. So I don't know, unless MV had a better solution or at least a change in support pick to make sure that Uni is actually able to play Fredrin comfortably and not die on the very first Litho Wanderer, probably would have been a much smoother time.
Well, seeing out the stats here, Rich Guy carry is going to be Zaps as well as Max, and of course the sandbag is going to be Uni here, and the best wingman is going to be Barbosa. Everyone from Niners is doing really, really well in both games in the early progression here, but again, now, so far, 2 games in a row, Niners has played around having Roger up on Max. Do you think it's time to mix things up for Game 3 for Monster Vicious? Maybe?
I think it might be a good idea.
Roger?
If you don't ban him, then at least contest. I think if Monster Vicious are able to get blue side in the next draft, it will give them some advantage in this case. But looking at the highlights here, there were definitely times where Monster Vicious were trying to be the aggressors. They actually made some pretty good decisions to go for ganks. But Niners just has way too many solutions for their comp.
Yeah, I feel bad. Like, look at Nova. Like, this was the one mistake that Niners made and just completely shut down on Niners, right? Like, even the Cursed Blood, Nova was able to link up both Barbosa as well as Max there, and that was pretty much a shutdown coming from Monster Vicious. And despite all that, that was just the only play that Monster Vicious pretty much won, and everything else from Niners was like, you know what, let's not overextend. But despite not overextending, he did the exact same play and still got away with it. It's crazy. Like, technically, it shouldn't be possible, right?
No, it's definitely possible. I think that you know, Niners kind of had a reality check there for a moment where it's like, okay. Now we understand what the conditions are supposed to be. It's not like everybody has a lot of practice against Carmilla of all things, right? I don't think scrims are like, Carmilla, number one thing that we need to learn how to play and learn how to play against. I think there are better priorities out there, so it takes a bit of an adjustment. I think at least for the side of the side for the Niners, at least they're looking more together. At the very least, communication seemed to be a little bit cleaner, and more importantly so, at least they're transitioning their leads over to other people to actually expand the pool of who is able to actually, you know, go for these bigger dives. Coming to game number 3, however, I think this is when Haru is going to take advantage of blue side. I think this is a pretty good option to actually go for blue side, as a matter of fact.
I agree. Being able to contest for those power picks, being able to deny them from your opponent, because we've already seen that if Niners don't have the right team composition, they can appear a little bit scattered at times. So take advantage of that gap in team communication. Either way, before we go on into our last game, we got a little bit of an interview for all of you guys watching at home. So without further ado, let's throw it to Rose.
Yalah Fel, Rose kerja hari ni. Walaupun I tak open, you guys bawa opening, I ada. Alright guys, hello semua. Sekarang saya dengan wakil daripada Moonton Student Leader. Hello, please introduce yourself to everybody.
Hello, hi. Nama saya Amtua. So aku project manager untuk program Moonton Student Leader.
Okay, Amtua. So, since you're the project manager of the Moonton Student Leader kan, apa inisiatif actually that Moonton is taking untuk sekolah dengan universiti sekarang? Boleh tak share dengan kita orang?
Okay, inisiatif utama Moonton Student Leader untuk pelajar-pelajar universiti dan pelajar sekolah adalah ingin kata memberikan exposure tentang Mobile Legends Bang Bang kepada pelajar-pelajar sekolah dan juga pelajar universiti, selain kita memberikan pendedahan tentang career growth dan juga healthy gaming untuk student.
I see. So, career growth and healthy gaming, macam dorang boleh nampak career opportunities in the future selepas sekolah lah kan?
Betul.
Okay, so nak tanya, hari ni universiti mana yang datang?
Okay, hari ni agak special sebab kita ada 2 universiti daripada MSU Shah Alam dan juga Uni KL MIIT.
Ada tak korang? Mana students?
Itu di belakang.
Hai. Alright, so nampaknya meriah lah sikit. Lagi-lagi seru Saturday kan? Okay, so actually boleh tak share objective student leader program ni dengan orang yang tak tahu lagi pasal student leader program?
Okay, Moonton Student Leader objektif dia adalah sebenarnya untuk memberikan pengalaman kepada wakil-wakil pelajar ataupun dipanggil sebagai Moonton Student Leader di universiti masing-masing untuk belajar mengenai Mobile Legends Bang Bang, dan mereka juga diajar untuk menjadi seorang manager. Maksudnya mereka diberikan pendedahan untuk handle event sendiri, organize dia punya on Mobile Legends Esports Bang Bang punya tournament, and of course kita juga akan support daripada segi penubuhan Esports Club untuk universiti yang take part dalam Moonton Student Leader.
I see. So actually students dorang pun macam buat tournament internal sendiri dengan permission Moonton. So dia macam third party. Oh, I see. Okay, menarik. I rasa sebab sekarang kan ramai orang dengan ramai younger generations yang start taking interest dalam bidang esports ni. So dengan initiative ni is like giving them more opportunity and seeing more light in the scene. Okay, so I nak tanya, in the upcoming week, sebab playoffs dah nak dekat actually.
What?
Playoffs dah nak dekat kan?
Betul.
So, adakah universiti lain akan datang dengan visit MPL Arena?
Okay, just for information semua, until final day of week 6 memang dah penuh.
Oh.
Every day akan ada universiti yang datang around the Malaysia, and daripada Sarawak juga pun akan ada.
Oh, patutlah setiap hari I datang MPL Arena kan banyak bus universiti dekat luar.
Yes, betul.
I see. Okay, so final words. Apa yang Amtuan nak cakap dekat younger generations yang nak take part dengan student leader program ni?
Okay, kepada younger generation yang bermain Mobile Legends, apa yang saya nak pesan lebih kepada untuk menjadi pemain yang berdisiplin, kurangkan toxic and be a supportive community, since kita nak mengubah perception about older generation berkaitan e-sport, especially dalam Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Alright, caster, dengar tak tu? Kurangkan toxic. So, mari kita start game ketiga kita. Let's show it back to the casters for our third game of this match.
We can reduce toxicity, right, guys?
I feel like
We can do
shots
that, right?
were fired, but not on this desk.
Probably not on
Specifically
this
the other side.
Look, not everybody can be a winner, all right? Some are gonna have to win, some are get to enjoy the glory, others just have to suffer defeats. Now, let's have a look at the player swap here because Subway is coming in for Uni. I mean, the fact that Uni had to play Fredrin 2 times, you might as well have Subway in the first place.
Like, when they brought in Uni for this game, I thought for sure they were gonna try playing something different. But then it was just Fredrin twice in a row. So I was just like thinking, yeah, why not bring the Fredrin player instead?
I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting assassins coming from them here. I was hyping them up. Hey, it's Uni. It's assassin. He's a great assassin player. Never played a single assassin, and I was extremely disappointed. Like game 1, they won great. Game 2, completely dropped the ball, and I feel like Monster Vicious in a situation where why the heck did you put Uni in the draft in the first place?
Now watch Subway play Fanny.
That'd be pretty funny. Now, admittedly funny, and admittedly he is capable of doing so.
Really?
Yeah, he's capable of playing Fanny.
Capable is a very wide range.
Exactly. I'm gonna leave my choice of words as is. I think that maybe there was possibly a chance that Uni was looking to play Roger. I'm not gonna lie. I felt like that's probably where he was leaning more towards to, and the Niners were like, no, nah.
First thing Roger all the way. Don't care.
Exactly.
It's quite sad that Uni didn't get to play like the signature heroes, right? Considering all the students from university are all here today, right?
Oh man.
And
yeah, I get it. Uni,
Uni,
yeah.
Uni.
The king of punts, man.
Suicide pack. I'm looking at anybody who's trying to make eye contact with
reduce
anybody.
toxicity.
No, this is for self-care.
Whoa. Mental care awareness, huh? Mental health awareness, yeah.
Shout out to mental health. Now, coming back into this game, now that we do have their dedicated Fredrin player going on, at least Uni is able to kind of relay the information back to his counterpart, just to kind of give him a rough idea of what to expect coming in from Max, right? Because again, it's these small early interactions that make all the difference here. And Max is a great mechanical player, don't get me wrong.
Yep.
And now that he has a team that's able to kind of support that early play style, or at the very least, somewhat figured it out in the draft, I think that they can start taking advantage of the situation. I think that maybe they might not want to consider Fredrin going up into this game. Baratz was still on the table the entirety of the time. Maybe that's something they could lean in towards.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on a different angle here, because this is going to be the crunch time for both of these teams. In particular, it's going to be Niners, right? They need to win this series in order to actually have a shot of staying alive for the playoffs, or in this case, maybe even keeping their MPL slot. And I feel like right now, Niners is in a situation where Haru has figured out the right game plan for the team.
Well, we'll see about that. We'll see about that because Envy made the active choice to stay on the red side. With a couple of changes to the draft, maybe it could have been smoother sailing. I still think it's kind of on the players for game number 2 rather than it's solely blamed on the draft. Yes, the draft can be better, but the players could have played that slightly better themselves. Let's see how the Niners actually respond to it. Do they want to still shake things up and keep NV on their toes and make sure that Haru has to take every single possibility? Or, yeah, they're sticking with the traditional.
Banning Mash on the blue side. You would think that Niners would be able to prioritize it for themselves, but this does mean that they put a lot of weight onto securing that Roger.
I think that's a pretty safe one as well. But I feel like Antagonist, as a drafter right now, he's pretty smart in the sense that how did they fix the problem where Max is always tempo 0, right? Give them heroes where if you want to click a button, I'm there with you, Max. Don't worry, I got you. So I feel like if they stick to that route for now, eventually people are going to figure out this is how Niners play. This is the counter to it. And once that's done, what else can they do? I feel like that is a very, very big gamble considering the spot they are in, but they really need this win. So I feel like if they pull out a Spark strategy like this again, and if they win the series, they're okay for now, but again, still very difficult to get out of 10th place.
Well, let's find out here, because MV, for all we know, they could just leave Matilda wide open just to get Roger for themselves. Or they could go even crazier. I mean, I'm guessing the most obvious way of going about it, they're going to maximize their time. It feels like it's a guaranteed ban on Matilda this time round, and then they have to start considering, all right, this Roger is getting a little bit annoying, right? So we need strong side laners with not a lot of kind of player along the lines of that, right? And locking in the Arlet is a little bit of a bait at this point because we do know that Barbosa does play in Edith.
Well, good call on the Matilda. I feel like, in my mind, if I were to just force Niners to say like, hey, let them take the Matilda, let them click the Barats, right? Like Matilda, Barats, great. Max is going to be in a situation where he's not going to be going for his usual assassin playstyle jungler. Force him to play a tank. And Subway is great against those kind of matchups.
I don't think it's worth it. Matilda is just way too strong. And it's not as if Barbosa is bad at it. I'm pretty sure.
Despite the nerfs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, despite the nerfs, because the utility is just too much. The shield is just too much. It's not as if they even reduced the shield all that much too. So it's still going to be very strong.
You know what? You know what? They could have changed Matilda, keep making sure that her ult is a minute long, and she would still be relevant in the game. That's how good she is. Her Guiding Winds alone is a ridiculous ability.
Guiding Winds alone is enough to be her entire kit. You don't need anything else.
Everything else is just for stats. Oh, the traditional. Okay, traditional opener coming in from the side of MV. I do still feel like Arla is a little bit of a risk here. I think Barbosa can still absolutely go for the Edith.
Yeah, I really don't like when teams go for such safe openings. I don't really like. I agree that Fredrin early pickup is still fine, especially nowadays. He's gonna be stronger in the early game, but I'm still not a big fan of picking Arlet very early. I feel like he locks you into a certain style of approach.
You know, I like how Niners' vibes is feeling a little bit good here. They're all smiling compared to before, right? Like, if they lose a game, boom, everybody's morale seems to go down. And now, this is their third game, and I like this adjustment that Niners have, but again, very, very risky gamble. They're sticking with their usual drafts again. You know, what worked for them in game 2, they're going to replicate it this time, and it's going to be up to Monster Vicious to adapt here. What kind of adaptations is going to be made right now?
Benedetta.
I agree.
I like the Benedetta.
I think that Benedetta overall is just the Swiss Army knife of the EXP lane. She doesn't have too many bad matchups. She doesn't have too many good matchups. Generally still very relevant in these fights. It does kind of reveal the entirety. It makes sure that the draft is very open-palmed, right? There's not a lot of hiding to do from the side of MV's side. I think if they want to, they can lock in a mage to kind of shift the paradigm. And Valentina!
Not too bad. I think that's an okay pickup here. You can steal Black Dragon Form, you can steal Astral Echo. Pretty solid option overall. I do still agree with the Benedetta. I think a problem both these teams have had is that in both games previously, they've just both locked into teamfight compositions. And so we saw basically no map play. There was no EXP lane splitting the map. There was no macro happening. It was just butting heads the entire time, and whoever had the better draft won. So open it up a little bit.
I was about to say that if they decide to want to pick the Harif again, they've got to actually at least ban the Phobias. But considering now the Harif has been banned, now Ralph has got to play something else. So I guess the Benedetta isn't too bad if they want to go for it. But again, I was like, if they paired up the Harif and Benedetta for this game, maybe the Phobias just completely deny both of this hero. So I guess with Harif out of the equation, well, that's not going to happen.
Well, I think that MV is still all right. They're still okay with this overall, right? Even if they get rid of the Phobias, okay, sure. At least you can use your dashes freely without having too much of a concern. But I don't think that's the biggest deal in the world. Yeah, get rid of the Florin. Make sure that the Niners aren't able to kind of like resustain, top up their health, and more importantly, just start taking away your resources even after having a very close fight.
Florin is a very good combination with the Roger as well, because you're able to give the Dew, give him more stats straight away when he's already strong early, and the get out of jail free card is something that has to be respected. Niners can proceed to get rid of Natan, so all the magic goal laners are gone from the pool.
Well, there's still Edith, technically. You know, it's quote-unquote a marksman tank.
Sure, dude.
Edith goal.
Dude, that's just like Farsa. She's like an artillery marksman, right? It's crazy.
Everyone's a marksman in spirit.
Well, technically there's still Kimi, but no, okay, they are going to go for the Claude instead.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder, right? They go Claude Benedetta and just never interact.
Why? Why not? That's the problem. The fact that the Niners consistently just like, I'm going to dominate the early game. I'm going to show you what it's like. And MV is just like, all right, take every objective. Doesn't matter. You don't have any towers. You got nothing to play for. We still scale at the end of the day. And I think Niners need to really start considering their options for the gold lane now.
Okay, this is a signature that Ruff kind of played with, right? Like his debut with Todak previous season, his Claude was on fire. So I like this adaptation, but what is Niners going to do here? Whoa! They bring in the Franco and the... Oh, really? Zap's Ruby again?
Yeah, he's gonna do it one more time.
I was just about to say, like, let's go, Cho gold lane, but like, Franco, whoa, we haven't seen this in ages.
Yeah, Franco has been missing for quite some time here. I like this quite a lot. I like this quite a lot because it's a huge deterrent against Claude. It's like, what are you gonna do? PMI in my face while I have the bloody hunt? Nah, buddy, think twice. And going in with the blue, I like this a lot.
Wow, with the first Glue appearance coming in MPL MY, we've talked about this earlier in today's draft, and I like this. I honestly like this Glue pickup coming from Monster Vicious.
I think Glue is busted right now. Like, from the adjustments, I'm surprised we haven't seen him earlier. His skill 1 is really OP with regen and damage in the early game, and it's a lot easier for him to pop off that ultimate as well. Yeah, I like this. This could work out well, but it'll depend on whether they can get that scaling in with a Franco roaming around.
Well, it is going to be a difficult time for both these teams here. Both in the bottom, both needs those points to survive and advance. In particular, Niners' potential last chance of hanging on for MPL MY Season 13 here. We're heading into the decider match. We're going into Game 3. This is Monster Vicious versus the Niners.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you guys are ready for a wild one, because I get the feeling this is going to be a very exciting ride right now. Like you've already mentioned, Niners need this win if they want to keep their hopes of making it freely to MPL MY Season 14 alive. Monster Vicious looking pretty good in the standings right now, but any points they can get will make them feel a lot safer.
Yeah, man. Assessing the drafts, I think it's really going to come down to the supports here. I really think it's going to come down to big plays from the side of the Niners, specifically Zobs and Barbosa. I feel like Ye3 has already made sure that he is a dominant EXP laner when given the matchup, and now that Xeno is there to smother him, it's like, okay, fine. It's not going to happen in lane, but it will happen later on when we start team fighting, especially around the turtle area.
Huh. I was expecting maybe Arlo matchup against the Yuzhong would be a little bit better because of the fact that the split comes in. Okay, Yuzhong is gonna get free value on spell vamp. So I'm a little bit surprised by this, but I want to see how Zeno plays this though. Is he able to bully Ye3? But it seems like not much interaction in XP lane.
Yeah, he doesn't have to. He really doesn't have to, especially since he's playing Glue. He's not going wait a minute. Nah, he's not going Common Emblem. He's going Tank Emblem. He's just making sure that he can just hold on to this lane for as long as possible and keep Ye3 stuck here.
We can actually see the same thing happening in the goal lane as well. Both Ruff and Xeno are just freezing their lanes right outside the tower so that Zavs nor Ye3 can get an immediate lane win. This, however, does mean Niners has priority over the turtle pit, so that's something Monster Vicious will need to keep in mind.
Did Barbosa and both Moon kind of miss the skill shots right in front of Zeno? Or Nova? Or is Nova's sidestep just that good?
Nah, he's just a slippery boy. He's real
He's been on a diet.
Yeah, man. He's been working out, eating healthy, watching his calories. I mean, overall, he still has the vengeance, right? Worst comes to worst, if he is about to get hit by one of those abilities, especially the Iron Hook, just vengeance, he'll be fine.
Okay, you know, here he comes. Easy turtle coming from Subway, so that's going to be Monster Vicious taking it back. But did I see this correctly in emblems here? Because Ruff and Nova did go for the common emblem instead. Is that a common thing?
Yes.
Or
what?
This emblem is like a match made in heaven.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of it.
Like, they've been happily married for like how many years?
Okay.
it's just Claude hiding the ring away from it's just like, don't look at it, Ruby. Don't look at it. No, there are mana issues. There are significant mana issues coming in for both Claude and as well as Arlet. That's why it's very common for them to actually go for the common emblem more often than not. But let's see. So far, again, not a lot of leads, not a lot of gold leads being passed around between MV and as well as the Niners. Nothing significant can be done. And I think MV are doing a phenomenal job at just being like, okay, same problem. You guys don't scale as hard. All we got to do is just kick back, relax, freeze the waves, and wait for you to make the mistake.
This is great, especially since when you're playing against a Franco, we know that Barbosa really needs to get these hooks to get things started for the Niners. But as long as they don't land and Monster Vicious just play safe, it means that they are not interacting. This is like what they were looking for.
Zone control, baby. MV now playing like King Empire.
What?
Hey, man. Look,
Well,
not everybody can have a Kage, all right?
Hey, man, they've got Subway. They've learned from the best, so it makes a lot of sense why they're playing like this.
Hey, they've also got Haru.
Oh!
Good hook. Good hook. And even better, they also got Barbosa's Flicker at the same time. All for a single Purify. Well done, Fakes.
Yeah, at the same time, he's got the Bloody Hunt himself, so Niners, you gotta be careful right there. But speaking of fights here, it seems like Niners, they forced the Black Dragon up top. Zeno just completely pulling him out and saying like, hey, you know what? Niners is one man down. Let's dive to Turtle right now.
No, I mean, Subway showed himself up there as well, so that's why Niners are going for the big rush, and Zobs can zone them away.
Oh, Nova going a little bit cheeky here. Max still secures the Turtle. They need to get out. Niners still gets out of it, and Monster Vicious a little bit too late to react to this, so big win for Niners for now.
They don't lose much off of this, right? It's just a turtle. What does that really mean? It just means that Max is going to have a slight EXP advantage against Subway, and it's only going to start being relevant later on into the game, especially when that first Lord appears, right? That's how junglers secure their leads a majority of their time. But that's not what MV is playing for. They're playing for their side laners. And as long as Ruff doesn't die, the plan is very, very simple.
The plan is still intact. I gotta give props to Year 3, not only surviving a 1v2 gank, but purposefully hovering around in the Black Dragon form. So they keep Subway there as long as possible with a constant thought, can I kill him? And by doing so, giving Niners the time and space needed to secure the turtle before the Fredrin can arrive.
Hesitation is going to be key for the Niners, especially against MV. If MV is decisive and no time is wasted, it's going to be a very difficult game for the Niners because Niners have to force mistakes onto MV and not the other way around.
Well, Echo comes in. They are trying to set up for that hook from Barbosa, but again, Niners, they've lost their early aggression, like how they play from game 1, game 2, but that's to be expected, right? We've got a Franco that relies on those hooks, and so far, we've got 2 Purifies from Monster Vicious, so it's not exactly an easy hook for Barbosa. Nova, however, with the conceals now, looking for the final dash play. Hooks doesn't connect once again, so no fight for Niners once more.
Just barely grazes his behind there. Not quite able to connect. Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Nice cancel from Zaps. Final Slash comes in, drags him out, but what's that gonna do? Astro Echo connects on 1, and Monster Vicious, they are gonna back out. Turtle's gonna be on the top side. They baited out the Echo for now, but no commitments yet from both sides once again.
We're waiting for the item power spikes. That's what we're waiting for. Wait for Ruff to get 3 items, and then it's ready to... It's go time, right? Once he does actually have the Trinity build down. I mean, Zeno, there's no such thing as scaling for this guy. He is just a beast. Look at him, walking up, disrespecting. Yo, what's up, Max? He can zone everybody out by himself right now.
He's made of jelly. He has nothing to fear here. Diving on top of Max in the back line, zoning him out.
God, so obnoxious, man. Like, this is annoying here. But now Barbosa with the Bloody Hunt continues on Nova. Follower comes in. They are going to try and burst him down. Astro Echo comes in. Subway secures the turtle for now. They do lose Nova, but here comes the blazing duet from Ruff. He can't kill off Yetri. He actually keeps him alive. He needs to back out. Yetri survives it all, and now Zeno Maun is going to die to this. What a turn of events, and Niners were able to turn the tides. And Monster Vicious loses 3. Oh, feels bad, man. The clawed nerves has really hurt this much.
The clawed nerves? Clawed nerves? I don't remember a clawed nerve.
I need the item list. I need the item list because yeah, 3 100% should have died there. I'm pretty sure they don't have anti-heal as of right now.
It was clearly I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me situation. Where you're basically just giving him the chance to regen off of as many bodies as possible. Like, I don't even think Ruff needed to come that close. Zone out the rest of the team.
Well, I mean, it was an attempt. It's definitely an attempt. Let's have a look at the items to get a double confirmation. Yeah, they don't. Nobody has anti-heal as of right now.
Literally nobody, even on both teams.
I was expecting at least like a Sea Halberd at some point, but it looks like even for Zobs, he decided to go for the Hunter Strike into the War Axe straight away. I mean, then again, he is playing against Ruff. It's not like he's healing that much at this point in time, but he will eventually get there.
Yep, speaking of anti-heals here, Yetri just got the Dominance Ice a couple of seconds ago, so this might be a go time for them because now Astro Echo connects on 4. They're going to try and dive this well. Yetri chain stuns onto a subway. He's going to get completely shredded here, but Bosa loses his life a little bit here. Ruff pops the Blazing Duet. He needs to get out for now. He will get out, and Niners, they're going to try and get a little bit more. Max pops the form. He wants to transition to this. They've got 2 kills. They want to go a little bit more, but Monster Vicious is going to be able to survive for now. Tier 1 in the middle will hold on, but at the same time, Niners, they got the better trade.
Yep, 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Niners. So far, so good. As Barbosa keeps on dying and they're getting 2 off of it, I think it's very worthwhile here because Subway is now falling very far behind. And again, let's see what
Oh, big catch with fakes here. That's going to be Zops taken out. A gold laner. Ruff dropping down a little bit too much HP, but that's a big kill for Monster Vicious.
Yep. That's something that they need right now because they've definitely not been keeping a close enough eye on the map. Too many eyes on Barbosa, not enough on checking where Yetri is. That's what cost them the previous fight. But a nice catch down there will allow them to start building up a little bit of a gold lead again.
How long until they actually... Well, I mean, it's a bit of a goal lead, but it's only 1.4, right? Considering it's like 5-2, you would have expected it to be at least 2 to maybe even 3K at this point. But I think the Niners, you have to kind of give credit where credit is due. MV is doing a very good job at kind of like smothering the Niners despite them losing out in a majority of these trades. And they're making sure that the margins are very thin.
Yeah, speaking of the margins here, Astro Echo connecting on 4 once again, but this time Niners not going to be jumping the gun this time. So Monster Vicious having a little bit of advantage here. No vision control, no slows to disrupt them. So they can take this a little bit more. But Subway, he's taking a little bit too much damage here. He needs to get a little bit careful. Lord gets resetted. So Niners now see Zaps in the bottom lane. They are going to try and... they do see Ruff in the bottom lane. So they are going to try and rush this down to his 10% health as well. They are going to try and make a dive for it. Max takes it as well. The Lord Storm cancels them off. Subway a little bit off the mark here. Yetri going to be kiting his way through. Yetri tries to set up with the Black Dragon, but he will fall. Astro Echo connects on 4. Niners going to turn the tides. Max going to go for the finish. He gets 1. He gets the double. Great hook for Barbosa. MV might be dropping the ball a little bit too much here as they go for a 4v3 fight. Tier 1 still stand. Lord is going to be pushing out from the top side. Purple buff secured by Monster Vicious, but they have to back off. They have to give away this Tier 1. There's no point committing to this. Barbosa from the back lines. He's going to try to go for the hook. Nova, a little bit careful. The hook misses the mark. Ruff will be able to sidestep his way through. Tier 1 will fall. Astro Echo connects on 3, but that's going to be the disengage. They lose the Tier 1.
I feel like Monster Vicious has this weird devotion to contesting for every single objective. There was no real reason to go for that Lord in that time. Niners has full control of the pit. You've been scouted by Astral Echo. Your team is not all there because they're splitting the map. Why would you walk up when you know that they have a Ruby and a Franco that can stop you at any time?
Hey, man, I don't know. MV, they're Monster Vicious for a reason, man. They're willing to fight. I'll give them props that they made it almost look good, right? Realistically, it was never going to happen. Realistically, there's no way Max ever loses that retry battle in the majority of these cases. Unless, like, Xenomod is able to, like, land the perfect stun onto Max, and then all of a sudden Subway doesn't get locked down, but at the same time, too many outside factors. Niners, they need to close this game out, right? They need to at least get 1 inhibitor off of this, and even so, it's not like Monster Vicious doesn't have any counterplay. They're actually pretty good at kind of holding their ground.
Oh no, Zeno, he's gonna get pulled back. He needs to go for the split form. He's gonna be A-okay, but guess what? The disengage comes in. Niner says, I don't care. No split. But at the same time though, I've got a big problem here for Monster Vicious because if you think about this, right? Subway just got his Sky Garden helmet and he wanted to kite the Lord as if he had one. So that's a big minus point for him. However, Echo comes in, can still play. They are going to try and jack off the purple buff. But oh my goodness, that was a close one as well. Ruff had the Purify. He's going to be able to get out. Nova trying to set up for the fight, and Niners knows that, hey, you know what? That was a pretty good start, but as soon as Purify comes in, okay, let's relax for a little bit. Let's relax. Wait for the next hook.
Yeah, they definitely stole away the purple buff there. MV, on the other hand, still scaling up, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for that one opportunity to really turn this around. And unfortunately, Max is not giving them that opportunity. He hasn't been making too many mistakes, and I think so far the Niners have kind of warmed up to the idea of, all right, we need Max ahead, and then we start transitioning the leads to our sides. Yeah, 3 on the other hand, he is. I would imagine that he's furious because like not only do I go into a lane where nothing happens, but MV has an entire composition designed to peel rough. And it's just, how is he supposed to close the distance? And even if he does, he still has Purify.
Oh my god! Flicker! Final slash from Nova. Tries to set up a play. They bait out the Black Dragon now. Zeno waiting for the right move for the split. Very flashy play coming from Nova. But Niners will not commit to this. They've got the bigger prize, and that's gonna be the Lord. Zeno needs to heal himself up, and every single time he heals, Ruby is there just like, hey, you know what? You're not gonna get a lot of HP. Astro Echo comes in with 3. They are gonna try and force the fight. Ruff gonna be forced to back out. The Lord will be secured by Max once again. And now MV, they're scrambling. They need to get out. The split comes in, but it doesn't matter. Niners, they get 2. They've lost Ruff and Zeno here for Monster Vicious. And now Max on the hunt, looking for more, but seems like they will settle with this. It's a big W for Niners for now.
Yeah, this one actually a very big win for them. Yep. Not only was Max kind of like 1v3, hey, you better win this Retribution battle. You're 2 levels ahead, but there's still a good amount of CC from MV's side. That could have gone drastically wrong for Niners. And a single swing would have put MV in the driver position. But with a 7K lead so far, these inhibitors under threat, MV, they've got their work cut out for them, but they're definitely going to lose an inhibitor.
This is looking very good from the Niners right now. I feel like we are watching a character development arc here because the way they've been approaching this game has been a lot more disciplined compared to what we've seen from the match thus far. And it is really demonstrating in terms of results. 9K lead, 1 inhibitor down, and Monster Vicious doesn't seem like they know what to do.
Yeah, in this case, now Black Dragon is going to try and zone them out. Monster Vicious, they've got to pull the head, but the hook! The hook catches Nova. It's going to get dragged down. Zeno needs to flicker out, but it doesn't matter. Max gets him with the crit. Double kill for him. Ruff pops the Winds of Nature, but it doesn't matter. Already a triple for Max, looking for the Maniac. Can he get his 4th one? Gift it to the man, Monster Vicious. They're going to throw for Ruff here. He's going to try and bait him out, but inhibitor will fall. 2v5 now. Crystal's exposed. Ruff falls to Blazing Duet. Godlike for Max. No Maniac for him, but it's over. Niners keeps on holding on. They take the series 2-1. Their journey in MPL is not ended yet. They will survive.
After many grueling weeks of trying everything and hitting their heads against the wall, the Niners have officially secured their first victory of the season. And will this be a trend that shows what you're truly capable of?
You got to give it to the team. They had a lot of heart in that game. A lot of moments could have gone wrong, but they managed to stick together enough, and this win is going to alleviate a lot of pressure and encourage them to keep on pushing forward. GG, well played to the Niners this time around.
You can see from the faces of both Max and Ye3, they literally gave their all to win this series. They hold on. But is it going to be enough? Because as of yet, there's just so much to talk about. You can even see Chibi was in the crowd enjoying the show. 2-1.
It was quite the show indeed. It continues as we throw it to the interview with Rose on stage.
Selepas 4 minggu, akhirnya pasukan Niners dapat kemenangan pertama mereka. Guys, please give them a round of applause. Wow. Very good series actually. So first of all, hi Max, welcome back to Malaysia.
Yeah, thank
Sehat?
you. Sehat.
Okay Max, so kita tahu tadi first game Max Maniac.
Yeah.
Second game Max MVP.
Yeah.
Okay, so dan hari ni you guys menang, you jadi in-game leader kan?
Kayaknya ya.
Kayaknya ya kan. Okay, so apa perasaan Max lepas berapa bulan tak main, datang balik ke MPL Malaysia, tengah cuba dengan Niners start menang balik?
Yang terutama pasti excited lah, pengen menang. Terus lihat kondisi kami kan sekarang peringkat 10 ya, pas 9 ya. Kami bakal berusaha sebisa mungkin lah buat lolos ke playoff dulu. Pasti berusaha sebisa mungkin.
Wow, Masih lagi semangat?
Banget.
Alright, very good. Okay, can we please pass the mic to Moon? Moon? Hi Moon.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Lama tak dapat interview Moon.
Itulah.
Okay, so playstyle dan meta Niners hari ni actually it's quite different daripada minggu lepas. Okay, berapa minggu lepas agak lain. So apa perbincangan yang jadi dan you know after a few lose streak, apa yang you guys buat dan apa yang problem you guys rasa ada dan macam mana you guys work with that problems dan dapat menang ni?
First kali nak cakap Alhamdulillah lah sebab kita orang dapat kemenangan yang pertama kan untuk season ni. So menjawab kepada soalan Rose tadi, kalau ikutkan selepas kita kalah untuk minggu lepas, kita buat perbincangan yang intens lah. Kita cakap intens.
Intens macam mana?
Intens yang heart to heart macam tu lah. But no physical contact ataupun apa pun. Like tak ada bertumbuk ke apa. So kita just intense lah. So bila kita borak-borak balik, so kalau ikutkan itulah wake up call kita orang untuk kita orang cuba yang terbaik dan lebih disiplin dan lebih commit lah.
Alright, nice. Itu yang kita nak, nampaknya dah berhasil, dah heart to heart talk dorang. Tapi I nak tahu from this side, you guys rasa siapa sepatutnya jadi MVP perlawanan ini? Alright, how about kita tengok MVP kita dekat screen? In 3, 2, 1. MVP kita ialah Jeng 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 Jeng. Itu dia, Max. Okay, Max. Hari ni Max main banyak Roger. Nampak hasil Roger jungler. Tapi ramai juga cakap ini adalah meta assassin ataupun sudah kembali. Kita tahu Max ni pandai main assassin jungler juga. Kita akan nampak tak next match?
Ditunggu aja.
Ditunggu aja. Tak ada clue?
Enggak
ada. Okay, can we please have Zavs?
Apa?
Okay, Zavs. Selepas lose streak yang agak lama, macam mana you guys actually maintain mental korang, tak koyak, macam tak rasa down?
So, macam mana kita orang masa last kalah dengan Barakuda. Start situ kita orang masih berfikir yang kita orang ni macam terlalu selesa sangat kan. Biarpun dah kalah berapa, tapi kita orang dah start minggu-minggu lalu. Kita orang intense training, kurang tidur, kurang apa. So, hasil dia dekat sini lah guys. Ni lah hasil dia.
Alright. Okay, Barbosa? Alright, hi Barbosa, sihat?
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, Barbosa. So, before I let you guys go for your media interview, apa yang Barbosa nak cakap dekat fans Niners yang setiap minggu datang sokong you guys?
Kalau untuk kepada fans, maaf dan terima kasih terus support kita, nggak pernah.
Jangan nangis.
Mantap. I'm strong. Terima kasih masih percaya sama kita, Bang Ivan, Bang bos-bos kita di semua di belakang, Bang Faris, Bang Joker, Bang Arif. Kita ngelewatin minggu-minggu yang berat, tapi terima kasih udah masih percaya sama kita. Terima kasih juga buat Tias yang udah selalu support datang ke sini.
Alright, thank you so much and congratulations to Niners. You guys may now go celebrate your win.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, finally selepas 4 minggu Niners dapat kemenangan pertama mereka dan actually pagi tadi masa I tengah buat mic check nampak sangat that Niners were on full energy today. Dorang tadi tengah gelak, dorang tadi tengah gurau with each other. So I think that heart to heart talk really played a big role. Tapi sebelum match kedua kita untuk Seru Saturday Minggu Diraja, mari let's show it back to the casters untuk dapat tahu macam mana Niners secured their first ever win. Casters, silakan.
A truly heartwarming moment as we're able to see the Niners finally secure the victory they've been looking for so long, and that their efforts, the talk, the heart-to-heart, the practice, the time that they have put in has borne fruit. And honestly, it was a great performance from them.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, like Max and Barbosa are by far the two players that had very, very similar scenarios, right? They had to play from a very, very awkward position, because if you talk about lose percentage on track record from previous season in their respective teams previously, they don't exactly have the greatest win rate at all, percentage at all. And for them to pour their hearts out as if this was like their last life, it pretty much means a lot. Like, even for Barbosa, he was a little bit sad, but we could see moments where Max was just, you know, exhausted, like, hey, we really need to win this. And I really hope for the best for Niners, man.
I hope for the best for the Niners as well, but I still think they're a little rough around the edges. I don't think as many teams are going to give them that same grace as MV was able to do. And I think, you know, the patch definitely helped them out. They adapted a little bit faster, and I think in terms of drafting, Antagonist has done a good job with the help of Alshki to make sure that they have a winning lineup at the very least to play towards the strategies that they've been working very hard to perfect. As we look at the item list one more time, just have a good idea of what exactly was going down, because Zav's finally awakening on this Ruby pandemic, the sickness that he has, finally working out very well.
Yep, going full damage again with that one Brute Force breastplate, allowing him to be a consistent threat in these team fights. And although Barbosa wasn't exactly landing the most hooks, his presence alone was enough to deter Monster Vicious from making over-aggressive movements around the map, which allowed for Max to get so much more space when comboed together with that Astral Echo. I feel like we didn't really shout him out enough, but Moon played a huge role in a lot of these matches. The information and sniping coming in from this Novaria basically kept Monster Vicious on the back foot most of the time.
Yep. Yeah, it is very, very annoying to deal with in terms of information gathering, right? Like, of course, Niners hope they are going to be doing pretty okay for now. There's still, I agree with you, Gideon, they've got a lot more things they have to work on. However, let's talk a little bit more on Monster Vicious here. It feels like Game 3, having Subway as a pinch server kind of completely disrupted their entire chemistry teamwork, because it feels like they don't know what they are doing when they were playing with Uni.
They knew exactly what they were doing. They just weren't hitting the abilities they needed to hit. Like, Nova X Kobar probably had a pretty overall bad hit rate on those final slashes. And it felt like, again, in terms of the direction of the way they wanted to manage the fight, even for Fakes, it's very difficult for him. He wants to peel. They need to somehow bait Niners into a position where they're actually committed against MV. But at the same time, it's all under the condition that they're able to actually get to that end goal. And I don't think they were able to scale up fast enough to get rough into that position.
I feel like Monster Vicious were a little bit too stubborn this game, because they had the ingredients, they had the whole instructions for their recipe here. Pick the Clod, pick the Glue, hold your side lanes, freeze them, don't interact, and then the Niners can't really do much because they're not able to catch you. But then when the objectives started happening, there was this fascination. It's like, we gotta secure the turtle, we gotta secure the Lord, it doesn't matter what we have to give up in exchange, and that's not the game plan they drafted with.
Yeah, it's true. They probably should have managed a lot of these neutral objectives a little bit better. Looking at the total damage, I mean, Niners almost doubling what MV had to offer on the table, and Rough and Fakes, they were trying to pump out some numbers, but you can't compare it to people like Max or even in this case Munji, who's been doing a really good job at making sure that Subway is always on the radar.
Yeah, speaking of Subway is in position, right? Like, he is in a situation where he's there opening up the map. I feel like Zeno was doing his job as a roamer rather than as an XP laner, right? Like, it feels like he's the roamer for the team rather as an XP laner. Like, Game 1, he was the prevalent force where Niners had no idea how to deal with him. But Game 2 onwards, as well as Game 3, it feels like Zeno just can't do what is required of him. It's like his roles kind of shifted tremendously from a killer to a roamer rather than an XP laner.
I mean, it's difficult, right? Let's keep in mind. Let's say he plays Benedetta, or let's say he plays even.
I think the Benedetta would have been better for him.
At least you have some counterplay, yes, or even the Paquito. But let's say they get one of these dive heavy heroes, even a Lapu Lapu, right? There's just so, well, like, who do you target here? Munji is too far away for a majority of these fights. You want to keep your abilities to cancel out Barbosa, and even then you still have to worry about the Bloody Hunt. Zobs is just obnoxious to deal with. It feels like you're wasting time with every single hit. And Max still has counterplay with the Metamorphosis being able to transform in and out of that Lycan form to create distance. So overall, I don't think MV made too many mistakes. I do think that Nova X Kobar was a little underperforming this time round, and I do feel that Zeno generally didn't get to play the game as much as he wanted to, and I think he could have been a more dominant force had not MV just not committed so hard on some of these turtles or even some of these lords.
Because they're not really a team composition that should be committing. They're honestly pretty good at counter-engaging. They, again, gotta wait for Niners to be the ones to make the first move, because Nova's obviously not tanky enough to dive in front and be the one to start the fight. Zeno as well, while on the glue, should normally be able to do so. You have to remember the interaction between Split Split with heroes like Ruby and Yuzong, because you can regen off of every single one of those globs. So again, you shouldn't be the first one in, which means MV has no true initiation, so they should play for counter engage, which is what they were doing in the first couple of minutes. And then once the objective started spawning, they just changed the mindset entirely.
Yeah, that kind of went out of the window pretty quickly. Keep in mind that some of the changes on Glue also incorporates the why he doesn't feel as tanky this time around. Like, yes, in the earlier stages, like, wow, he feels really, really good. Like, of course, because with the Slam Slam, when you pick it up and it also makes contact with a hero on top of it when you walk over it, that's 6% of your max HP instead of 3. So that means if you whiff it and you walk over it, nothing happens anymore.
I think this is a good adaptation compared to game 1, right? Like game 3, in this particular match here, we've got double purifies up on Monster Vicious, and Niners had a issue for game 1 where they had to peel through 2 purifies as well as a Masha with triple purifies. In this case, having the Guinevere didn't exactly allow them to do that, but with Barbosa on this Franco, it kind of allowed them to bait it out at a safe distance rather than throwing, like, a Guinevere goes in, has to use the full combo to bait out one spell, and where you have this hook where if I hit it, oh, it's okay. You know, you've purified out. It's okay. You know, I'm just going to wait for another 11 seconds. Another hook comes in. So I feel like Niners has adapted a little bit more, even though it's a very, very small thing. But obviously, Masha's got to go. Like, it's just broken.
Yeah.
It has to be a Merce ban in every single game right now.
It's way too strong. I think that a lot of teams will eventually adapt and learn multiple ways of actually dealing with it. But in this particular game, like MV versus the Niners, you can see it, right? There's a lot of good ideas, actually. The way that they're playing it is they have to start peeling away their targets, but there's just too much. At a certain point, you need your main damage dealers, Fakes as well as Ruff. And even for Fakes, right, he's not the most consistent. He's very burst heavy in comparison to Ruff, who does have burst, of course, but at the same time does need 3 items before he's actually relevant.
It feels very uncharacteristic of Ruff as well, because it felt like he was joining these team fights a lot sooner than you'd normally expect, instead of actually like farming up the map and splitting things up. Obviously, I think his team played a role in that because they really wanted to contest all of these objectives when they really didn't need to. So all of that resulted in a big snowball, which allowed Niners to just finally push their way in, close out the game, and get their very first victory, which now that they do have their very first victory, we can see in the standings, unfortunately, still not quite enough to get them out of that 10th place spot, but it's a start.
I mean, if they 2-0 their next match, they're going to be jumping all the way up to like, they should be, that's 2-3 points. So that puts them at 7-8, which is close. And then if they even if they 2-1, right, their next upcoming match, that's still going to be putting them in contention for possibly top 6. By the end of the season, I think as long as they keep on winning consecutive rounds, if they get a single 2-0, that'd be nice. But 2-1s all the way, I still think they could very possibly qualify.
You know, considering the fact that they've lost to Barracuda means that if they were to tie against Barracuda, means Barracuda is still going to advance, right? So technically, in order for Niners to actually maintain their place in top 8 or even top 6, they have to of course, win off all their respective 2-0s. In this case, their matchup is against SRG Todak as well as I think it's Homeboys as well. So
not easy.
Very, very difficult to do so. But for now, you know, let's save it for them. Their hopes and dreams are still alive. You can see the pressure was on the players themselves, and we do not want to add a little bit too much more pressure. Like, again, we gotta keep the criticism and the, well, our opinions to ourselves. You know, like, I don't know, man. Like, just don't vandalize.
Just let the professionals handle it.
Yeah, exactly.
Let the professionals, let us on the desk take the heat for you guys. All right, we hear everything that you are saying, and if you want to be critical, that we get paid to do so. So don't worry about that. I think that overall, people have been hypercritical on the wrong factors, right?
Okay.
And I think now that the Niners have kind of like they've opened up their hearts onto the stage, kind of given up an idea about it. It just goes to show there's so many factors outside of the game that make the difference. But coming up next, we've got the Homeboys versus RSG, a very highly anticipated matchup. So Saturdays, I don't know about you guys, but I'm a little concerned for RSG because Homeboys are looking more in form.
Yeah, Homeboys is one of those teams that definitely looks like they're starting to get better and better with every game since the break, whereas RSGMY still seems to be struggling a little bit to find that footing. However, we did say the same about MV and Niners for our first match, and well, we saw how that resulted. So anything can happen. These are two teams that have had a rivalry for a while, so I imagine they're gonna let sparks fly on that stage.
You know, considering that it's a new patch, it's all about adapting as well. RSG has made major changes in their team as well, and I've heard a rumor that Coach Rain is no longer going to be coaching the team, so that's going to be a big change coming from RSG, and I'm excited to see whether or not will they be able to deliver, because we're talking about the prime of RSG. In this case, they've got to bucket up and step up, because if they do not, they might actually lose their potential shot to make it into playoffs as well.
Quick correction, hiatus.
Hiatus, all right.
Whatever that means. Whatever that means. Whatever that encapsulates.
Whoever reads Hunter x Hunter will know exactly what that means. But either way, we're gonna go on a break before we go into our second match, which again, gonna be a real highlight one. Homeboys RSG, they've had a lot of history together. So I'm very excited to see what's going to happen, especially since we already know that Homeboys are looking a lot stronger recently. For now, we're gonna throw it to a break. Of course, we got the mic check to leave you guys, so we're not leaving you hanging too much. But make sure to stay tuned because we'll be right back after this.
Let's go dong. Ready guys. Mati. Gorok guys. Udah flicker. Flicker semua. Raul. Patek. 448 guys. Jangan takut. Pada makan. Dah flicker. Ruby. Roger guys. Roger guys. Tidur. Aku aman guys. Nice one. Ini dah masuk. Nice. Nice guys. Ni siapa sih hero jelek ni? Go TW guys. Gak ada flicker. Biru nggak sih? Nice one. Guys. Bisa. Tutup hari. Boom. Nice. Mati guys. Bisa. Roger. Nice. Boleh. Nice. Aku claim. Boleh. Nice. Careful Jaga form base. Boleh. Tak ada lupa. Nice one guys. Nice.
Jangan risau pasal belakang. Korang guys di depan tu guys.
Go down. And guys. Nice. Allahu Akbar. Nice. Bisa. Give me Franco, and I will destroy. Give me Franco, I will destroy. Pull yourself ya. Bisa min guys. Boleh. Keluar nyalo guys. Nice one. Keluar nyalo. Guys, nice. Dapat lagi. Kau masih ada ulti guys. Baik. Let go. Lagi guys. Nice. Kalau mati. Nice. Gado wave. Nice. Allahu Akbar, la ilaha illallah. Bas.
kami dapat jemputan daripada tim Hak untuk menyaksikan MPL My Season 13. Apa yang saya rasa dan anak-anak yang saya jaga ni rasa membahagiakan diorang. Dalam masa yang sama, diorang sangat excited untuk tengok game-game MPL ni sebab selalunya kita tengok kat phone kan. So hari ni diorang dapat tengok live dan diorang pun memang suka main Mobile Legends ni. Alhamdulillah rezeki kita orang dijemput dan kita orang sangat berterima kasih kepada tim Hak sebab jemput kita orang untuk dapat rasa pengalaman tengok MPL My secara live.
Kami dari tim Hak ingin mengucapkan selamat hari raya
Hello guys, I'm Rose.
Hi guys, I'm Stormy.
Hi, saya Gojes.
Chemistry korang on stage memang sangat-sangat hebat. Tapi bukan pasal chemistry je, nampak pun friendship korang memang close knitted. What's the secret? Korang macam mana korang buat aktiviti ke, macam mana korang bond?
Oh, kita orang play other games also and kita orang usually keluar juga.
Contoh kita orang pergi keluar makan, pergi keluar beli barang dapur sama-sama. And macam lain-lain.
And plus we are also under 20 also, so we really bond really well.
I see. So nampaknya dorang memang banyak activities together. And on top of that, dorang punya age plays a big factor in their bonding session. Alright, question, especially for you, Sneak. How confident are you to jumpa Todak minggu ke depan?
2-0.
Apa? Sebab apa?
Sebab apa?
Todak without me? What is Todak, bro?
Oh my
god.
Alright.
Dia kontol.
So for upcoming for Todak, you know Todak they like to cheese pick also, but we have our own cheese prepared, like Misita go lane, Mia go lane.
Don't spill too much.
Kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana triple magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang
sangat-sangat mudah untuk dengar-dengar.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Sekarang ni agak berbahaya. Baik, skor terus jatuh oleh Max tanpa sebarang masalah. Tapi Max masih lagi masuk ke hadapan mencari round yang skor rendah. Double kill diberikan pada Max. Barbosa cuba untuk mencari ruang fakers. Hampir saja kena stasiun pada Munji. Tapi Max dapatkan triple kill pula. Uni cuba untuk bertahan. Tapi tu kepada Uni memberikan tagnya.
Oleh Innova Excobuster ni. Wow.
Oh, Barbosa cuba.
Baik.
Tapi tak boleh sebenarnya. Zaf terus dijatuhkan oleh Zeno. Mau masuk lagi ke hadapan. Mencari bangsa seterusnya. Max hilang. Lompatan oleh Zaf. Dia kena form pada Yetri pada arah belakang, tapi fakers yang ditumbangkan oleh Max terlebih dahulu. Namun daripada arah depan, Zeno mau cuba untuk mencari mangsa yang ada. Max ditumbangkan oleh Rao menjadi mangsa seterusnya. Yetri dah tak ada. Kali ini pasukan Monster Venus masih lagi untuk mendapatkan kill yang ada. Zeno telah ditumbangkan. Mencari Zaf kali ini yang cukup rendah, tapi double kill kali ini diberikan oleh Barbosa kepada pasukan Monster Venus. Sangat cantik sebenarnya menjatuhkan Nova Escobar. Zeno mau yang cukup rendah termasuk Nova Venus, tapi Max mendapatkan double kill mendapatkan Zeno mau. Rao cuba untuk barikan diri, tapi tak bagaimana pasukan.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu sekali schedule to him dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Lone gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Big atau lama benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, instinct, dari.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil peroleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntal. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Hey you! Yeah, you there! There's something on your screen! It's MPL MY Season 13! Welcome back to the English broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, for our second match of the day, which I think many consider to be the highlight of Saru Saturday. My name is Stafa, along with Terrence, aka IcyBaby12, as well as Gideon.
It's good to be back once again, but this is the biggest one. I'm curious to see how so many things are going to start panning out, especially for RSGMY. Bottom of the table, looking for some points, and Homeboys on the up and coming, on the rise, warmed up for the season already.
Yeah, speaking of the fights as well, we've heard a lot of changes coming from RSGMY, especially with their coach here. We did briefly talk about Coach Rain being on hiatus. And of course, at the same time, Homeboys, they seem to take a little bit of a lost turn here because they were the first few to brought in the chips into the meta, and now just off today's draft itself, we've seen chips being a prio ban in every single game. They are quite quick to adapt apparently, and hopefully those adaptations is going to put Homeboys in a little bit of an upper edge.
Yeah, I really hope to see more chip gameplay. It's always so fun, it's always so entertaining, and the whole reason that we're able to bring all these entertaining moments to all of you at home is thanks to our official gaming phone, ROG Phone 8. Make sure you guys scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen right now if you guys want to learn more about the device that allows our players to compete at tip-top performance.
And keep an eye out because you might actually spot some of these highlights by ROG where you get to see the hand cam of some of these players, so make sure that you you are keen on watching the show. Speaking of which, right, a lot of mechanics have been shown, a lot of priorities have been sort of shifted here. It begs the question whether blue or red side is still, well, generally prior to the match, blue side was the more dominant side. Now, I'm not so sure.
You know what? I don't really care about who's blue, who's red, especially for this matchup. You know why? Because I'm curious to see who is the better smack talk. Is it Udil or is it Rippo? Who's the real king of taunting, man? Like, this is the matchup. Like, whoever wins this is got to have the biggest bragging right now. Imagine this. Udil wins. Rippo, king of taunt. Yeah. Guess what? I'm the one.
You are right.
And if, you know, vice versa, Udil, you're from Indo. Go back.
Yeah, honestly, we have had a lot of drama. We've had a lot of spice happening up on that stage, and both these teams have some spicy players. So we got a video for you guys to tell you all about it.
Sabar. Udil!
Kita baru je habis separuh regular season di MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Dan pemain-pemain pun dah spicekan musim ini sejak hari pertama.
Tapi 2-0 ni macam mana dah? Easy banget!
Namun, mari kita dengar dari pandangan penonton, siapakah pemain paling spicy dalam MPL Malaysia musim ke-13?
Saya rasa paling spicy adalah Udil. The one and only ha. Udil Subarti ha. Udil. Spiciest player season 13, Udil kot. Udil.
The spiciest player in MPL season 30 is Sasa to be.
Spiciest player in MPL adalah Zon. So, recall lebih-lebih lah untuk enemy. Udil lah.
Udil. Kita pilih Udil.
Udil is the spiciest player, I think.
Looks like a lot of our fans agree that Udil has been spicing up the MPL MY stage. What do you think? Do you agree?
Hey, fair enough, you know. For season 13 in particular, Udil is the hot topic. He's definitely the hot sauce. But if we're talking about the previous seasons here, it's a little bit debatable. We've got Rippo here and there. We've got Xorn from here. But at the same time here, I've got a quick question here. Because in the hot topic here, how spicy is actually too spicy? Gideon, what do you think?
No, there's no such thing. I think that I think as long as the players are the ones doing it and putting on that show, the fans are here to enjoy, and they are the ones who are supposed to be respectable. I think the players, at the end of the day, it's a very small, closed-off circle in the professional scene, and they're all friends behind scenes anyway. So,
so
really not
the
making a
limit?
difference.
Where do you draw the line?
Where do
Don't
I draw
touch
the
that
line?
family, right?
No, family is on the table.
Whoa, okay, whoa.
Family is on the table. Threats. What else? How far can we actually go with this one? Hoping for clinically morbid diseases. I can't think of anything more other than that.
Yeah, I think you gotta come closer here.
Yeah, I think
he sounds very dangerous.
I'm not sure if we can allow him on the desk anymore. Like after this, I'm not sure if this is what we want to promote for MPL. But some parts are correct. In that the players are friends behind the scenes. They know it's all for entertainment. They know it's to play out the crowd and just to flex a little bit here and there, as long as it doesn't go too far. I'm sure everyone knows it is a good time. But without further ado, Homeboys versus RSG. The Homeboys, is it all systems go? Are they ready to unleash their ultimate form?
Yeah, speaking of ultimate form here, I want to see whether or not are they going to play Mao the equation, right? Because so far they've been really well. They've lost a couple of shaky games, maybe drafts here, maybe a little bit of integrations here. They looked to be technically the strongest team coming into the early stages of week 1. But now in week 4, we've seen a little bit of cracks into his Homeboys draft in terms of playstyle. It might be a little bit in terms of the drafts as well. What do you think? Does the current meta suit their current draft? Especially, quote-unquote, Assassins are back in the table.
I think it definitely does. And I still don't think Assassins are necessarily back on the table just yet. Until we need to break out performance. We need to see what exactly are the conditions that need to be met to make sure that these Assassins actually have a good time. My biggest concern is whether or not Ruby is going to get thrown into the gold lane once more, especially for somebody like Nats, who is like, I will dominate this lane with or without a fighter.
Yeah, the Ruby gold lane definitely has been a point of contention so far for us here on the English desk. But I think going into this matchup, we already discussed this in the previous, at the end of the previous match, where it's very clear where one team is a little bit preferred. Homeboys on a 3-game win streak. I'm sure they're looking for some vengeance as well, because RSG, they were sent down previously by Homeboys to the lower bracket in last season's playoffs. So we already know there's a rivalry between these teams, and I'm sure they want to bring it to the table.
Yeah, I want to see whether or not are they going to be able to send Homeboys down in the leaderboard instead, because Homeboys is aiming for that top 2. But of course, without further ado, let us introduce both these teams.
Homeboys!
When you talk about spicy, you're referring to the boys. Extra badass with all the spice they need to extend their winning streak. Will they be able to humble their next opponent in style and swag? Welcome in the Owls of MPL Malaysia. It's the Homeboys! A team that's been forced to recover swiftly after a series of disappointing results. This team will now have the march on without Coach Rain by their side. But rest assured, as Coach Sora is here to keep the team together, will new playstyles and new strategies be unleashed? It's GGRSG! And of course, no match is complete without the coach and analysts of both teams, who will be escorted up on stage by our head of League Ops, Cedric, who is always here to ensure fair play and professional integrity. We got Coach Pods and Assistant Coach Nobody for the Homeboys, with Coach Sora for the side of RSGMY. To close things up, we got fist bumps going across the stage. Rivalries will be flared as we enter the land of dawn.
Well, that was a very, very exciting match here. I was expecting a little bit more taunting coming from both sides. We are talking about the two spiciest team, right? Like Homeboys, you know, I was expecting like, hey, Rippo, I'm gonna smack talk you right now. I don't care. I'm Udil. I'm the man.
Yeah, they say that as they're fist bumping each other, like. Not that we can hear any of it because they have no mics up there on stage, but I think we'll hear this. We're definitely going to hear this match talk later. We're definitely, you know, well, I do want to see whether the fans are going to be just as excited. We've got a full house here today to watch this matchup between RSGMY and as well as the Homeboys. The scariest part, I think, is going to be when it comes down to the draft, because now, without Coach Rain, is that really going to affect them overall from the drafting point of perspective? Because again, you arm your players and then the coach is like, all right, we practice this, it's all up to you now for execution.
Yeah, I think when it comes to drafts is one thing. Chemistry is also another factor, right? Because of the fact that RSG has had a little bit issues with shuffling between the XP laners, right? Initially they had Kaiser, and then now they have Rippo. Have they fixed it over the weeks, especially after Raya? So I feel like RSG is in a situation where is it the leadership issue, or is it a team issue, or is it just a draft issue? And on top of a new meta coming in, have they fixed what's going wrong for them right now?
And I think up until this point, RSGMY, their gameplay has been looking inconsistent. And I don't really think we can pinpoint it to any one particular factor, because there always is some problem in one way or another. If their draft is good, their gameplay is missing. If their gameplay is solid, the coordination is kind of missing. Or like we have player egos getting in the way and putting them out of position. Or the draft doesn't quite suit the win condition they're looking for. So they really need to collect all of that together, because it's clear that this is a team that has a lot of potential. But of course, we have to introduce the team, starting off with the Homeboys. We got Udil, Sapat, Nets, Chibi, and Xorn as the in-game leader.
It's hard not to be excited for this particular team, right? Because again, they've corrected themselves when they decided to actually switch out their roster for gold lane as well as mid lane, picking up Udil and as well as Nets. I mean, look at the stats, right? It kind of speaks for itself. This patch in particular is also pretty good. Xorn, a majority of the tanks got a recent, well, a little bit of an adjustment in terms terms of the way that they scale with armor, but same goes for things like Farsa. Udil is one of the only few members, few players actually, in the entirety of MPL who is willing to bring the Farsa pre-patch.
Yeah, it's insane considering the fact that he has been hitting some really, really sick shots, right? And on top of it all, Sepat is one of the very few XP laners that really, really performs well on Paquito despite the buffs coming in. So I want to see more Paquito. I don't know yet. But of course, from the other side, the opponents, the man in blue, we've got RSGMY starting things off. Izanami, Loleo, Rippo, Storm, as well as Vinogo. And of course, Storm, known as the in-game leader for RSGMI. What are your thoughts on this?
RSGMY definitely still looking for their footing overall. They were, of course, the team to beat in the previous regular season and unfortunately met a unfortunate end in the playoffs by bowing out early. They, of course, have a lot to prove this season, but I also feel like the pressure of that has been beating on their shoulders. Despite everything, their players are all very promising overall. We know Izanami is willing to get down and dirty, do what his team needs to do. I think that Rippo has moments of brilliance here, being able to cut out fights. Loleo and Vinogo still going to be looking a little bit more on that consistency overall.
I think with the addition of Rippo back into the roster now, it's going to change the team dynamic, right? I think that Rippo is a pretty vocal player overall. When it comes down to his laning, he very heavily prioritizes making sure that he goes even with his laner, even if he does decide to lose out on priority a little bit late, but he communicates that. He reflects it back in comparison to Kaiser, who's willing to sacrifice anything and everything to make sure that he creates a man advantage during these neutral takes.
Well, it's going to be a difference of approach on how they tackle the situation, but in the XP drafts here, Sepat and Rippo does have very, very similar hero pools as well. But of course, Sepat has been known for his Paquito. I don't know. I want to see more Paquito. Like, we haven't seen enough Paquito despite the buffs prior to this patch as well. I want to see more. Like, I was expecting maybe, hey, we're going to see more Paquito jungles, but we saw a couple of games here and there. They didn't exactly do too well, but the ones that showed up, it looked good for me.
When we're talking about like EXP lane fighters here, we of course had been seeing a good amount of Ruby, of Paquito, of Lapu Lapu and so on. And the way that these fighters used to be built was that it was more of a semi-tank situation where you get 1 or 2 damage items, then you lock in with like Dominance and Athena Shield. Now, with the nerfs to defense items overall, you generally just want to go straight for full damage. So we'll see whether or not that fits within what these teams want to bring to the Land of Dawn. For now, though, the question on everyone's minds, what are the pros and cons of assassin junglers?
This one's going to be real tough here because I think a lot of people are going to be thinking that now that the changes to some of these assassins is going to make them more viable, and especially with the nerfs to the overall items when it comes down to just straight up armor, right? Which a majority of our assassins are going to be very physical, unless we're talking about Gushin, but that's a separate topic altogether, as it can be played in the mid lane as we've seen in some of these regions. Pros, what's good about them? They can snipe the backline. That's their biggest strength. The fact that they're hyper mobile, extremely nimble, and high peaks of damage. It sounds like a good idea until you start considering the utility items that make them not as good even before the patch where the armor got reduced, right? Winds of Nature is still very difficult to deal with. Tank junglers smother them completely.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, heroes, I think like Link as well as Hayabusa had a very, very hit nerf previously here, but now in the current patch, it feels like it gives them a little bit more work with. And personally, I feel like the biggest sellout for me would be the Hellcurt, which unfortunately is not going to be allowed until week 6. So, to be honest, I want to see Homeboys pull this off because Chibi, when he played his Hellcurt as a signature during Season 8 as well as 69, whenever they pull out the Hellcurt, they kind of win games. They take advantage of the fact that the Dark Knight's Falls gives them so much macro advantage, and on top of it all, it does so much damage in this situation. So I can't wait to see it happen, but of course for this game, we're not going to see it. But here is going to be a WhatsApp message for you, WhatsApp message for you by Udil. He said that which season do you want to, which team do you want to fight which season? Sorry, my PM is pretty bad. I think Gideon be on the same boat. Please translate this.
It's basically asking Udil which team they want to fight this season, and he's basically saying none of them are qualified to be strong opponents for the Homeboys, but they do want to encounter RSG, King Empire, and Todak because they are steady. And so like basically but he still doesn't really look too strongly upon them. It's just like basically the best of the worst.
the best of the worst. They have no will to fight. They've got no fire in them, in the quotes of Udil. Interesting to say. Let's see whether or not the RSGMY can prove him wrong as we go into the picks and bans. It's going to be RSG on blue side, dedicated to their colors, and Homeboys on the red side.
All right, let's see how this will kick off. Homeboys being on the red side means that they will probably be forced to ban out similar things with the Angela, the Matilda, but because they do like the chip, we will expect them to manipulate the draft so that they could potentially pick it up. They've banned out the Masha themselves.
You know, personally, I feel like, you know, despite them banning off the chips, right, I feel like RSGMY should prioritize on the Grok a little bit more because, you know, first few weeks, Grok has had a very, very big impact with Win X playing it really well, Storm as well. And with this current patch coming in, especially with the tank items being nerfed down, Grok isn't affected too much if you think about it, because if he itemized Hybrid into the game where he still builds a physical attack item, his growth rate with his passive still gives him that defense upper edge compared to other tanks.
I agree. When I did my patch note review, I kind of figured that Grok would most likely be a hero we'd still see despite the potential adjustments, but more potentially as an EXP laner rather than a roamer now that you're going to build him for full damage.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I agree with that sentiment 100%. I think that teams need to start taking that into consideration, especially if you're going up against like really obnoxious things looking to kind of snuff you in lane. Things like Glue, for an example, right? You don't really want to interact with the lane anyway, so you might as well go for a fast clear, quick rotate, and make some impact across the map. Ooh, Homeboy's getting rid. Oh, dude, Udil wants to play Farsa so bad.
Yep. When you see Valentina being banned, it's typically going to be something like the Faramis that they want to contest, but the Farsa is definitely a possibility here.
I actually like the Faramis up on Udil, right? Like, just because of the fact that if they are lacking in terms of magical damage, they can still opt to go for a Natan, they can still opt to go for Harif. Maybe with Edith if they want to, but forcing Xorn to play Edith doesn't fit my style. But RGMY says, you know what, I'm going to take the Harif away. No Harif for you, homeboys. Pick the Faramis, doesn't care. Wait, Faramis banned. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I think that RSG, again, when I see these first picks, whether it's Roger or even Harith, I'm already getting nervous, right? If this could go anywhere at this point in time. Homeboys, they opt to go for an early Nolan here, despite everything that has been done to him. And now in the same kind of boat with Fanny and as well as Hayabusa, where they've reduced his energy costs overall. So even like we saw on day one of week number 4 with Bounty Esports, Nolan, when Yuna's Nolan basically never had his purple buff for at least 14 minutes of the game, he was still capable of farming in the lane itself.
It'll definitely make for a much more comfortable position overall.
Oh boy.
We see instantly the Angela CC combo. This is a very scary one. CC has definitely been a fighter that would be hit somewhat with the nerfs to defensive equipment, but again, you can go for more damage and make up for it with the Heart Guard. So this is going to be a great matchup into the EXP lane Barats.
I actually like this draft coming from RGMI, just because of the fact that the Angela can synergize with both the Harif and CC. Either or, whoever gets hypercharged with this, he is gonna 1v4 throughout this entire fight. But what I don't like about Homeboys' opening pick is that they showed both the Nolan and Barats. That's a pretty clear cut that Barats is an XP laner. That's a pretty clear tell. There's no flexibility whatsoever. I don't know. I don't think Homeboys is gonna think outside the box and say like, hey, you know what, Barats roam. I highly doubt that.
Probably not. Normally, I also am not a big fan of like revealing these potential flex heroes spots early on, but I think in this particular case, Homeboys just wants to make sure that it doesn't go over the RSG because they know that the Angela Barats was a possible combination.
Yeah, I think that as of right now, I still think I would agree with Terrence that Barats as well as Nolan is not exactly your common opener for a lot of these teams. So I want to see how they want to plan around this, right? Because Homeboys still haven't locked in their mage. They're banning out the Boxia to make it real difficult for RSG. They're trying to take away as many tank junglers as possible and force RSG to say, hey, come, let's play Assassin v Assassin.
I hate this. Like, I really hate where I'm seeing, but the tell coming from Homeboys of showing that, hey, we're going to ban the Boxia means that we are going to try and mirror this by going for a healing composition. I don't think Xorn is going to play the Florin. Most likely Minotaur is going to be banned, but RGMY, they opted to go and ban the Loi instead. But still, again, I'm not a big fan of Xorn playing a Florin, but if they ban off the Minotaur, it means that Xorn may or may not be forced to mirror an enchanter against an Angela.
I still think it's fine if he just picks up Pro, right? Single target lockdown, and considering that they have Natan on their side, they can also go for like Kaja as well, both of which kind of fit the play style overall.
I think Ruby though.
I think like Cho and Kaja in particular got hit really hard this patch because they are fighters that kind of rely on tanky items that actually play in the roam position. So because they didn't get like the stat increase that other tanks got, and now their items are less efficient, it may not be as good as a roamer anymore.
Well, it may not be as good as a roamer, but you can't deny that the ult is just too good to deny. Especially like Kaja in this type of composition for Homeboys, where the majority of the damage is going to be coming from like Natan in the later stages of the game, or even for Nolan where you just need a second if he is ahead to blow somebody up with or without the MR reduction.
Fair enough, fair enough. They do ban out the Hilda, so they want to make sure Chibi has a good time in the jungle.
What else could they potentially go for the ban here? They've already got one. I
think ban the Minotaur as a safety net, just because of the fact that if they want to try and heal, have a little bit of healing composition, but even that Minotaur has been nerfed in this recent patch as well. His heals does not give as much as before, you know, even though he stacks based on magic power. But now they don't really care. They're gonna double down on the double major. They want to make sure Udil is gonna be playing on that Farsa. Farsa, not exactly a great hero to deal with both the CC and Harif. Too much mobility to deal with.
I think the safest mage option would probably be something like Vex here.
Yeah.
If you're able to land the Terrify, you could potentially Terrify 2 people at once if it's the Heart Guard target, but still kind of vulnerable because RSG has a lot of dive here.
Yeah, I think it said they should go for their support. I think that they want to see RSG's full draft, whether or not they're going to commit to the assassin or not. Oh, but if they go Farsa, it's more incentive for RSG to actually go for an assassin.
This is actually very, very ballsy coming from Homeboys.
Yeah, they're challenging them.
I'm not a big fan of this Farsa just because of how difficult it is to actually hit those skill shots if RSGMY is just running circles, right? Like, they need a hard lockdown, and currently, they don't really have that besides the Barats, which, again, opening up with the Daytona's Welcome, but no lockdown means that it's going to be tough. Like, Farsa needs to hit his shot. Again, they have to chain it very easily disrupted. But RSGMY, they bring in the Mortis and the Grok. Not a good game for Farsa at all.
I think that is a Grok EXP lane, right?
No, not.
Oh wait, no, it's CC. My bad. Yeah. Still a Grok roam. Okay.
Yeah, just to make sure that Farsa doesn't get like too ahead of herself here. I think for as of right now, Kaja is looking so good, so very good for Homeboys. I mean, Martis, like, oh yeah, anti-CC, so I don't necessarily get disrupted when I am going to go for these neutral objectives. But with suppression, that's a whole different story. And you're gonna have two different types of suppressions. One to be able to kind of sit in front of your opponents, and the other to really punish people who overstep their boundaries.
This is tough. This is a tough situation for Xorn right now. Like, whatever he picks is going to be very important. And you called it. Kaja is going to be the way to go. Make sure they isolate one of the targets, take him out, execute him, and just shut him down. In this case, the Farsa will work really, really well. However, it's up to Stone to deny that.
I really like this. I really like what Homeboys did. I love how Sora Bio also consider the possibilities of a lot of CC might come. A lot of like crowd control might really affect the team. So they're getting a lot of heroes that can actually supplement that, stow him on this Grok as a natural counter to this Farsa, but at the same time can conveniently open up the map. They were expecting to deal with the Cho, but Homeboys, they went for the Kaja. So again, well played. I would say that both teams have a very equal draft.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very active draft as well. Lots of stuff is going to happen right from the get-go.
Yep, and of course, to find things out, who's got a better execution here? The drafts has been set. We're heading towards the game of the day for Saru Saturday. This is Homeboys versus RSGMY as they duke it out as who is going to be the better team.
Ooh, I feel like the Land of Dawn is gonna become a bloodbath very soon here. We already know the rivalry between these two teams, and now they both draft the team compositions that can play very hard, very fast, and want to be quite aggressive early. We're gonna have a fun time.
Yeah,
it's gonna be spicy.
It's gonna be more than spicy, right? Because keep in mind that both of these teams, if they get a lead, and depending on who they get the lead on, they can adjust their game plan throughout the game. It's not just one singular game plan, one singular out that they have. They have multiple ways of actually dealing with it. Both compositions from Homeboys as well as RSGMY generally want to do the same thing. However, it is going to come to a point where scaling is going to really make the difference here. And I would say, as of right now, Homeboys have the better scaling composition.
I agree overall. Natan definitely scales much better compared to Harif, and then Martis and CC are the type that will somewhat fall off come a late game. So Homeboys have a slight bit of a safety net here to play around with.
Well, at the same time here, looking at how RGMY is just playing a little bit slow, they are going to be waiting up with those 4s. But again, once the level 4 is up, the Divine Judgment on Zorn is going to be a big threat for Storm, right? Quote-unquote, Storm is supposed to be immune to CCs, but if you walk up to Zorn, he is going to drag you into the tower, and that's going to be a death sentence for RGMY. So as of yet, Storm, he needs to be very, very careful on when and where he should be starting those fights. But for now, Homeboys, they're setting up a very aggressive ambush here. Chibi debating if he still wants to stay, but looks like he is going to try and snipe off Izanami. Looking for the kill. Almost get it though. 1 HP, and he's going to try and get out. Guidance Barrier is going to keep him away. He will zip out as well. Flicker coming from Zorn, but Homeboys, they are able to get out.
Good disengage. However, Zorn did end up losing his Flicker, which is going to be really sad because he's not going to have it when he hits level 4 when they're playing around this upcoming turtle. And so far, so good. At the very least, they were able to get Izanami's Flicker off of him, but man, Izanami, did he really need it? Oh, Stoem.
Okay. Yo, okay, so
very deep.
He needs to get out. He's going to go for a sidestep. GB, he's overcommitting. Okay, wait, what? How is it not hit? He's buying time. He's buying so much time. He's going to be A-okay because right now, Turtle, they lose Storm, but at the same time, they are going to force a fight on Rippo as well. Heartsguard keeps him alive for now, but Homeboys, they will be able to trade even more here. Izanami is going to pay with his life. RGMY, they get the Turtle, but at what cost?
This is going to be quite the bloody battle, and the Turtle Slain going over to RSG side. Vinogo can only do so much, but it was a very good call, right? The extra bit of time allows Vinogo to actually secure the turtle for himself, but this is going to be a constant back and forth. There's multiple ways, flexible team fights, and a lot of counterplay for each side.
We knew this was going to be quite the active game, and we're already getting it straight off the bat here. Lots of rotations. I think it was very well played by Storm to just buy that much space, meaning that Chibi couldn't come for the turtle fight. But you have to remember that with Daytona's Welcome and Divine Judgment, Homeboys have multiple ways to set up someone in place for that feathered airstrike, which is how even Rippo ended up falling despite the hard guard.
I think as of right now, Homeboys, because of that one kill going over to Subpot's side, they have control over the top side of the map, right? As of yet, Subpot has full control over the lane, and I do not think that Rippo is going to be able to push him out just yet.
Yeah, and as of yet, Zorn, he's going to keep in check his Storm. Storm needs to make sure that Udio can't pop the better airstrike, but it's going to be very, very difficult to do so. But as of yet, Homeboys are doing a fantastic job. They're calling Subpot early in to try and set up for fights, but again, if that happens, means Rippo is going to get a free lane up top to actually break it out as well. But again, this is still a pretty close match. Bottom lane, Zorn thinking for the Divine Judgment. They are going to pull Storm in. Immune or not, it doesn't matter because it goes through it all.
Blasted, absolutely blasted here. They're also not going to be up for a while. Oh, hold on.
Okay, Zorn, he's going to force the out as well. Vinogo almost getting the kill. Zorn with the sustains. Kaja still have some fight in it with those spell vamps. Meanwhile, Subpot getting a little bit aggressive here. Subpot, what are you doing? He might be in a little bit of trouble. Rippo going to be jipping it away. He's going to try and poke and gauge the damage for now. Storm trying to lock him up. But at the same time, this is a gigantic dinosaur. You don't really want to mess with him for now, but here comes the Daytona's Welcome. He is going to gobble on Vinogo. Feather Astra comes in. It's not going to get cancelled. And GB takes him down, takes the turtle. They're going to go for more. They've got the hard scout over Rippo. He needs to get out. The wall block is going to try and buy a little bit more time, but Izanami is going to fall. Triple kill for Chibi. And RSG, they lose another. Udio finds the kill. Homeboys, 8-0. RSGMY cannot fight back at all.
No, they don't have the tempo. Man.
We asked the question before the game, is it all systems go for the Homeboys? I think they are. They are actually playing the best we have seen this entire season right now. The coordination is great. Their timing is perfect. The identification of how far they're capable of diving and splitting up targets between members is excellent. excellent.
It's been looking so good. Here we go again. Zorn's just waiting. He's going to keep on baiting Stoem here. And unfortunately, I think that Stoem was a little too trigger happy as soon as he saw Zorn. Oh, sorry. As soon as he saw Sapat actually gobble up Vinogo by the turtle earlier on. I think he just needs to wait, right? The main damage dealers, whoever gets suppressed, it doesn't matter as long as they're able to zone them out or at least cancel their big abilities. And in this case, it's Udil. And if Nets is not there, you definitely need to cancel the Feather Airstrike.
Yeah, in this case, right now, Udil is getting free reign of the Feather Airstrike, right? Because every single time Storm shows his face, he is gonna get dragged. Zorn with the Divine Judgment on the Grog means free damage for Udil. Lolios now pops the Salmon Force with the hard gun. He's gonna try and kill Nets, but he cannot do so. And guess what? The taunt from Zorn, he's baiting Lolios into the fight. What? Zorn, you can't do that. You can't just disrespect pumped up Harif, and he gets away with it. What?
And he will, and he must. I think that so far, considering that they only lost just a tier 1 and Lolios was able to break 2 flickers and get 2 flickers from both Netzen as well as Zorn, RGMY have another opportunity to maybe turn things around. They're not going to have the hard card, unfortunately, but if they can just delay this, right? Delay it long enough for their ults to come back up, there is a 90-second window which they can punish either Nets or Zorn for the upcoming fights.
But their positioning on the map is not appropriate for it right now. I think RSG themselves know that they are quite behind. 7k net worth disadvantage, 7 minutes in. Homeboys are in full control, and even if RSG are able to somehow get a better positioning, they don't have enough pressure.
Yeah, and as of yet, Orange Buff gonna get contested. They are gonna force the Retribution out on Vinogo, but at the same time, Zorn, he just got his fleeting time because right now, if he catches Storm, there's nothing much he can do to stop Udil here coming from RSGMY. They need somebody to stop that Feathered Airstrike, and currently, only Storm can do that. And, well, arguably Vinogo, but at the same time, Vinogo does not have the range to reach him at all.
Well, Vinogo and Storm are less worried about Sapat and more worried about Zorn in these types of situations, right? Because they can just body block the Daytona's welcome if necessary, and it's vice versa, right? Either Vinogo or even Storm can cancel out the Feathered Airstrike. Ideally, it's Storm because he doesn't have to put himself in so much danger.
Oh, no.
There he goes.
Not happening.
Yeah.
Not happening. Zorn is just targeting him all the way through. He is Udil's biggest enemy, and Zorn says, I've got you, Udil. Take him out of the equation. No worries, man. You can do whatever you want. You want to trash talk RGMY? You want to be extra spicy? I'll make it happen for you.
Talk about being stuck between a crock and a hard place here. Zorn is making life very difficult right now for the RSG roamer, and the way that Homeboys are policing the map is basically perfect.
I don't know. I think for me, I really wish that RSGMY picked up that Valentina early on.
No, they even forced the hard guard. Did they? No, they didn't. He is gonna die to it as well. Again, Storm, 6-0. He's 0-6, 8 minutes of the game. Almost a death per minute right now for Storm. He just can't play this game at all.
Yeah, he can't. And I think he should have died without using that flicker. He needs that flicker. He really, really does. If he is going to die, at least he can make...
no! Oh, no! Here it comes, Homeboys!
Zorn has not been a good influence.
Hey, man, it might not be Zorn. This could be, for all we know, it could be Nets. That's why he never wants to take the interviews.
It might be Udil.
It might be Udil as well.
Any of them.
Oh boy, Easy Lord coming from Homeboys, 10k net worth advantage. RSGMY, they've got no choice but to turtle up. In this case, even if they turtle up, what can they do at this point?
More than 1k advantage per minute here. This is insane. This is the most one-sided game we've seen, and we've had some one-sided games this season.
Yep, we have. I think this is just, it just shows how evidently that Homeboys are in such a good position. RSGMI really was hoping that their side laners would be able to make the difference here, but unfortunately, without the support of the mid lane, and more importantly, no priority over the mid lane, Homeboys get to walk around for free.
All right, Zorn is going to try and bait Storm as well, but Storm has finally lost his passion for aggression in this case. Too afraid to push out, knowing that Zorn is going to drag him out to safety. A tank forced to play defensively. Not a good sign for RSGMI, but considering that the Lord is coming in, they don't really have much of a choice. Zorn flicker forward! He messed up Zorn! They catch Zorn! Can he take him out? No! He will survive from the immortality. He's going to get out, and that is going to be the disengage from Homeboys. Loleo is trying his best to force a fight, but they have lost their inhibitor. Homeboys almost dropping the ball there.
Great reaction time coming out for both Storm, Lolios, and as well as Vinogo. All of which, they all saw this play being telegraphed, right? Storm uses the Nature's Barrier. There's an opening time for Xorn to actually make the play so that Udil can blast somebody down. Udil did hesitate when Xorn actually got cancelled out before actually landing the ult, flickering into the middle of 3. Wait a minute.
Oh no, he's gonna get gobbled up. Loleo, what are you doing?
Whoa,
Get
whoa.
back in! So no flicker, no problem. Sulpan is gonna send it to Xorn. Gets destroyed. Feather Airstrike comes in. He needs to get out. Vinogo will be dived in. Chibi is gonna be dropping very, very far off. He is gonna die though, but it is still 4-man alive for Homeboys. They get the inhibitor. They are gonna go for the crystal. Sulpan taking too much damage, but look at Nets go! Killing spree for Nets as they try to mow Rippo down. He's gonna get dragged back again by Xorn. The fleeting time is there. The crystals is gone. Homeboys, a one-sided execution by the boys.
Nicely played.
That's just a textbook definition of clean gameplay transitioning into a solid victory. The Homeboys showing us how to play Mobile Legends up on that stage and not granting their opponents a single opportunity to do anything about it.
I think so far, both drafts look to fight for tempo, and whoever maintains control of that tempo is going to have so much more momentum over everybody else. Staggering abilities, staggering cooldowns, and more importantly, making sure that they take away key cornerstones of their opponents to ensure that they don't have a way back.
Oh boy, what a performance coming from Homeboys. A one-sided execution. Sugar, spice, and everything nice. In this case, extra spices all across the fans here because, I don't know, the Flame Boys, you can see in the crowd, they know what's cooking. They know what's cooking.
There's energy in the stadium right now, and it is electric, and I don't blame them at all. That was stellar coming in from our defending champions right there. We know they've been getting better every single week, and we knew that they were probably the favorites just in terms of performance going into this match, but no one could have predicted how that would go.
I would agree with that. It's really, really tough to actually deal with. But let's have a look backstage and guess who our MVP of this game is going to be. Give it up to him, man, because they've worked so very hard to get to this point. Give it up for Chibi here, able to snowball quite hard. He couldn't get one kill and he worked a little bit hard and Xorn took away that first blood. But at the end of the day, without his presence, without his invades, it makes this game so much less smooth.
Yeah, he was just completely finding so many opportunities, right? He's gotten so much farm here. He was able to get set up so many plays. And on top of it all, as long as the Grok is not in Chibi's face, he's able to do whatever he wants. And to be honest, the highlights has been on Xorn just catching on Stone most of the time. But because of those plays, Chibi is able to just completely run rampant. And every single time he goes into execution, someone is gonna die. And to top him off, Chibi, level 4, playing aggressively, stopping Izanami before he gets his Heart's Guard early prior to the first turtle fight. That was crazy.
Yeah, the timings were great. The follow-up damage coming in from both Chibi and Udil were excellent. And honestly, the stats on this man are ridiculous, right? 940 gold per minute, 2,000 damage taken per minute on an assassin? How did that even happen?
Hey man, he's invading. He's looking for more ways to actually put his opponents behind. Look, by the end of that game, Chibi is already 3 levels ahead of Vinogo. And Vinogo was not having a good time, right? Because he needs the extra bit of support. He can self-sustain. He's able to get out of tight situations by himself. But at the end of the day, he still needs a little bit of help with the execution, right? I think that if we turn the tables, right? If RSG was able to maintain tempo on that side, this could have been a snowball victory for RSG.
Yeah, I think the biggest turning factor for RSG is that because of this divine judgment from Xorn, RSG MOI should have gotten away with so much more value because of the fact that they cannot be CC'd, right? Like, technically, Udil isn't allowed to do this much damage because of both Storm and Vinogo. But because of this divine judgment, you can see how passive Vinogo was playing. And because of that, he's not allowed to snowball. And when Storm decides to get aggressive, he gets punished heavily for this. So at this point, what could they have done? absolutely nothing.
I think the draft could have changed a little bit here. I think, the idea of leave Rippo on an island, deal with the... We know that the Barats is going to show up because they went for, Barats into the Nolan, right? So we knew exactly what they were going for in the EXP side. I think that RSG definitely could have played along those lines a little bit more and could telegraph when this Farsa was coming out, right? I think the Valentina definitely should have been a consideration very, very early on into this matchup. And worse yet, even though they did have Angela on their side, I still feel that it would have done them good if it got thrown in towards the support, but then again, it could go either way, right? I still think that this could have been either or snowball victory for either one of these teams.
Yeah, but I think overall, Homeboys just has a few more tools to play with here because RSG are very dependent on Storm to actually start these initiations. And then for Rippo to be tanky enough to form that front line so that Lolil can go to town, right? The problem is, if Storm is just taken out of the equation straight away, and with the nerfs to defensive items, we can see that both the Grok and the CC, and the Martis as well, are honestly not nearly as tanky as they would have been in the past. So the Homeboys understood this, immediately played for that early game tempo. We saw Chibi hiding in the jungle to try and get a kill straight away. When that didn't work, they transitioned over to winning out the gold and EXP lanes, and the plan was solid.
Really good plans overall. I don't know who made that call. Was it Chibi? Was it Xorn to hide in that particular side of the map to find that free flicker from Izanami? But whoever came up with it, really, really smart. Really good, hard instincts to telegraph enemy movement.
And the interesting part is that they were able to get out of it. Technically, that is an over-aggression that should be punished, but there's nothing RSG could have done just because of the fact, like you said as well, it is an Angela mage. So technically, early game means that they don't really have the strongest damage. So if this was something else than an Angela, I think if Chibi made that exact same play, they might have just died.
Okay, I'm not going to say that Angela in the mid lane doesn't have damage in the earlier stages. I think her base numbers are good. I think it's very difficult for her to apply it because she has to walk into the line of fire, right?
Yeah.
She has to be almost melee range to actually dish out some decent damage to Chibi, and Chibi can clearly close that gap.
It's more like a DOT kind of mage rather than a burst mage.
Yeah,
right? Yeah. So I see where you're getting at, but at the same time here, RGMY, again, they did not expect the Kaja final pick to completely shut them down. It's just one hero that just completely denied what mobility or advantage they wanted to do with both Storm and Vinogo, right? Take advantage of the CC immunes, but Kaja just completely shut them out. Xorn just made life miserable with Storm, and because of Storm dying so many times, Homeboys just took advantage of the lead. And to top it off, what can you do from RG when your in-game leader is dying so much? How can he lead the team, man?
Yeah, it's a tough situation, and I also want to highlight on the fact that you were talking about Angela being more of a DOT type mage. When you look at the draft from RG, CC, Angela, Harif, all don't really have the most bursty damage overall. Yeah. So that means that you saw Vinogo being forced to use his Decimate very early on and not actually secure kills because that damage was lacking.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, even when we're looking at the Hall of Fame, right? Chibi gets to play the game for free. Technically, Vinogo should have been able to play the game for free, but just can't roam as quickly, right? The carry coming in from Udil, all thanks to Xorn here, who is the best wingman, 11 assists down in the bag, and the sandbag going over to Stoem. I think the major issue is the fact that they didn't have enough lane priority, and more importantly, so this is the one time where it's like, Martis, you're just not fast enough to get into position in comparison to this Nolan, which isolates the mid lane, right? If it's a 2v2 matchup, generally you would expect Homeboys to be winning it out 90% of the time.
Yeah, we talk about assassin meta. Homeboys brought it to the table. Nolan assassin jungle. Why not, right? It worked out in their favor. But of course, let's talk a little bit more on the highlights here to start things off in this first fight. It seems like this was a very, very awkward fight for RGMY, considering the fact that they didn't realize that Xorn had a Divine Judgment. And this is where I would say you give Homeboys an inch, they'll literally take a mile, I would say.
I think did they take a mile in this particular game? I think by 8 minutes, yes. That's when they were really pushing their boundaries here. I think that Homeboys, again, they understand how to stagger their opponents, right? Stagger cooldown specifically, whether it be battle spells or ults, right? Even in this one, you could see that Sapan found this opportunity because, hey, Xorn doesn't actually have his flicker, but neither does my opponent, so I'm a punish.
Yeah, that was so sick though. For somebody, we were just talking about it. It's like, oh wait, he's got no flicker. It's gonna be GG well played. It's okay. We're a team. tag team. I'll tag you out. I'll catch you for you. And then, oh, here you go. Here's the divine judgment. You don't need flicker. I've got the dinosaur for you.
It's like a magic act, right?
Oh
you
my
eat
god,
someone
it's so
and then
cool.
you spit them into the lasso. It was very smooth. I want to give props as well to Sabat. He did such a good job of frontlining for Homeboys this entire game, basically not allowing RSG to get anywhere close. And the fact that the Homeboys were able to keep juggling damage from RSG every single time. Everyone knows, okay, this is how much damage I can tank. I'll stay to tank it, then I'll leave, let the rest of my team take over. Like, there's so much trust. The coordination has reached a different level entirely.
Well, I mean, that's the most ideal situation to be in. And I think that overall, we need to make sure that they have... I would like to give them a moniker, but what I can give them instead is a potential Zenith skin here with the Vexana Twisted Fairy Tale.
Yep, and of course the Vexana's new high rarity, first ever Zenith gift, the Twisted Fairy Tale, is currently available. First ever of its kind. You know, there's no other Zenith skin yet. And of course, from the 25th all the way to March, 25th of March all the way to the 30th of April, which is going to be ending in a couple of more days here. So you better start participating to get it, because you can actually get 30% off on your first 10 type draws, as well as 50% off your daily first one draw. And you may even stand a chance to win Vexana Battle Emotes, I'm the Queen, Elimination Effect, Apple of Doom, and other amazing skins. So be sure to draw it right now before it's over. First ever skin on Vexana. And guess what? Vexana, even though it's kind of quote-unquote meta, I really like the new skin.
The skin is great. Like, it is the first Zenith skin. It's really carved a niche for itself because it looks so good overall. And there's only a few days left for you guys to grab it. So if you've been missing out this whole time, this is your last chance. Make sure you guys get on that, because it's not going to be around for much longer. Just like RSG may not be around for much longer if this game goes on the same way.
Good save, good save.
Let me finish. Let me finish, man.
Let the man cook. I think that the team still has... I think that the team is not exactly in the best position in the world, but I don't think that they are the worst team. I think, considering the decisions that are being made and the movements that are occurring across the map, I think it's difficult to kind of like adapt to a situation where your comp is very tempo-based and your opponent's comp is tempo-based. So it's like once that snowball is coming at you, being able to find that counter punch that really kind of sets the tone and kind of evens out the overall momentum is difficult to find. But I think that's what RSG lacks the most, right? Mid-adaptation, mid-round, figuring out a way to say, hey, if I'm going to sacrifice my life, I need to get X, Y, and Z. How are we going to achieve that? And I think arguably, I feel like they're tunnel visioning on a couple of plays. I don't know whether it's because that's what they've been practicing in scrims, but I definitely think that Izanami could have saved Storm a couple of times with the Heart Guard. Just even though it feels bad to use it on him, but just wait for that tempo, play on the opposite side of the map, look to trade.
Yeah, I think by the time, I think the one you're referring to is like Storm's 7th death, where Izanami could have saved him but didn't exactly use it to actually save him. So it's a little bit unfortunate here. But now let's take a little bit more in a comparison here, because when we talk about a spicy, I want to talk about the two mages here. And of course, spiciness comes from Homeboys. We've got Udil on the power distribution here against Izanami from RGMY. So what are your thoughts on the power distribution so far?
I think the power distribution is pretty accurate here, right? Overall, when we're talking about a couple of factors that are going to change the game, hero pool, Udil, I mean, he's going to stick to what he likes, right? I don't think there's really changing much to that. I think that his hero pool is a lot bigger than what we see here, but we've seen a lot more from Izanami thus far in terms of his hero pool. But then when we come down to overall performance, Homeboys have been on the rise, right? Like, Udil, at the very least, never has a terrible KDA. It's either he has a near perfect KDA, or it's like a couple of deaths, but a majority of the kills go to him on top of that.
Also, we've always promoted the fact that Izanami is more of a does what needs to be done, a little bit more of a utility type mid laner. So you can see that overall, because games do last a bit longer in the hands of RSGMY, the numbers are a little bit lower on the averages overall. It's a different approach to the game, because we know that Udil is the more flashy playmaker style, and neither way is particularly correct. But in this meta, we're definitely seeing that teams that are willing to play hard and fast and get that snowball early do have an advantage.
Well, of course, speaking of all our debates here, let's take a look at the insider info we've got, because we've got Homeboys Nobody in the WhatsApp message. How do Filipino players compare with Malaysian players? I saw the environment here and the routine of players, and when I compare with the players in Filipino players are more passionate in MLBB. We play this game with our hearts. That's why I want to get the culture of PH to the Homeboys. Ooh. Wow, this hits deep, because I remember this interview where with Wolf as well. Like, they say that in the Philippine scene, they play to survive. They play to make sure to get out of poverty. And that's what I heard.
I'm telling you, MPL PH, a lot of the entire Filipino environment, it's Mortal Kombat out there, while we're here playing King of Fighters for the most part. Yeah, there's no loss. There is not that significant of a loss, but when everything is on the line, it's Mortal Kombat at that point in time. So I think that right now, RSG, they've got to pull themselves together here against the Homeboys, because if Homeboys have adopted that mentality of every match is Mortal Kombat, as much fun as they have, I think that RSG really need to buckle down.
Yeah, they do not want to be victims of a fatality here going into game number 2. We see that the Chip and the Nolan are going to be banned out straight away by RSG MY. Nolan makes sense. Chibi did very well. I think Chibi is one of the most consistent Nolan players we have here in MPL MY, like only matched by Skies so far. So this is good respect.
Unless it's an international, then we don't know what happens there, right? That's his alter ego. That's his evil twin. we look at the bans. We see the Nolan banned out for the side of RSG. They don't want somebody like Chibi who excels at pushing the tempo faster than it needs to be, right? They also get rid of the Chip, but this opens up a lot of other picks, and I hope that RSG don't fall into the Angela trap again. They need to activate Izanami.
Yeah, I agree. But personally, I feel like I know I have been talking about how Chibi used to be the greatest assassin players all the way from Season 7. We haven't seen that too much over the season. Even last season as well, he didn't get to play too much assassin. So I'm really glad to see that Chibi is given the chance now. But again, I want to see it as Assassin Chibi. I'm sick of him playing tanks. I'm really bored of him saying only Martis and Fredrin, man.
Hey, man, sometimes that's just the way it is. RSG, come on, first pick that Roger. First pick that Roger.
I think they're going to double down on Angela.
Oh, please don't fall into
I don't like
trap. Worst comes to worst, if you're giving Angela over to the Homeboys, there's only 2 players that can play it, either Xorn or Udil. And I am more than happy to be like, oh, you just get a hard guard as your big ultimate? By all means, take it. I don't have to worry about Way the Dragon, Divine Judgment. I don't have to worry about RWM or even the Feathered Airstrike. I'm so happy if they take Angela for the side of the Homeboys, because that's just not their style.
The safest would probably be things like Roger, Fredrin, or maybe even the Valentina. That's something that they would start on Izanami with. And it is the Fredrin.
Huh. I don't think I've seen Loleo play Roger yet on the gold
played it
game.
like once or twice.
He's played it like, yeah, once or twice max for sure. Homeboys, on the other hand, let's see what they're going to go for. I mean, Nets didn't exactly get the most favorable matchup in the world, but he knows his job. It's like, okay, even if I don't dominate the lane, look at what my team is doing. It's just, I can sit here, relax, and farm for the first time. It's crazy.
He's just the safety net.
I don't really like if they go for the safety pick right now. In this case, the Barats as an opening again, if they wanted to allow Chibi to play a tank jungler.
Yeah, why not?
It's pretty safe there, but I want to see a Paquito, but nope, it is going to be the Barats for now from Homeboys. I don't think Xorn is going to play it as a roam Barats. I think it's feasible, right? It's not the best, but well, Roger, no-brainer for Nets.
I like it. I like it. This is very much Homeboys being on brand here. The Brats, it just makes sense. We've talked about it before. RSG, let's see what the counterplay is going to be. Now that like Arif is gone, not a lot of counterplay against this Roger thus far. We've seen Sasa actually hold out on his own, utilizing a Brody prior to this. So that could be a consideration for somebody like Loliels. Maybe, I mean, if he really wants to go out of the ordinary, Moskov.
What about true damage? Like going for an export carry coming from RGMY just to deal with the tankiness of Barats?
Not until we see what Homeboy's EXP lane is going to be.
Yeah.
Because if he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to take care of your tanky heroes. Oh no, you never get to show up in the fight because you have to deal with Paquito. You have to deal with Benedetta. Lunox, interesting. Yuzong, all right.
Whoa, this is a Izanami staple from who knows how long ago. It's basically the hero he brings out if he feels like, okay, I need to have some carry potential.
No, there is a little bit of minor changes on towards Lunox as well. It feels really, really much greater now in terms of the utility and just spamming of spells in general, right? Like, so Lunox is a great way to deal as a 10 shredder. And I feel like you don't really need true damage when you've got Lunox just completely taking advantage of those max HP percentages.
Yeah, no, I totally agree here. I think this is a really interesting pick because it does two very important things. One, it denies Roger the opportunity to actually get a kill reset with Lycan Pounce. And two, Baratz is going to get absolutely shredded once Izanami achieves 3 items, or at the very least, drags the game long enough to be level 15, right? So I think Homeboys locking Udil into this Novaria is a smart option because at least if Lunox is going to try and make it play, you better hope that she is below 50% HP as soon as Udil is hitting those shots.
Yeah, I think it's great to go for Novaria here because with the Lunox and the Yuzong showing up, it's clear that RSG wants to fight into the Homeboys. So having the Astral Echo as a way to gather information and potentially slow down the engagement is going to be very valuable here since they've already committed to the Baratz upfront line.
Why do I smell that Homeboys just wants Storm to play the Grok again? And just for the sake of flexing it, right? Xorn picks up the chill. Oh, great. Even though you're immune, I can still kick you out of sight. Like, that's a small window, but considering how mechanically gifted Xorn is and how he was able to just stand in front of Lodius and calculate exactly when to get out and still survive, it might be... Oh, okay, it's banned. All right.
Yeah.
Great, RSGMY. Why'd you back out of that? Like, just take the bet.
Well,
take the gamble.
Mainly because Grok looks a little bit better on Homeboys' side, to be fair. Right?
Okay.
It's a good disengage mechanic. They've got ways to kind of play around it. I think this is one of the few situations where I'm considering whether or not RSG might want to pick up Lolita. I wouldn't suggest that most teams want to do this, but this is one of the few situations where I need some form of disengage. I need a stun. I also need to be able to deal with the projectiles. She kind of does all three, but not in the best manner.
I think Lolita's recent change as well gives him a little bit more shields to provide as well. Every single time Lolita casts a skill, there is a extra stack of shields onto his teammates. So I see where you're getting at, but still, again, if Xorn gets the Lolita, you know, what can Lunox's Darkness do?
Priestess of Primal Lightning.
But I don't think Xorn is going to pick it up. It's like, if you're saying that RGMY takes this, I don't know, I'm not a big fan of it.
I mean, I'm talking about RSG picking it up. Why the other way around? There we go. We see the chill from the side of the Homeboys here.
Okay.
They want to make sure that they can ego challenge this, and this is going to force RSG to actually pick up Purifies for both their mid laner, and I'm also guessing their gold laner.
Lunox Purify, is that good though?
Ideally, you want to have Flicker, man, but if you
Yeah.
get kicked by Cho, I mean, this depends on how confident Izanami is. If he's holding up that Brilliance and does it in time, Cho's going to be basically useless. If you want an extra level of security, better to have the Purify.
I'm wondering if Homeboys might be like hiding out the flexibility for the Roger jungle.
There is a possibility. Think about it. If push comes to shove, this 2 final picks is gonna allow Homeboys a little bit more room to actually adapt, right? It's kind of similar to why they suddenly decided to pick the Kaja in the first game. So this game, RGMY, they bring in the Moskov. First appearance so far, as well as the Arlut. Nothing super crazy.
Okay, I was going to disagree. I was going to disagree with you under the assumption that Roger goes into the gold lane. But now, with that final pick, they can definitely do it. They can definitely throw it in towards that jungle position as well. And after that, get a better matchup in the gold lane. Maybe even a Brody. You know, the good old classics to fight off against this Moskov. I think the only thing that Moskov has in this matchup against the Roger is every single time he tries to go for an all-in, you can just, spear him away, dash backwards. You have a lot of counterplay in the lane itself as long as you minimize your trades and eventually outscale the Roger overall.
Is Melissa good here? No, right?
What?
Melissa's not. Okay.
It is the Roger jungle, but they're going to combine it with a marksman in the gold lane as well. So much scaling for the Homeboys.
I tell you, boys, this is going to be very interesting. I love the way the Homeboys are drafting here. It really seems like they've kind of gotten the entire hero pool down, but let's break it down one more time. RSG, their objective naturally is going to look to scale for the later stages of the game. I don't think they're going to have as much priority as they would like to, but if Storm can make an opportunity, by all means, go for it. Homeboys, EXP, it's about smothering. Everywhere else, and especially for Chibi, he cannot afford to go down. These neutral takes will be difficult, so he's got to work very closely with Udil to make an opening.
Well, drafts are set heading into us game number 2. This is going to be the fight for survival, fight for the mid-title, fight for the smack talk. This is game 2 of Homeboys versus RSGMY.
RSG currently 1 game down with a dominating execution by the Homeboys in game number 1. This is now their chance to show that that was simply a fluke, and a chance for the Homeboys to show that they are back in championship competing fashion.
Let's see how long it's going to take for that first blood to actually go through. I'm expecting Homeboys to play a little more passively until level 4. For the meantime, at least for RSGMY, this early game should go without a hitch unless Loliels somehow is able to give a free kill to the Homeboys.
Huh, interesting enough. You know, Xorn actually opened up, instead of trying to harass the jungler, he's opted to actually make sure and BBC nets that he's going to be able to have a decent lane here. Chibi already level 3, starting to get a little bit of harassment on Izanami again. You know, game 1, Chibi did exactly this against Izanami. He's going to try again to try and chip away Izanami, but this is a Lunox we're talking about. He's got sustains here.
Yep. Especially now that Lunox has been adjusted so that the conversion between her magic penetration and spell vamp is 100% between darkening and brilliance.
Yeah.
She's gonna be able to take advantage of that a lot more towards that mid to late game. I do like the rotation of Xorn choosing to go for the gold lane instead of jungle, because if you're gonna compete harassing a Fredrin and a Moskov, there's almost no question.
Yeah, and more importantly so, like Loliels has control over this lane, right? Nets is minimizing his trades overall against Loliels. Look at Loliels, I mean, he's opted to go for weakness finder. This is how confident he is in this matchup, right? So generally, as long as Nets doesn't die, if Loliels doesn't die, things should go well. And I think Xorn covering that top side of the map is good, but he also needs to make sure that he's at the same time covering Chibi, right? So whenever you see Chibi on one side of the map, expect Xorn to be alongside him, unless they're looking for level 4 like right now.
Yep, speaking of level 4s here, top side, they are doing a fantastic job with lane control, right? It's trading 50-50, making sure the creep waves are in the middle. But in turtle fight is going to be the priority. One good thing about this is that if Moskov has his ultimate, he can join the fight. However, now starting off, Black Dragon comes in, Sabat gets dragged all the way with the Arlon final slash. He is going to get out, but nope. The Storm will get the kill instead. Xorn not able to retaliate against this, and RSGMY, they are going to continue for more. Chibi needs to get out of safety, but Xorn with the kick right at the edge. He survives and takes Storm down with him. He trades 1-for-1, salvages the team fight for Homeboys.
That's actually pretty good. Oh
my god, Nets! Wait, what are you doing? He's going to try and kill Loliels, the confidence. Again, Nets. My god, we've seen this once and he's gonna try to replicate it again?
Oh my goodness, if Loliels just used his Purify to dodge the CC coming in from Nets, he 100% wins that. But again, there are more pressing matters at hand.
Okay, Izanami, he is gonna take a little bit damage here. He does have the brilliant... Okay, he's fine. He's gonna be okay. He's gonna be okay. Now, pull back a couple of seconds ago where we did see... Wait a minute, Vinogo. Okay, Sword. He's going for the kick. Vinogo getting chased down as well. Here comes Moskov. He's gonna try and join the fight. Loliels comes in as well. They do get Xorn in, but Loliels is only level 5. Oh, okay, the snipe. Not connecting with Vinogo, but RGMY, they seems like they have bounced back.
Nicely done.
A good disengage coming in here from RSGMY, understanding that they're going to be a little bit tankier with Vinogo on this Fredrin, especially with Concussive Blast as well. And Loliel can start to make a global presence here with that Sphere of Destruction. So it means that RSGMY do have ways to make sure that they always have that numbers advantage.
Is he going to stick in lane here? Yeah, he's definitely going to stick in lane here. Nets could potentially try and force something out of Loliels, but at the same time, right, we've got to watch it on the bottom side of the map. Because unfortunately for Rippo and as well as Stoam, earlier, a missed opportunity for a double kill, especially whiffing the Petrify because of that final slash. They got to make sure that it's on point. Oh boy.
Okay, Black Dragon forced out the bottom lane as well. He is going to try and disengage. Homeboy's not going to be able to get the kill, and this is actually pretty good considering that they have beaten out Udil's out relatively early, but 10 seconds left before the turtle. Rippo's got to go back, but at the same time, again, RGMY still in an advantage as long as, I guess, Lolios is playing on the other side of the map. He is going to get scaled up.
Let's find out how scaled up he's going to get.
Okay. Whoa. Nice Purify, but Nets is looking for the kill. He can. Oh boy, what a solo kill from Nets. It's not over. Now Xorn is going to get picked apart in the bottom fight as well. Homeboys, they have to back off. They've lost Xorn, and now Chibi, he needs to back out. And Homeboys, they will settle with Xorn as well as Leos for now. But Turtle still stands. Here comes the Echo coming in. It connects on tree. Supat still trying to set things out for Chibi. He is going to go for the snipe here. Storm dropping down very low, but the retreat from Vinogo is going to be the ones in the hands of RGMY.
RSG definitely putting up much more of a fight here now that they have solid team fight engagement and actual damage from Izanami as well as Rippo. So Homeboys can no longer just depend on Supat just zoning out RSG for oh wow.
Okay, taking a little bit of damage. Xorn making an attempt. What are you thinking? Appraisers are whiffing! Vinogo! Right at the edge! He did not connect on Xorn!
So close yet so far. Good play coming in from Xorn with the flicker way of the dragon to ensure that he gets the kill on the Izanami, knowing that his Purify is down. This is what I'm talking about, right? As good as Izanami is, he can't always have his cooldowns off, his abilities up off of cooldown. And more importantly, that Purify, as much as you would like it to be a flip. Oh, whoa!
Okay, final stash, catching Udil, but where's the follow-up? Spear comes in, and Udil, bang! Snipes him off, and now Chibi is going to be mowed down as well. They called him Vinogo to taunt him out. Lolios gets a double kill, and Homeboys, they look to be the ones in scrambling. Rippo gonna connect on Xorn, and they get another one. RSGMY is back in form. They're back in shape, and they are here to dominate.
Oh my goodness, Lolios. What a play.
Oh my god, the final snatch comes in. Supat tries to go for the Daytona. Welcome. Misses the mark. He's trying to get in here. Can he survive? No, he will not. Storm on fire.
Homeboys, they gotta relax. They can't be staggering these kills any longer. They've already given a 2.5k lead to RSGMY, and if we learned anything from that previous game, RSG were making the smarter choices. They just didn't have the tempo. Now, they've got the tempo, and I think Homeboys, they need to respect that, especially when you don't have the resources.
Oh no, Nets, he needs to get out with the Entropy. He's gonna be fine. He's gonna try and chip away at Storm. He needs to get out, and fortunate for them, he is gonna be A-OK. Homeboys needs to buy a little bit more time. They've got 2 marksmen, and in this case, RGMY is just taking advantage of that.
Yep, I think it's a great idea here, and RSG doing a great job as well. Honestly, after all this time, I've actually forgotten that Storm was the original Arlet roam here last season. So Xorn could be in trouble.
He's gonna back out. They force out Black Dragon on towards Yu Jong. He's gonna get sniped pretty low. Rippo forced to disengage, and while this is happening, top side, Lolios getting so much value in terms of farm.
Because Yuzong gets chunked out, they lose a bot tier 1 as a trade. That probably shouldn't have been the case. Had Rippo just stayed alive a little bit longer, Vinogo could have actually supported him with Stoam.
Oh, Stoam looking for the fight. Sledge comes in, the spear already connected, and Lolio comes in. He catches on Supat, but they need to catch on someone as well because the rest of RG, they're focusing on Nets, but they know they do not get the kill. Xorn saves the day. He catches Lolio's. Nets will survive. But Xorn, he needs to get out, and he won't get out. Oh my god.
Homeboys instantly biting back, punishing RGMY for their over-aggression, and although they were targeting the correct person, they didn't have enough resources. Xorn doing an excellent job of making sure that Nets could just keep outputting his damage.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate indeed. That was such a good idea by RSGMY, right? And I think that Lolios kind of tunnel visioned on Supat a little too much, but once that flicker came out of Supat, he had already bought so much time. Lolios is unable to join the fight, and then by the time he wants to join the fight, it dashes into that direction. It's too late. Homeboys have disengaged, and Supat's too far to chase down.
Oh boy, what a difficult game here. What a game we've got. Like RGMY, they're not out yet. It seems like it's a little wake-up call. Game 2, and they're back in action. And based on the items here, Divine Glaive up on Izanami. That's pretty big, but again, is he gonna go for the Blood Wings?
I think it wouldn't be a bad choice here overall. A little bit more survivability since you are not always going to be able to rely on that brilliance. Looking at the itemization as well, looks like Chibi going for the Thunderbelt build on that Roger, so not full out damage since he knows that he already has nets to rely on for scaling.
Yeah, I think he just needs the extra bit of HP, extra bit of HP and cooldowns to make sure that he has some form of counterplay specifically against either Loliels or Izanami, right? He wants to chase down his targets, but at the same time, if he goes for the traditional build, he won't be able to take as much damage in comparison. Let's see how this Lord fight goes, right? If this ult hits...
Oh, the spear comes in. It does connect. They do pop the echo. They need Lolios in. They force the Black Dragon in to try and secure Lolio, but he doesn't teleport forward. Rippo, he gets the petrify, but he's gonna get come down. And now the Lord is coming in. Xorn kicks his way through, but the Lord still standing down to his final HP. Izanami steals it away. Xorn now getting caught up by Vinogo. Oh boys, they need to get out. They're getting chunked away. They've lost one member. They lose Rippo for Sapat. And this is a close battle, but RGMY seems to be the ones showing dominance in this fight.
Really, really nicely done. I can't believe Chibi actually went in with the Lycan Pounce onto Rippo of all people, guaranteeing that he was going to die, but Rippo, smartly enough, Furious dives backwards, uses the Petrify to try and guarantee the knockup, but Chibi able to get out of the way, allowing Lolios to push him even further from the Lord Pit. I think this is where it becomes... Oh, no.
Oh, no. He went... Okay. Oh, that was a sick spear. Good job, production. That was a very, very sick play.
Yeah, but Leo seems very comfortable on this hero overall. That Moskov, a pocket pick for a very long time. RG slowly expanding their influence across the map here, gaining a lot more control thanks to some very smart decision making.
I don't know about you, but Lolio has been hitting some really, really sick outs so far, and it's not exactly the easiest thing to shoot just because of the fact that it has to travel so far across the map.
Maybe Lolio should consider picking up Novario Gold Lane or something, right? If he's going to be landing all these shots, bro. I mean, look at him. He's huge. He's level 13 already. He's going to be given over the orange buff as well. It's coming to a point where the gold lead doesn't really matter yet, right? But with a Malefic Roar, now he's going to be able to cut through some of the thicker targets.
They really need someone to be able to find this Moskov in the back line. They definitely have more than enough damage. Like Chibi and Udil just needs to find that one skill snipe, and then Lolil is just deleted from existence. However, because Sapat is not tanky enough anymore to actually hold up the front line against RSG, it becomes a lot more difficult for Homeboys to actually try and threaten the DPS, especially when they also have the Black Dragon to contend with.
Oh boy, now Final Slash forces the Purify coming from Storm. He is going to be flickered out as well. The Echo comes in, but Homeboys, they lose a tier 2 up top. Lolios gets it for absolutely free. Homeboys seems to be at a loss on what they need to do. Do they focus on Lolios or do they focus on their objectives? Because as of yet, RGMY seems to be taking an inch from every sides of the table because of this macro play from Lolios.
I think Homeboys, they just play for objectives, right? They sacrifice whatever they need to sacrifice. They need to ensure that an inhibitor doesn't fall, but they need to be ready for the upcoming Lord fight. Nets is in a really good position. Now that he has the Blood Wings in hand, he should be able to survive a little bit longer in these upcoming fights. But the real question is where Loliels is going to be coming from, right? If he's able to land that all and teleport behind and find a good target like Nets or maybe even Udil, this game might finish before it even starts.
Yeah, at the same time, forcing Nets to get the Winds of Nature is kind of counterproductive for the hero itself. But again, against Lolios, pretty much you don't really have much of a choice, right?
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do here, unless you're like super confident and Xorn is gonna be able to find the Moskov in every single fight. And I feel like Lolio has been positioned very well here so far. The Lord gonna be up once again. RSG still a 2k net worth lead, which at this stage of the game actually isn't all that much. But they're actually gonna try and blitz it here.
Yep, Lord gonna be resetted here. They force the Black Dragon. The spear misses. This is huge for Homeboys. They are gonna try and dive on the Rippo as well. They do get the kill on him. They get him off, but Storm, he fights Nets. He's gone. They've lost the damage, but at the same time, Lolio still somehow makes it into the fight. And they are gonna wipe Homeboys. They get the Lord and the Sword. Now forced to run away. It's only Udil and Xorn. Can they stop RGMY? I highly doubt so here. 20 seconds on the sidelines. The inhibitor is going to be exposed for this. RGMY He's gonna try and mow it down as well. They need to clear the siege towers. They cannot. Look at the attack speed for Lolios. They've got the inhibitor. They finally cleared the meters. It looks like they want to go for the GG push. Zorn gonna get caught out. They take a jab at it. They kill him off. That's just spawning by. But Lolios focusing on the crystal. It is still survive. Stove. It won't be resetted. But again, Udil is gonna be point of interest. They use Udil as bait, and they won't keep the crystal alive for now. But the Lord getting mowed down very quickly. Homeboys still holds on. Another push comes in, RSGMY. Looking for the push, Lolios with the attack speed. Nobody's attacking him at all. They're letting him free hit. And RSGMY, finally, do they continue? I think they do. It seems like they will try this again. GB getting mowed down. Okay, all the inhibitors fallen. Only the top one remains, and RSGMY finally stops their aggression.
Oh my god, RSG just could have ended the game. They could have just ended the game if they wanted to, right? Right there and then. But they didn't want to. For some reason, they hesitated on that call. I don't know why everyone decided to go tunnel vision around their opponents. Just hit the crystal. It's not too difficult.
I think Udil is just too big of a bait to pass out.
No. Even if you dedicate one person to Udil, you don't even care about killing him. You just want to block the shot so he doesn't, so that he doesn't affect the wave. You just need one minion, and then you can just crush that crystal. And let's not forget, Lolios is full build, so there's no excuse for him to be chasing. He should be hitting that crystal no matter what before Nets even responds.
Yeah, honestly, they had more than enough time to actually finish that off there. So RCMY definitely passed up on a good opportunity there, but they are still very much in the driver's seat right now, and I'm not too sure if Homeboys has what it takes to actually compete against them here. This double marksman comp proving to be a bit of an issue in these direct teamfight situations because they don't have enough front line to actually keep them alive.
I think Zorn is just not tanky enough, right? Because of the item changes. He didn't exactly gotten the growth rate defense buff.
No, it's not about how much damage he takes, right? He just needs to find a good kick.
Okay.
And that's basically impossible to deal with Izanami having like two forms, two ways to actually dodge the kick, whether it be the Purify or whether the Brilliance. Lolios also has a Purify, but he never shows up to the fight first, right? So who do you really want to kick? You kick Rippo, it feels like you're wasting it, because then if you're kicking it back in your team, Rippo could potentially turn this around. You kick Storm, that could be another play being done by RSGMY with a Flicker Final Slash. And Vinogo, it doesn't feel valuable until you're at the Lord.
Oh no, the Steam! He finds Udil, he tries to make a jab at it as well. Black Dragon comes in inverse fight coming in from RSGMY. Homeboys, they're taking it in the wrong direction here. Serpent forced to run away, but Lolios, he's gonna try and mow down Serpent, but the Purify! The dodge of Daytona's welcome. Serpent is gonna try and buy time, but the rest of RSGMY will gobble down GB. Serpent, he won't be able to get out to safety.
No!
As the bottom lane.
Wait, that's... He canceled it. He doesn't know.
Okay.
He doesn't know.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay, Zorn, they are going to be able to back off for now. RSGMY. 5-man alive. They are going to try and go for the GG push once again. Another minion comes in. They find Nets. He gets out with Entropy. Sapat, he does have the immortality. He's going to try and buy time for the team. They are going to try and shove the wave here, but Sapat, he's not going to be able to survive. He is going to fall. RSGMY takes the final inhibitor away. Nets! You absolute monster! What the hell? Triple kill for Nets! Maniac for him! Nets! That should not be possible! He made the impossible possible! Nets, you wonder boy! An absolute chat! What a play! Nets!
They just lined up perfectly. They all stood in one straight line and they said, hey, we got nothing. You got anything in your back pocket, Nets? And Nets said, yes, I do, in a matter of fact. Do not disrespect him.
The remaining members of RSG just vaporized in an instant, not respecting the Homeboys. They are still in the danger zone. They have to be careful. RSG still has 4 towers standing. This will be a lord for them. Ooh, an attempted snipe, but not successful. The king continues, and Homeboys keeps themselves in competition.
I mean, Homeboys, if they get one more fight like that, all right, let's before I even go into theoreticals here, let's just look at the resources available, right? I'm seeing Purifies come up for both Izanami as well as Lolios. I'm seeing a Flicker in 3 seconds coming up for Stoem, and now they just have to play high ground defense and pray to God that Homeboys disrespects the space.
You know, from that fight itself, look at Nets' damaged out ranking right now. 89,000 with that just solo maniac. That was crazy coming from him. However, again, they keep things alive. Lord pushing off forward here. This might be their opportunity to make a comeback because RSGMY, they could have won this, but Homeboys finds a way to inch back. Now with the magic potion coming in, Nets looking to close up and even the score here. Chibi going for the range form. Conceal plays coming from RSGMY. They are looking for the final slash. Echo comes in, scouts out them as well, but Sapat is going to force the Daytona as well. He's going to get chased. Sapat needs to get out. Now, Rippo looking for the punish onto his homeboys. They're all clumped up, all 3 of them, and they pick them all part by part. Nets first to fall. No comeback for Homeboys as RSGMY is going to mow him down. Lolios finds another one. A double kill for them. And RSGMY quickly flips the script.
Oh, we have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Another 30 seconds before Nets is able to return, and Lolil is still up and healthy. Can Homeboys hold on in time? I don't know if they can.
They're going to have to try something, right? Xorn, he's probably going to try and proxy that wave. RSGMY looking to protect it and looking to close this out. The game of mechanics finally coming to an end.
It might be over. They need to buy time. Nets, 10 seconds left on the sidelines so far. Xorn still pulling the creep waves available.
Yes,
so they're pulling the minions. Somebody's going to control his life.
2 seconds.
Nets, 2 seconds left. They need Nets. They've lost all. It's up to Nets now. Last man standing. Can he clear the minions? He pops his entropy. He gets one back. It's done. It's done. It's over. RSGMY finally comes back and closes out the game. We have a game. The full game 3. RSGMY is not out yet.
We knew this was going to be the highlight match of our Saru Saturdays, and once again our expectations are blown out of the water. So close, so close from both these teams multiple times. The comeback was almost there, but RSGMY denying it right at the very end. We have a series on our hands.
Oh boy, that game really boiled down to who can outplay your opponents, man. That final 2 fights, well, actually just the final fight where the Lord was pushing into RSG's side. Well done to Vignogo and as well as Rippo. They finally get their moment in their game where it's just like, yeah, that moment, that fight was won because of me.
But at the same time here, if they did not catch Nets in that timing, that would have been disastrous for them because Nets pulled one of the biggest, insane plays I've ever seen. Technically, it shouldn't be possible, but Nets made it work. Unfortunately, it's just really, really sad that Homeboys wasn't able to close out the game, because if that was possible, he would have been a legendary play right there.
I mean, that was... there's so many things that could have gone right and so many things that could have gone wrong, right? But at the end of the day, it really just boils down to who has the hardest scaling hero and how do you actually find an opportunity and create space for them, right? A lot of it just came down to, can you burn their battle spells? And when you have some players like a Moscow player like Loliels, it's hard to say no. If you're not going to create that space, I'll do it myself.
You know, Lolios has been playing the longest of time in this season in MPL, right? He's been playing so many seasons thus far. We've seen him in his highs and we've seen him in the lows. And just when you think he does not have anything else, he pulls off a Moscow that is so sick to a point that nobody can deal with it. It's crazy. It's rare to see Lolio performing at this level, and it seems like he's still got it. He's really just still got it.
He's always had that potential. He's just had to be able to find the space necessary to actually demonstrate it. And I think this game was an excellent example of that. 4,000 damage per minute. We see the potential of these late game auto attack marksmen. You usually count them out, but when they're given that space, when they're able to show what they've got, man, it is scary.
It really is. It really, really is. I think throughout this match, if we take away the blade, sorry, not the Blade of Despair, but the Spear, if you took it away, would that have changed much? And I'm trying to think a couple of situations. The one big one that comes to mind is Homeboy's biggest blunder where they overextend and get cut off through the river, splitting the fight into 3 different places. Not exactly what the Homeboys wanted, but that's still built up for an incredible base defense.
The thing is, when you play a draft that has the double marksman, you really need to have enough tools to protect him. When you add on the Novaria on top of that, boy, you gotta make sure your front line is unbreakable. And in this case, Sabat was definitely not unbreakable. He was getting whittled down a lot by the true damage from Izanami, by the scaling from Lolil. And look at Stome's score as well. Like, it's been a long time since he's gotten a chance to play his signature Arlet in the roam position, but when he does, wow.
You know, let's talk a little bit more on rivalry here, because Storm was completely disrespected and humiliated in game 1 by Xorn. And this time, he pays back with Xorn with a 0 and 5 on this show. This is, you know, I would say a big grudge match between both of the most spiciest team here in MPL.
I mean, so far the mechanics are looking clean, and that's all I can hope for. At this point, it comes down to how good your decisions are going to be and how the coaches are going to arm their players. Because right now, I think that Homeboys are considering that we need to get rid of Arlet. Like, Storm on this Arlet is actually kind of disgusting.
Yeah, it really is. The way he's able to find these final slashes. Well, the first couple were a little bit questionable at times. Once he got online, it was like watching the debut of Storm all over again, back when he was playing alongside Demon Kite. So RSG demonstrating their full capabilities here, and despite the score, like the kill score being overwhelmingly in their favor, it was actually the Homeboys that did more damage overall.
Nets especially. With the changes to, oh man, with the changes to to the Holy Crystal, and as well as the Blood Wings, some crazy stuff can happen. I swear to God. 3 people melted in an instant. You blink, they're gone.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? We've always talked about how Holy Crystal is a great a way to actually synergize with Bloodwings back in the day, because it provides so much magic power, it provides so much technical shields. But when you make Bloodwings cheaper, it makes him into a stage where he's just unkillable at one point. But of course, once he retains stun, there's nothing much Nuts can do. And again, I feel like Nets played a very, very good game because of the fact that Lolios had the 1-up, because of the fact that he is going to be always later than Lolios. And if he tries to mirror Lolios in this matchup, Homeboys has no choice but to stall for Nets to get into teamfights. And most of these times, when he gets there, Homeboys has already lost a majority of their health because of the combos from Storm, because of Izanami, because of Rippo. And to top it off, Binogo is in a situation where it delays their retreat most of the times.
I think the hardest part about this, right, is like, what is the most ideal situation for the Homeboys? We saw Xorn and Sapat trying to just break Purifies and break resources from Izanami specifically, and sometimes even Lolios when he decides to go a little too out of pocket here and really trying to make the play. Once those Purifies are gone, Nets has an opportunity, but they can't play the traditional front to back. Because as the front line starts collapsing into the back line and they have to start peeling away, Nets is actually getting chipped by Lolios' pierce damage, right? And it technically is extending the range of Lolios' overall auto attack damage. So I think Homeboys, they wanted to find an angle in which Nets could actually find a left flank, maybe even a right flank, on towards RSG's side and catch Izanami, arguably Lolios at this point of time, to make the difference.
I think some of those later game fights, Homeboys definitely needed to slow it down somewhat, because RSG has so many ways of counter-engaging and diving. If they start the fight, then Rippo jumps in, or Lil jumps in, then they disrupt the backline. If Homeboys are the ones starting the fight, they just rely on Storm having a good final slash timing and use Izanami with that brilliance to buy space, especially now that it got the 30% movement speed increase. It's a lot easier for Izanami to actually leave these fights as well. And Vinogo, I think, while he definitely didn't get much of a chance to shine here, he did get one of the highest damage taken overall. And all he really needs is to survive long enough for Lolil to whittle down Homeboys, which is not difficult when they're mostly squishy heroes.
Let's talk a little bit more on the win conditions on how to enable this Roger, right? Because Homeboys, technically, they have a draft that is extremely difficult to pull off, even though, like, quote-unquote, oh, Chode set up, bada-bang, bada-bing, bada-boom, someone's gonna die. But if you think about this, right, they don't really have the damage output to allow Chibi to kind of go in and get those finishers to extend those kills. And Novaria isn't exactly the greatest to kind of start things off for this fight. Yes, it's great for poking, but aside from that, they need somebody to chip away and chunk away their HP to allow Chibi to do that. But despite all that, Homeboy still managed to drag this game long enough. And I feel like draft a little bit of issue, but still they played a very, very good game.
I don't think the draft had an issue. I think they had a game plan in mind. They wanted to play for the early stages. They want Chibi to snowball out of control and get Nets as the rich guy and as well as the carry being the big number one here. Sandbag going over to Supat and finally Vinogo being the best wingman. The big issue was how much Vinogo was able to kind of sandbag and mirror Chibi throughout this match by himself without the help of Storm, right? So it's like, oh, you go for the big kick and now everybody else starts to collapse in. Storm is able to actually buy time for the retreat to happen, and that's why we're seeing, right, in the earlier stages of the game, between minute 0 to minute 5, that's where we saw that first initial interaction. By minute 9 is when we saw Vinogo actually walk away after a turtle fight at 1 HP with the help of Lolios as well as Storm to keep Chibi back. Had that kill gone over to Chibi, this might have been a very different game. For the majority of it, right, when we're comparing the two, RSG is going to be blue, Homeboys is going to be red. RSG actually had quite a lot of control from 7 minutes onward, right? At 14 minutes, I mean, I was hoping that the game probably should have ended by 15 to 16, but they kind of let go of that, and that's where you see the decline.
Yeah, that's where the risk came in, and then at that 18-minute mark, into the 19th minute when they tried to push in once again, and then Nets got the 3-man vaporize. Homeboys regained control of the gold lead, where at that point I feel like they definitely should have played a little bit slower when they were pushing into the base. Sapat was able to force out a Purify, and then Homeboys tried to follow it up desperately because they knew he was basically dead in the base. But I think they should have sacrificed him to maintain their control over the map.
But one of the difficult ones here is that based on this game, it felt like it came down to just small little mistakes, right? It's not exactly mistakes, but it's more like opportunities that were presented themselves that is so difficult to pull off. And Homeboys, when they make this kind of mistakes, RSGMY just pretty much capitalize on that. And as of yet, this is pretty much the highlights that we did see as well, where you can see a lot of focus on towards Nets here. As long as Nets survives, there's hope for Homeboys. And if Nets gets taken out, RSGMY pretty much loses out most of the team fights. And you can see even here as well, like as long as the marksmen come online, they're pretty much gonna destroy everyone.
I mean, the common denominator amongst all of this is just lack of awareness, right? For some of the players, a lot of these players kind of tunnel vision a little bit too hard, and I think Storm in particular, once he kind of like activated, once he stopped deciding, you know what, I'm a tunnel vision, no, I just need to look at the bigger picture. That's when you saw him find these incredible angles, right? To force Homeboys in these awkward spots. Now Nets, let's not forget, he is a disgusting player. He finds a solo kill on Lolios, he vaporizes 3, right? But this is the fight that changed it all. Nets dies early, he loses his Purify, he also loses his, if I remember correctly, his immortality at the same time. So he had to switch on over to the Winds of Nature. Regardless, too many resources lost, not enough profit gained.
Yeah, and speaking of the fight here, I feel like this is a very, very intense moment coming from both sides. Like, first game, it feels like RSGMY did not even wake up. It feels like it's completely bullied. A completely one-sided slap coming from Homeboys. And for them to make a response after that defeat, that humiliation from game 1, I want to see how game 3 is, because whoever wins the series is got to have the biggest pride of just smack-talking the other team right now.
They really will have big bragging rights once we're able to crown a victor here. But Game 3 is going to be a real test of wits now, because like you mentioned already, Game 1, one-sided massacre. I think all of us thought that, oh, Homeboys, they're a shoo-in to win Game 2 after that. But RJ brings out the pocket picks, the heroes that they only bring out when it's desperate times. The Moskov, the Lunox, Rippo on his signature Yuzong as well. And it worked out very well, though it was still very, very close in the end because of some mistaken calls here and there. So it's very difficult to predict now what's going to happen.
I think I want to call out Shamilo here, because earlier just now, we had a conversation behind the caster's breaking room. Lafel did mention, if Milo calls out a 2-0, which he expected, one of these teams is going to 2-0, not going to say who. it doesn't usually happen. And guess what? It did not happen. So I'm going to call Shamilo. Maybe. Maybe. It's not Sif and Mars. It's Milo.
No,
not Sif and Mars.
No, Sif and Mars, they just need to exist. Milo has to say something about it. And there's a very big difference between the two.
Different trigger conditions.
Yeah, man. Look, I'm not one to talk about curses and everything, but I think that in this upcoming game, it really just boiled down to a test of mechanics between both of these teams, right? I do think that RSG is slightly weaker in terms of the decisions being made overall. Again, an end game scenario, the anti-synergy that happened in the early game between Stoem and as well as Rippo, that needs to be cleaned up because this game could have ended so much sooner, or at the very least had a much smoother process towards the mid game, which I think is their weakest point so far. Early, it seems like they have a rough idea of what they want to do. Late, they're a little bit more creative for sure, but mid game where there is a little bit of structure, when some teams have more tempo, or especially when they have a lead against the others, that's where they get really, really shaky.
Okay, so let me phrase this. What you're saying is that instead of just focusing on what needs to be done, they try to gobble everything, and all this greed is what's the reason why RSGMY is not being able to close out the game.
Not at all. It's understanding what the rule book is and making sure that you follow the steps in the structure. If you want to go outside of the structure, follow the basics, fall back to your fundamentals, look for trades on the opposite side of the map. You can't just keep throwing yourself head forward saying, I can out-mechanic this, because that can only get you so far.
Yeah, I agree here, because even in the end here, despite RSGMY winning out most of the fights and that whole game, it didn't really feel like their team fights had the most solid structure overall. They just happened to have more damage. They were able to catch out people with individual player skills rather than like true coordination like what we saw from Homeboys in game number 1. So that's still a flaw that needs to be addressed before RSG can really consider themselves top class here.
Well. Speaking of top class, the decider match. We are going to hit into the drafts right now. Game number 3 to find out who's going to win. But support from Kedah. Homeboys 2-0. He actually X'd out the He actually X'd out the scene.
Hey, that's how we know that he's a real one. He was a real one. It's like, no, totally did it. Totally still supporting the Homeboys, just being realistic.
I liked how he improvised.
It's the same curse as Shamilo.
Oh, guess what? They change it to a best of 5, and then you just see him like, oh man, I gotta do 2-2. All right, now we're seeing the same exact bans coming up from both sides. I don't think they're changing their plans whatsoever. Homeboys, they want to adjust their composition a little bit more, but I think they need to consider taking away the Arlet, or at the very least, getting rid of the Yuzong from the side of RSG. It's like, okay.
We saw that thumbs up from Rippo real quick there. He knows. It gained some respect. They'll lock in the Fredrin. It worked out for them in game number 2, so why not go for it again?
You know, he's had a lot of success with Yuzong even prior to this patch as well. Like, even the previous season when he was playing with Demon Card as well, his Yuzong was a force to be reckoned with. So I like how Homeboys is finally respecting it here. Hey, Rippo, play something else. Your CC wasn't the greatest in the previous game 1. Game 2, your Yuzong was kind of annoying. Now, play something else. But now that we've mentioned as well, I think they are opening up the... No, they're not opening up the Nolan. They're actually securing the Harry for Homeboys. Okay.
I mean, RSG got rid of it the last time. Now they're going to be locking in the Hath and as well as the Barats here. Let's see how RSG is going to respond. Because I think they have a sneaking suspicion that, unfortunately, I do not think that Lolios actually wants to pick up the Roger. I think he feels a little uncomfortable on it, and I think Homeboys has kind of caught onto the suspicion. If not, we'll see it right here, right? We should technically see the Roger get locked in, and then maybe have some, an early... Oh, do I want to say Lunox again for the side of Izanami?
Actually, I like it. Just because of how he's been able to just chunk down Sapat in a majority of fight, right? Even without Lolios, Izanami has been annoying to work with, so him going for the Lunox isn't exactly that bad, but I want to see the Moskov again, to be honest. I really want to see... Oh, wait a minute. They switched things up. They picked the Kaja this time. Huh.
Interesting.
So no Arlot.
I think that this is a better option because RSG is setting up for Natan as well. Oh, did they kind of switch compositions here? All right. Let's see what the Homeboys are going to do, right? Because again, now Udil, the big question for him is whether or not he wants to actually pick up the Novario once more, or does he want to kind of change his prospects?
depends on how they want to approach this. Because previously, the Novaria ended up costing them a little bit. Because while the goal of it was the peel, because there was this Lunox to deal with, Sapat wouldn't survive long enough for that peel to actually come into effect. So now that they know they're playing against a Lunox again, it could be a bit risky. So they'll go for the Valentina instead to potentially steal away the Divine Judgment.
Yeah, they sent Divine Judgment as well as Lunox, but no! I wanted to see the Moskov! Not happening. No more pocket picks, Homeboy says, and I thought Homeboys was very, very confident to try and just challenge RGMY, but after game number 2, this is them respecting. And I don't know, do they want to disrespect RGMY again? Seems like no this game. But if they lose this matchup against RGMY, ooh, that's gotta hurt.
It will hurt here. I think Homeboys are positioning for Sapat to have a dominant lane. The question is, what exactly is that dominant lane going to look like, right? Are they going to throw him with Arlet and force RSG Rippo to play more of a sandbag?
Does Divine Judgment go through Daytona's welcome?
Does Divine Judgment go through Daytona's welcome? Yes, it does.
I believe so.
It does. Because the suppression only happen. Well, I mean, yes, it's crowd, you know, your protection from crowd control, yada 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 yada. But it's suppression. It kind of goes through it. Doesn't really matter unless we do see Barat actually get the animation off to eat the Kaja first before the Divine Judgment actually happens. So it's a very small window there. hopefully it's going to be a good time, but let's see whether or not Sapat actually wants to play this Barat, or is he handing off the Barats over to Chibi? Ooh, good Natan ban. Good Natan ban.
They're denying things away from RSG, potentially forcing them to pick up that Roger in the gold lane. Or if Homeboys really want to challenge it again, they could lock into Roger and deny it all away from Lolil.
Technically they can though, because they're going to have priority pick here for second phase, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just pick out the Roger for Chibi again.
I mean, it's a little uncomfortable for Chibi, I'm not going to lie. I do think that they should just double down on their plan of playing around Sapat specifically. And yeah, I think RSG is starting to catch on to this. They're banning out the Trizla. They need to make sure that there is some form of lane control in that EXP sector. I think Homeboys, if they want to pick up Roger, it's either Roger here or they go straight into Baxia, maybe? No, Baxia can't deal with the Lunox overall. Assassin-style junglers are also super difficult to play.
I think just force Chibi to play the Barats this game. Like, instead of giving him for his usual assassin playstyle here, just give him the Barats, force Sapat to play a Paquito or something. And in this case, even though Paquito isn't exactly the greatest deal with Lunox, but if Lunox gets chain CC, that's a one-shot combo on the Lunox.
I like the idea. But I think they should pick a support if that's the case. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. They go for the Edith. Alright, that's a decent amount of damage. He's got sustainabilities as well. You know, Harif does have, you know, early game aggression, but late game wise, Edith does help out contribute in terms of the overall DPS. So this is okay-ish. They looks like they're not gonna go for a hard Roger pickup for Homeboys.
I feel like there's a possibility Homeboys is setting up for an assassin.
They could be, but let's see what RSG is going to like kind of round out their comp, because at the end of the day, it's between Sapat and Chibi who have to decide who is going to have the more dominant matchup here. And I think Chibi, based on how Vinogo has been playing, is rather confident with any heroes, even in a losing matchup, because it doesn't feel like Vinogo is trying to like press his lead into Homeboys' side just yet.
Is Fanny actually good this game?
I was thinking about it, but with the Divine Judgment around, it makes it a lot more difficult. Like, I think if you're gonna go for that, like Lancelot might be a little safer.
Oh yeah. I think I can go with the Lancelot pickup, but again, do you play this tank Lancelot or assassin Lancelot?
No reason to go tank Lancelot anymore.
50-50, why not both, right? You can go for hybrids.
Not these days, I think, especially with the nerfs to everything.
All right,
okay. Okay.
And the persecuted.
All right. So following along, again, Terrence, you actually had the line correct, except instead of locking in their jungler, all they had to do is lock in the support to see that final lineup before they make that decision at the end of the day. I like where both of these teams' head is at. So far, a couple of interactions and a couple of like key pain points for me as of right now is that Xorn needs to make something happen early on in the game. Whether it's in gold, whether it's in EXP, doesn't really matter, right? The fact that you have early CC in comparison to Storm, who kind of just gives vision and kind of sustains it, stays annoying until he hits level 4. That's the opening for Homeboys to make something happen, because RSG, similar to the previous game, they're waiting to scale before something actually happens.
Well, a lot of what ifs. In this case, who is going to be the one that comes up on top? The winner gets the bragging rights. This is going to be Homeboys versus RSGMY to decide who takes the cake.
The rivalry continues as we return to the land of Dawn for the last time in this series. Only one of these two contenders will be able to emerge victorious with the bragging rights behind them. Who is it gonna be?
Let's find out here. This early game is going to be really important for the Homeboys' side. And Vinogo, so far, forced to use his Retribution early on against Xorn. This could be a potential invade here. If they can actually pick off Storm, that would be ideal, but that means Sapat has to give up that River Crab.
Oh, well, seems to me we do see double Purifies up on RGMY, and if Udio gets to steal on a Divine Judgment, things are going to not be looking good with those Purifies, because once they get the lock on Izanami, he's done. There's no way he's going to survive. But at the same time, top side, trades here, Nets. Oh, what? Huh? Nets?
Unideal. Unideal. Fat fingered it. Doesn't mean it matters.
Okay, Izanami getting a little bit hasty here. He's got the sustain from Brilliance, though. I like this combination. Both Izanami and Stove has a lot of sustains in terms of spell bash.
Yep, and they're making full use of it here. Looking at the emblem setup, we can see movement speed coming in from Storm as well as Lil to rotate around the map. Otherwise, everything does seem to be pretty standard.
Is that the new KOF skin?
Yeah, that's
Terry Bogard. The one that you hated? Look at it. It's got so much muscles.
I don't know what you've been smoking to be saying that I hate Terry Bogard, but sure, I'll just roll with it for now. Sapat, on the other hand, I'm surprised that he did decide to actually opt in terms of his emblem setup to go for the Festival of Blood. I thought maybe this might be the matchup he could go for Master Assassin to try and pick off some of the key targets here, especially if he wants to just dominate this lane against
Rippo getting almost killed off. What a punch from Sapat. And now RGMY, they have to give away control as this turtle is going to be in the back of Homeboys. They need to get Rippo back into action. And of course, Xorn now close to his 4. He is going to take a little damage. He tries to chain stun over Vinogo. It's going to be gobbled out. Chain stun all the way through. Vinogo cannot play this game. And now Stone looking for the Divine Judgment plays, but it's a little bit too late. Chibi secures the turtle, and they want to go for more. But it seems that they will settle with just that.
Yeah, but this is so far so good for the Homeboys. This is exactly what I was talking about, right? Because again, Storm isn't really a hero until he hits level 4. In the meantime, Rippo getting chunked out like that really made the man advantage apparent.
This is much more akin to the Game 1 gameplay we saw from the Homeboys. They're putting on early pressure as soon as possible to make sure that they're able to maintain that goal lead and consistently grow it.
More importantly, they're investing their time into the EXP side of the map in comparison to the gold side, right? Loliels and as well as Nets, they're in this 1v1 for a very long time, but Sapat has a level lead as well as a gold lead off of Rippo, and he's calling Chibi to help him fight for these resources, to fight for the gold shield.
I think it's a good idea. We know that traditionally Hardif has always been the lane counter against Claude. It's what you pick if you want to win that 1v1. And now that he recently got buffed, he's going to feel even better. Therefore, Nets doesn't really need help in that lane. And if they're able to unlock Sapat as soon as possible, they just straight up win team fights.
Yeah, speaking of fights here, it seems like Sapat is very happy about how he's dominating lane. I'm surprised he didn't exactly go for the lane swap yet. But again, Homeboys, they are still dominating here. They want to play this safe. They want to make sure that Storm doesn't get that free catch, I guess. But for now, RGMY, Storm not showing himself yet. They have a rough idea that they're there, but now Storm is going to reveal himself here. Udio needs to back out, and now the suppress comes in. Chibi goes in for the fight. They get the appraisal round to keep Rippo out, and he's get out. No, he won't. Nah, Nets gets the kill. Double kill for Nets. Storm slow to react, and he is going to be bowled down a little bit too much, and this middle turret is going to lose a full gold plating as Homeboys was able to get away with absolutely everything.
Lolios, he's going to hop on. Oh, he notices the Harith at the very least.
Okay.
Walking back into lane, so he doesn't take his BMI out. If he took that BMI, he dies instantly to Nets. Oh, we know Nets doesn't have the Xamon Force, but it was coming back up in a couple of seconds. Okay, regardless, Udil definitely could have pressed the advantage a little bit more, but now that he has the Brilliance, I think this is the time. He can start walking up a little bit more confidently.
Well, looks like he's gonna try as well, but Storm with the pull. He can't Thorn, but he still survives. Final Slash gets cancelled by Chibi. Or Udil in this regards, because as of yet, not going to be able to set up for the fight means Homeboys gets the full reset. Now they force the Brilliance out. Udil going to be backing out as well. Sabah from the back lines tries to go for a snipe. He needs to get out. Counter Brilliance comes in. He tries to take a jab. Gets stopped by Vinogo. He will fall. Turtle still survives. And Homeboys, they will come on top. Chibi will survive it all. It is gonna be the big bad dinosaur.
Whoa. What slim margins both the Homeboys and RSGMY are playing on. That could have easily fallen into RSGMY's hands. Look at how low Udil and as well as Chibi. So many resources being expanded. I only just feel bad for Sabah because he could not move. If he was able to get the champion's stance, heavy left hand, he might have been able to survive and if not turn the tide of that fight.
He was waiting though. He really wanted to kill Izanami.
But his sacrifice definitely was worth it for the Homeboys here. Trading 2 for 4, very good in that situation, and giving even more space for Nets to start ballooning. There is a 4K net worth lead now in the side of the Homeboys, and this is definitely looking a lot closer to their performance in game number 1.
Yep. So far, how long can they maintain it, right? We're just waiting for the mistake to happen, waiting for the tides to actually flip on the Homeboys' head. What's going to cause it?
Well, in this case, Chibi, now level 10, gonna try and take away this middle turret away. This is gonna be the biggest, most important turret for Homeboys if they want to go outscale this fight, because as of yet, it's so close yet so far. It's Storm looking for the concealed play. He drags Chibi across, and now Chibi needs to get out. He's able to sustain it all as well, and he's gonna be able to get out. It's so unlucky, and now Vinogo is gonna pay the price. Storm next to fall as Nets picks them apart. Oh my goodness. Storm, RSGMY, they're so unlucky.
I mean, unlucky is one thing. The fact that GB is 3-0-6 is also another. They probably should have considered that. They need to find a squishier member because GB is definitely ahead of the curve compared to the rest of his teammates.
If I do recall that, when the Divine Judgment on Chibi landed on the turret, the minions just crashed on the turret. So because of that, the turret did not hit Chibi at all.
And some good zoning from Homeboys as well meant that all of their DPS members were forced back and couldn't actually wail on the Barats. Instead, it was Vinogo who was left out in the lurch because the rest of his team were forced to retreat.
Well, speaking of which, Chibi, he will live to tell another day. And that's going to be the turtle secured for Chibi. RSGMY needs a bigger catch. In this case, Storm hasn't had the biggest success with those catches so far. Udil now does have a Divine Judgment on his Valentina though, huh? Interesting.
I mean, that's definitely the ultimate of choice to steal away here. Being able to get some catches freely alongside the Daytona's welcome gonna be very handy overall. Homeboys doing a great job of maintaining their goal lead.
Well, Chibi now gonna try and pull Storm. Oh, decent damage. Divine Judgment comes in, tries to pull the turret. They shove him back in. That's gonna be the turret damage that he needed, and they do get the kill just at the right moment here. A little bit unlucky in the previous attempt, but this time, perfect execution by RSGMY. As they look for more Homeboys, doesn't want to give up aggro. They know Storm's got no Divine Judgment. They are going to try and capitalize on the mistake, but RSGMY, they're playing as a united team for now.
But on the opposite side, we see that Homeboys still wanting to make sure, okay, you take Chibi, I'm going to take a trade, right? There's no neutral objective to fight for, so we might as well start taking away structures and really start dimming the map.
Yep. Unfortunately, Chibi definitely taunted a little bit too far and too close to home there, allowing for Storm to get that pull into the final slash. He was too confident that he'd be able to walk out even if he was pulled in like last time, but the conditions were very different.
If Storm knows what's up, he just needs to flicker forward. He's gonna try. Okay. You know, he second skill, he tried to bait a reaction, tried to force something. They know what's up, but purple buff now gonna be stolen. Oh boy, feels bad for Vinogo.
It's not like he needed the purple buff. He just doesn't want to be 2 levels underneath Chibi. There's nothing much he can do about this at this point of time, considering how much of a lead Homeboys actually have, a 3-9 score on top of it all. But Sapat, it's time for him to actually starting to build up pressure. A slow push activated on the top side of that map will slowly start crashing in, and RCMY have to respond and send a member up there.
Yeah, very, very big wave coming in as well. They're sending Lolios up top instead. And meanwhile, Homeboys gonna start things off with this Lord hit for now. Vinogo very close to reveal position. Sapat also setting up for the team, but it seems like it's pretty clear cut. This is going to be an easy Lord for Homeboys, and RGMY has no choice but to back out. They have to concede this.
Yeah, no choice here. They're not in position to fight this. RCMY basically have to play for this late game phase now. They gotta create space, they gotta make sure that Lolil gets farmed up, is able to hit that max level and max item cap before they can actually take fights against the Homeboys due to this big gold disadvantage that they have been able to build up.
Well, speaking of gold advantage right now, orange buff available for RGMY, but again, they're trying to bait the reactions. Homeboys doesn't need to overcommit to this. Lord is going to be pushing from the top side though.
Ooh. They can only hold on for so long here, right? Homeboys, they're in an 8K. They have an 8K lead. Unless either Udil or Nets really drop the ball on this next upcoming fight, I don't see Homeboys really struggling too much for the time being. We'll probably only start seeing them start to struggle by 15 minutes. But the question is whether or not RSGMY actually makes it there. And let's not forget, Nets changing up his build a little bit more, going for the concentrated energy on his side to survive these fights a little bit longer.
I think it's a good item choice here. They already realize how scrappy team fights are against RCMY in particular, so the concentrated energy is going to have a lot of value overall. I'm not too sure whether or not RCMY has built anti-heal against Chibi and Sapat, so depending on whether or not that's the case, it becomes a little bit more valuable as well.
I think the biggest question for RGMY is that how do they deal with this tanky composition? Because, yeah, you talked about anti-heals here. Absolutely nothing. Wow, all right. This is a big problem for RGMY.
Is it though? Is it really? Who can sustain that much other than Xorn? Like hard sustain. Other than Xorn, Nets probably just doesn't want to get hit by specifically like Dominance Ice. But other than that, I don't think they really... Is there a good applicant for it? I think probably Lolios, who goes for a Sea Halberd at the very least, right?
Yeah. I think Lolios is in a situation where he needs his level 15, and on top of level 15, he needs his max item before he can actually dish out the necessary damage to actually chunk them all out, right? He's in a situation where, yeah, he's got the Blaze Duet, but he can't seem to join the team fights in time, and even if he does, he's too squishy. Like, Xorn can just casually just chunk him down. We've got Chibi in his face just soaking up. It's like, hey, you know what? I don't care about this Claude at all. And if you've got a Paquito, if you stand too close, 2 punches and you might be dead.
Positioning going to be very crucial here for RCMY. One good thing for them is that Storm just completed his fleeting time, so there will be more opportunities to maybe get a catch out with that Divine Judgment, but because they have to be so wary about the damage that's being output by the Homeboys, it's going to be very difficult for him to actually get that chance to jump in and pull someone out.
My god, I like how RGMY is just positioning right at the creep wave. They know for a fact that Homeboys is freezing the lane, and they're soaking somewhat at EXP. Now, Conceal Play comes in. Oh, he flickers forward for Nets. He gets out, and they know he's there. And now Homeboys, they are going to try and force a fight. Xorn looking to try and chip it away. GB goes for the Titora's Welcome, misses the mark. Can they survive? Rippo tries to salvage the day, but here it comes. The Divine Judgment. They pull Sapat. They lose Izanami. Lolios is down, but Homeboys somehow manages to scrap this fight. GB dropping down low here. He needs to get out, and he will get out to safety as Homeboys, they do get 2 despite the scrappy performance from RGMY. Now Udil showing the Man of Steel. He's going to try and trash talk his way out of this game, and he might be one step closer as they take 2 inhibitors away from RGMY.
A good attempt by RSG to try and catch out the Homeboys splitting up the wave, but they always got to be aware that taking these sort of risks can be very dangerous at this stage of the game. They're very far out in the map, and they clearly don't have enough peel to actually escape if they were to get caught out in a bad situation. The dashing away was excellently timed by Nets, because if he got caught there, that would have been a completely different fight.
Yeah, I think, well, a lot of things could go wrong here. And I think that for RSGMY, they're coming to the point where it's not going to matter sooner rather than later. But I think Homeboys have done a very good job at just denying them resources. Now it's all about this upcoming Lord, right? And Homeboys know that we've hit the mark. This is on tempo, this is on time, and RSGMY have no real way to actually contest because so many of their battle spells, have already been utilized, right? So now it's a high ground defense, and Homeboys, they can take their sweet, sweet time with this.
Lord gonna be claimed very easily by the Homeboys, who have now increased their net worth lead to 10,000 here. We are right before the 15-minute mark, and there's only one inhibitor standing for the side of RSGMY. Will this be the chance that Homeboys has been looking for to finally claim their victory?
Well, speaking of victory here, with the Lord crashing in, Rippo starting this off, catches Chibi with the trunket from Chibi to buy time. No, Leo's getting completely dived on, executed, blazing duet. It says bye-bye as Homeboys sends them back to the base, but no goal, forced to back off. Crystal's down. Homeboys takes the 2-1. Homeboys are your winners for this match.
The defending champions showing that they are still champion worthy. And the rivalry is settled in the land of Dawn, with the Homeboys claiming a 2-1 win here against RSGMY.
It's not a stressful game when you're playing clean. GG, well played for Homeboys in their 2-1 victory over RSGMY. Both these teams, they put on a show. They put on a show for us, but at the end of it all, it's about the points for the league.
There were some insane plays happening there, but I think we all have eyes about what is gonna happen on stage here. So without further ado, let's throw it over to Rose for the interview.
Kemenangan untuk pasukan Homeboys, 2-1 dengan game yang sangat sengit. Before anything else, guys, bagi a round of applause kepada pasukan Homeboys. Alright, itu dia. Okay, hi semua okay? Everyone's good?
Okay, Alhamdulillah.
Okay, since kita nak interview Sepat dulu. Okay, sebab dalam interview hari tu, dengar cerita Sepat cakap, Sepat boleh kalah dengan tim mana-mana pun, janji bukan RSG. Kenapa? Apa dengan RSG yang you tak boleh kalah dengan dorang?
Apa tadi, Ros?
Okay, tengok aku, bukan Paps. Okay? So, dalam interview hari tu, Sepat pernah cakap, Sepat boleh kalah dengan tim mana-mana pun dekat MPL ni, janji bukan RSG. Kenapa bukan RSG? Ada apa dengan dorang? Okay.
Kita orang tak boleh kalah dengan RSG mungkin sebab kita orang punya pride daripada dulu lagi, daripada season 7. So kita orang kena pertahankan kita orang punya maruah, gitu ya.
Oh, itu je actually. Alright. So dengan kemenangan ni, okay, you rasa potensi Homeboys makin lama makin kuat ke? Dengan with the upcoming playoffs, you rasa you guys are ready ke?
Alhamdulillah untuk sekarang ni kita orang punya team makin membaik dan makin percaya each other. So kita orang harap kita orang boleh naikkan chemistry kita orang lagi, performance kita orang lagi untuk sampai dapat back to back lah.
Alright, okay. Can we please pass it to Xorn?
Aku?
Yes. Ada satu Xorn je dalam Homeboys. Okay. Xorn, so kita tahu you dengan Rippo ni dah macam ex-teammates kan? You guys pernah main dalam satu team sama dan dua-dua jadi champion waktu MPL musim ketiga dan sekarang you dah lawan. Tapi apa kata instead of jadi spicy pula, Xorn jadi budak baik hari ni? Apa yang kata-kata sokongan yang you boleh bagi dekat Rippo as your friend who's going through a tough time this regular season?
Untuk Rippo, bagus lah sebab dia walaupun dia sekarang ni nampak macam tengah pressure, tapi dia still nampak dia perform Yuzong tadi sampai kita orang sampai respect band. So Rippo still relevant lah walaupun nampak macam RSG tengah down. So untuk Rippo keep it up lah. Semoga RSG boleh champion season ni. Bukan. Oh, sorry. Semoga untuk Rippo terus berkembang nanti.
I selalu cakap kawan di luar gelanggang tapi ini lebih sangat ni. Okay guys, so kepada fan-fan Homeboys ataupun yang datang ke Stadium MBSJ, you guys rasa siapa yang shine dalam perlawanan ini? Siapa yang MVP perlawanan ini? dengar. Apa kata kita tengok MVP kita? In 3, 2, 1. Jeng, 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 jeng. Aik. Nets! Okay, Nets. Pick your language. English, Tagalog, or Malay? Malay? Wow! Okay, so, Nets, I will ask you in English, you answer in Malay. Okay? So, Nets, just now in the first game, you guys dominated with a score of 14-1, if I'm not mistaken. Okay? Second game, you guys lost. However, you got a maniac. What happened in that second game that led to that loss? Was it miscommunication, miscalculation? What really happened? In Malay dalam Melayu
Betul Malay.
Dia yang berani cakap Melayu kan? Okay, let's go. Okay, Mike. Let's go.
Overconfident dan salah position.
Dan salah position. Okay, so you guys bincang tak backstage pasal salah position tu?
Bincang.
Bincang apa?
Discuss.
Bincang apa?
Masalah.
Wow, pandai dah budak ni. Wow, impressive. Okay, can we please pass it to Chibi? Chibi, tadi you salah satu macam target utama dorang masa game pertama tu, game kedua tu dorang macam geram dengan Nolan you kan. So, sekarang you dah menang, apa kata-kata yang you nak bagi?
Kata-kata mungkin saya nak kata-kata semangat untuk RSG, semoga comeback strong je lah, betul lah Syam.
Okay.
So, teruskan berjuang lah. No comment. Itu sahaja.
Wow. Okay. Udil, last. Udil, Ahad ni.
Saya cuma nak bilang terima kasih banyak untuk semua Flameboys yang datang dan untuk semua yang mendukung kami. Itu sajalah yang bisa Homeboys bilang untuk hari ini.
Oh, that's it. Okay, that's it then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, you guys may now go celebrate your win. Wow. Dorang actually, I rasa dorang nampak letih dengan penat. I think that game actually took a lot of mental strength. So be careful, don't trip, please. Okay. Perlawanan tu nampak drain dorang dan it was a very intense match. So, sebelum match terakhir hari ini, apa kata let's show it back to the casters one last time untuk match ni untuk dapat tahu apa yang Homeboys buat betul dalam game 3 ini. Casters, silakan.
It is certainly rare for Udil to not make some spicy closing statements before leaving the stage, but you know, I think I understand. That was honestly a closer match than any of us could have anticipated. Some respect is to be given here.
I think Game 2 was a very humbling experience for all of the boys from Homeboys, because even Xorn himself, he was crediting Rippo for his Yuzhong. They were a force to be reckoned with, and I'm really surprised. They're actually showing respect to RNG and why. It's not over yet for them.
Well, obviously, I mean, considering how all three of these games went, this is the type of RSG's... well, in terms of the problems that they have, they're a lot more manageable compared to when we first saw them in the early weeks. So I think that, at the very least, we wish that RSG should have been progressing from this point onwards, but now that they've caught up, can they kind of solidify themselves later on? But we got to give it to Nets. We got to give it over to the boy who was able to carry at the very end of the game. But this was, as you saw from the interviews, exhausting for all of the players. To be able to keep it this clean requires a certain level of attentiveness towards every aspect of the game.
I would say the focus, right? You have to be so zoned into the game, be one with the character itself, and you cannot afford to desync, right?
Yep.
And of course, now speaking about itemizations here, it feels like based on what we're seeing here, Leo's technically, even though he got all his major items here, he still wasn't able to dish out the necessary damage against Homeboys. And even though he's got those items, he doesn't have those sustainabilities to out-sustain Serpat, Chibi, or even Xorn in particular, because whenever he shows us fight, he pretty much gets destroyed.
I think the most unusual thing I saw in terms of like itemization as well was the fact that Udil went for Holy Crystal as a third item. Like that was the last item he completed and he went for it third. An interesting choice. Like why would you do that?
He just wanted to make sure that he has enough damage. I mean, we saw like a majority of the items coming up from RSG's side was very much like, oh yeah, Radiant Armor. Radiant Armor, we have to deal with like nets, so there's so many things that we have to like actually protect ourselves from. And Udil's like, you know what? I'm gonna double down on this because I'm going to get nearly double the amount of magic damage as I did before. If we look at the total damage dealt, Udil sitting at the top of the charts, right? So you could see that his greed out actually pays off big time. He needs to make sure that his burst damage sticks upon his opponents to be a legitimate threat. And I think even Izanami just started to feel it, right? Every single time Udil walks out of the bush with a +1, instantly, he doesn't want to take that damage. He quickly goes into that Brilliance form.
To be honest, I'm not a big fan of Udil's itemizations, but because of the fact that because there is a Lunox as an opponent here, he's taking advantage of the kit that Lunox provides to the table, where you have penetration kind of inverse with Spellweb, etc. And him getting an early Divine Glaze kind of allowed him to take advantage of the Brilliance. But again, very, very small thing, but still able to dish out very, very high volumes of damage if RGMY tries to catch him.
It's a very valuable ability here, and there's reason why Izanami doesn't like this hero so much, having both damage and escape built in. But because Udil is able to steal that same escape away, Homeboys are able to manage and balance out their team fights a lot more effectively, since it's also clear that Xorn's very familiar with the timings that Storm is going to be going for and knows when he can take advantage of those windows.
Making sure that every time those windows are open, something needs to happen on the map. And the majority of the time, it was an invade, right? Vinogo really struggling in this matchup, especially since he doesn't have the help of a prioritized EXP lane. And I think Homeboy's plan to play around the EXP side of the map really came up big time, right? Very, very fruitful in this game.
Yeah, I agree. Being able to secure that EXP lane and knowing that you already have a winning gold lane as well means that your side lanes are already in a solid spot. And because they're able to rotate around securing kills with Xorn and Udil, it makes it a lot easier for them to actually maintain map control in the early to mid stages. And once they had that snowball, they played so much more respectfully of RSG in Game 3 because they knew there was always going to be a threat. And by playing it safe, they made sure that RSG couldn't take advantage of any mistakes.
Yeah, and speaking of mistakes here, I feel like every single time RGMY tries to set up a play here, it's either Xorn and Udil that kind of disrupts that initial focus, right? And a couple of times, obviously, you know, Storm was a little bit unlucky, right? The first Divine Judgment he caught, you know, turret didn't exactly auto-attack and kill Chibi. Second time, they got a job done, but after that, it was pretty much at the stage where Storm just tried to make an all-in play and it just didn't pay off.
Yeah, I mean, that's all they could really do, right? It's either you take one of the big damage dealers from Homeboys' side away, or you take away their biggest front line. And Udil very much did not show himself whenever not necessary, right? Xorn, same exact thing, except he understands that if the Divine Judgment is used on him, everybody else has an opportunity to kind of walk up and be dangerous, right? I think that Izanami especially really struggled in this matchup because he was supposed to be the guy that combos well with Stoem to make sure that he can use the Darkening to chunk down some of the thicker targets, but even so, there's just too much of a lead and they didn't have enough time to get to the max items.
It's not just a lead as well, right? Considering the fact that you've got Xorn, you've got Udil, you've got Chibi and Sabat. The four of these heroes technically can just annoy the heck out of Izanami if he gets out of position for Izanami. So for him to switch into Brilliance, not that difficult, but if he hard spams Darkening here, he is going to have a cooldown where there's going to be like a 1 to 2 seconds window where one of the members from Homeboys can just one-shot him. So it's very difficult to start things off with Darkening. And again, it has to be Storm setting up the most perfect positional play for Izanami to actually pull that off. So again, very, very difficult to pull off.
Yeah, this is one of the issues when you bring the Lunox into the meta here, because in exchange for the damage as well as the utility, she doesn't have the way to dish out damage from a safe distance. She has to be very nearby, which allows Homeboys to kind of control the flow of these team fights. And as you can see, they're just dominating all of the key players. Nets being the rich guy, we got Udil dealing the highest damage to heroes as the carry, and then Chibi being both the sandbag and the best wingman, playing a very solid Barats.
Making sure that he's able to use that lead to pressure his opponents out of control, and then eventually just to absorb damage in the later stages of the game so that his team can actually do the rest of the work for him, right? Again, a lot of his Daytona's welcomes. Sometimes he gets the pick off. Majority of the time, he's just trying to live.
Yeah, I really like how Chibi was able to start things off to set up for the Paquito punches. And it's kind of disgusting. I think there were a couple of moments where he actually set up for Xorn with the smash as well. And because of that, I think Vinogo just could not play this game at all.
Yeah, it was very rough because you can see that RSGMY are oftentimes going to be the first team forced back. Homeboys have more damage overall. They're able to position very well. There were definitely times where they were forced to trade, but oftentimes Homeboys, again, was able to juggle the members of RSGMY very well, jumping in and out of these team fights to make sure that they are absorbing as much damage as they can.
Well, look at the damage being dished out by Xorn. Now that I think about it, his Primal Wrath is just annoying. Every single time he popped it here, everyone from RGMY just backs the hell out. And even here, Xorn was just chunking down Izanami by himself. It's crazy.
It also helps that he has the added bit of range when it comes down to like the stun. He goes into range farm, he's got a stun, he's got a slow, making the retreat for RSGMY really, really difficult, despite having like one incredible flank, a set play flank to try and get nets. But man, I don't know. These Filipino imports, they got some reaction times, man. He saw at the edge of his eye, he was like, hell no, I'm flickering as soon as I see him.
You know what's the most difficult thing that I've seen in this matchup for game number 3? Is that they had to go for an inverse gank. And what I mean by inverse gank is that usually your phones are positioned in a screen where this is you attacking from this angle, and this is them also from their phones from this angle. But because they were in this position, their phones are dragged in a way where they have to slip their screen, drag it down in order to play a counterplay, which is something that is not usual in a normal MLBB fight.
It's definitely not common.
It's not common.
Considering the number of games that these players have played up on that stage, I'd be surprised if it's not something that they're pretty used to by now as well. So, understandable, but now that they were able to secure that victory once again, Homeboy is going to be able to raise their points a little bit and move up to 4th place. Unfortunately, because they weren't able to get the clean sweep, they are still behind King Empire Esports. Unfortunately, with this loss, RSGMY still are remaining within that 8th place spot.
Yep, it's a little tough for RSGMY right now, but it doesn't mean that they're not completely done just yet, right? There's still plenty more games to finish things off and maybe change their potential standings, considering that MV and even Barracuda have also taken recent losses.
You know, again, all they gotta do is just make it to top 6, right? If they get 6th place, means they make it through to playoffs. And as of yet, we still do not have a clear indicator of who's making the playoffs and who's going to be relegated. It's still anyone's game in the bottom, and it's scary. Not gonna lie, it's really, really scary.
We are in the second half of the season now, but it still means that we've got another 2 weeks of games to go. So yeah, the standings are still not secure just yet. Anything can still happen, but some teams are definitely sitting a lot more comfortably than others. As you may have seen in that scoreboard, most of the teams have played 6 matches now, but Red Giants are still on top with only 4.
Yeah.
So
that's a big statement coming from us. Like for them, all they gotta do is just win their remaining matches, and they're still gonna be number 1. But if they start losing games now, technically, quote unquote, mathematically, they can still lose their upper bracket slot. So for them, they are in the most comfortable positions, and again, they have played against teams that are on the highest caliber so far. So I would say, technically, statistically wise, SRG should be, cruising their way into the 1st place. But again, anything can happen. New patch, new me, new everything.
We can't cast or curse it just yet here. Still a couple more weeks to go. But speaking of the Red Giants as well, because they've only played 4 matches, it's actually been a while since we've seen them play. But the wait is not going to be for much longer, because they are going to be participating in the final match of the day.
Well, I'm extremely excited to see how that's going to be happening here, because Selangor Red Giants here, a lot of teams, they were the top teams. You even made your own prediction in your stream that they were the top team to watch. And ever since their debut of last year, they were a very, very strong contender. We were like a bit surprised. Where did this team come from? How the hell did they play against international teams? In this case, I'm talking about tier 2 teams from other regions and still look so convincing. And now they're just here to say, we are the best teams ever in Malaysia. It's no longer the Todak. It's no longer RSG. It's no longer King Empire. It's SRG now.
Yeah, they may look like the best team, but how will they perform against best themselves? What are your thoughts on Bounty Esports' chances against the Red Giants?
I think unless Red Giants are in a position where they don't really understand what they want to get out from this particular patch, I think there might be a chance for Bounty, and I think that's the only way Bounty is going to have the edge, because the raw fundamentals we are seeing from SRG, even if they play a standard game with an old patch comp, they should do pretty okay.
So basically, it would take the Red Giants being pretty unprepared for the meta for Bounty Esports to even have a chance.
Yep.
You know, to be honest, so far the only assassins we've seen kind of prevalent into the current patch is pretty much Nolan so far, and even then, Skies was still playing the Nolan before this quote-unquote assassin meta was in play. So I'm curious to see whether or not are they going to be pulling even more strategies, because Skies very consistent on the Martis, very consistent on Frederick, very consistent on his Nolan, but I really want to see something else, like maybe a Ling, maybe a Hayabusa. I want to see more. Like, what else can SRG deliver?
Mia with the recent buffs and extending her range. Oh,
what about Layla?
Layla
with the backswing.
It would be interesting, that's for sure.
It's not wrong though. Like technically, they do have extended ranges, and I want to see how are we going to see the range meta, because we are starting to see a lot of global presence macro plays. Like we saw the Moskov, we saw the Royi, we do see the chips here. Maybe it's about time to start bringing back the Arrival battle spell. We haven't seen it in like ever.
One. I mean, if you're gonna combine like global presence along with scaling and mobility and stuff, back in the day, Skies was most well known for his Ling. Like, considering that Bounty Esports would be considered by many to be on the lower echelon of things, maybe it's a chance to try something out. Well, we will have no idea until that match actually starts. For now, once again, we're gonna jump to a break. We'll leave you guys with the mic check. When we come back, it's the Red Giants versus Bounty Esports. Don't miss it.
Padati.
Kita engage dulu sebelum nak.
Mati. Aku nak stun guys.
Can CC.
Nice one. Boleh tengok aku?
Boleh. Aman. Oh, nice tarik.
Hari tilang.
Menarik.
Nice.
Rata.
Oh,
aku tadi B.
Nice one.
Free gift untuk kau B.
Thank you, bro. Gerak lagi.
Gerak. Dapat.
Deal.
Allah, mati lagi dia.
Nice one.
Udah tengah.
Tak ada.
Ni. 1, 2, 3. Dah, jom.
Tak apa, santai.
Tahu kan? Aku lalu.
Nice one.
Roger. Focus Roger.
I can cancel.
And me, Roger, no dash.
I cancel.
I cannot.
Can you burst dirt, someone?
I'm too far.
Nice one.
Back. Dorang ngetruk guys.
Hello.
Nice.
Wow! Nice one!
Hello guys. Go. Okay. Boleh lagi tu guys.
Tolong.
Ya. Kajak belikan.
Hero guys.
Dah aku. Baca aku.
Rata nih mereka. Lihat biar.
Kalau prefire. Wajah guys. Nice. Nice part. Apa dia? Party. Dikal.
Surrender bisa kah?
Oh, blok.
pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang. Kerana terima magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Di Tona welcome.
Venogo ditelan oleh Sepat, cuba untuk mendapatkan lagi tentel yang ada, tapi Chibi mampu untuk mendapatkan tentel melepaskan Homeboys. Venogo hilang di tangan Chibi, cuba untuk mencari mangsa seterusnya, tapi untuk mengenai Rippo, kemudian match cukup besar setakat ini, tapi yang cukup rendah. Masih cuba untuk melarikan, tapi Rippo hilang di tangan Chibi. Kali ini cuba untuk mencari mangsa seterusnya, triple kill untuk Chibi. Menang cukup besar dan tak dia pun tidak pecah dah pun, tetapi Sepat masih lagi cuba
Chibi.
Setakat ini. Rippo immortality tak pecah. Masih lagi cuba untuk bertahan. Begitu
Boleh.
berjaya untuk pegang Udil. Chibi juga datang. Lepaskan Rezi MY untuk menjarakkan kedua-dua tertelih daripada mereka. Tapi kali ini Rippo dah akan cukup berbahaya. Tapi Rippo berjaya untuk makan seban. Stop datang ditumbang oleh Udil. Kali ini Venogo juga akan cukup berbahaya. Double kill disumbangkan pada Rippo. Dalam masa yang sama Chibi masih akan untuk makan turtle. Tapi double kill.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star.
tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
We've been having a day of epic battles here in Saru Saturday for MPL MY Season 13. And every exciting day needs to have an exciting end. So we've got one more match to close things out for all of you guys today. My name is Dafa, and once again joining me on desk, gonna be none other than Gideon, as well as Icy Baby 1 too.
Well, this is going to be a very, very interesting match because why? Selangor Red Giants, they're top of the dogs. But right now, it's going to be proving grounds for Bounty Esports. Can they step it up? Because if, and I mean if, this is what a big ask I'm asking for. Bounty Esports takes a 2-0 means they could potentially upset the balance for the top and the bottom.
A 2-0 for Bounty. That seems like a big stretch. I feel like even getting one game would be very satisfactory for them. But you know what would be even more satisfactory right now? A little bit of Nescafe. If you guys are lacking some energy, if you guys are looking for something made with premium Arabica beans and superior flavor, make sure you guys grind on with Nescafe. You guys can see it right at the bottom of the screen.
I think for Bounty, they're going to need to grind really hard for this one because I feel like overall it's really going to come down to SRG's overall preparation in terms of the draft and what has come out from the upcoming patch. I think it's a good time to actually experiment from SRG's side, and I think Bounty, if they want to take advantage of that to get a 2-0, they've got to generate some kind of momentum, right? We've seen either Bounty do one of two things. Either win their game super hard that it didn't even matter, or have a bit of a 50-50 game and eventually dropping it at the very end. They've kind of pulled it closer to not be so, I'm going to hard win or I'm going to hard lose, to now like, I'll lose, but you know that if this went any longer, we would have won.
See, that's the thing about Bounty Esports, right? There has been so much issues with the team as well here, with the roster, etc. And despite those issues present themselves, there were games that they were able to come up on top, which is something that I think was a difficult task. But now, let's talk about the top of the top, the unstoppable Red Giants, the road to champion. And as of yet, this is the current stats for the regular season this year. They pretty much conquered all former MPL MY champions so far, which is Homeboys, Team Hawk, Torak and RSG in a 2-0 convincing fashion.
It's honestly incredible that the Red Giants had a lot of odds stacked up against going into this season. They've only played 4 matches and all 4 have been against former champions of MPL MY, and yet they've yet to even drop a single game, not match, a single game. And almost all of their victories have been very well executed to the point where it didn't seem like their opponents would put up a fight at all. So going into this is probably the most obvious in terms of which team is going to be the favorite.
I mean, some people might even argue that, like, oh, these past champions, it's not even the same roster. My argument to that is, well, I mean, have you seen SRG play? As Stafa mentioned, they are playing extremely clean. The fact that they're coming out 2-0, not dropping a single game, shows consistency at the very least.
And if you watch all 4 of those series there, SRG was practically smurfing on their opponents.
Well, either way, we got something for you guys.
Hello everyone, I'm Rose. Akulah Rose. Kau siapa, Tut?
I nak tanya you guys, sekarang SRG tengah win streak. Adakah you rasa benda sama akan jadi macam Onyx Philippines? Diorang tengah win streak, beat all the undefeated teams macam Brand dengan Echo. Do you think it's gonna happen to you guys as well?
Yeah, hope so. Definitely.
You paling excited nak lawan siapa?
Tut!
Looking very confident. Obviously, we got the mid lane duo there, Stormy as well as Zooms, who have been cooperating incredibly well for some of the best early to mid game ganks and map rotations we have seen so far. So it's understandable that they'd be pretty confident of recreating this success.
The thing is, I want to see them start to diversify, right? Because so far, it's been the Innocent show. Innocent, just give him Roger, he's going to win you the game. Hands down, close his eyes, maybe even tie one hand behind his back. He'll still pull it off. He continues to show that he's one of the best gold laners thus far. So I would like to see them actually switch things up and actually play towards more, well, Sakai's and as well as cram-centric strategies.
Again, you know, this is the perfect time for them to experiment, right? Like, when we talk about strategies in the regular season here, considering that now SRG is pretty much faced off against all the strongest teams, quote-unquote, they're the most difficult teams in the regular season thus far. Now is a fantastic time to kind of test out a little bit more of what may or may not work in the current patch, especially now because of the fact that recently a patch dropped, Hellcurt not being able to experiment it yet, but they still have to figure out what's the right heroes. Can they still play the same things? Because in the previous game, we did see Xorn kind of bring in the Cho. This is something that Yums really likes to play a lot. And we start to see how the Cho has dropped significantly, not because of the fact that he can't set up. It's more like he's taking too much damage to a point that he can't do more. And that's what I feel like is something that they have to kind of gauge their damage output a little bit more now.
Yeah, I see what you mean here. Basically, in terms of what we've seen from the matches today, there is still pretty big emphasis in being able to secure some sort of advantage towards that early game. But being able to actually close out before scaling kicks in takes a degree of finesse, which we've only seen a few teams be able to actually accomplish. I feel like Red Giants is one of those examples of a team that has actually mastered pretty well the way of snowballing the early game to an extent where there's no way for the enemy's late game to actually kick in, and it works very well in this meta as well, now that a lot of tank items have lost their efficiency. Their late game no longer quite as good as before.
Well, I think a lot of that is just accustomed to the fact that they were one of the few teams who started off the season applying the same concepts that you expect fundamentally to force mistakes upon your opponent. And I think the only team who has so far achieved that after these 4 weeks is Torak yesterday, where we saw them forcing mistakes upon their opponents, right? And I think that SRG, as of right now, they're looking very good. But the question is, when everybody else kind of gets up to speed with them, are they still able to excel and go further beyond?
Yeah, what you're saying is that if they get a fair matchup, right? That's something that I think I want to see if SRG is able to cope under the pressure. Because as of yet, they've been smurfing, pixel-perfect movements, and no one seems to be able to out-micro them in most of the fights, even in all the games they played so far.
Yeah, I think everyone watching right now is expecting this to be probably one of the most obvious clean sweeps we've had all season, but we've already seen unexpected things happen, so let's just go ahead and introduce both of these teams.
Bounty Esports.
They're still navigating around the border of the relegation zone, but this team would love to secure another win to cement their place in the safe zone. Can they cause the upset of the season today? The Hunters of Borneo, Bounty Esports!
Selangor Red Giants.
On the red side, dominating the league without dropping a single game thus far, the Selangor representatives are crushing their opponents mercilessly. And they look to extend that incredible run here at their home turf. Cheer for the unstoppable Selangor Red Giants! Once again, we've got our head of league up, Cedric, leading the coach and analysts of both teams up onto the stage and ensuring fair play and professional integrity. We've got Coach Jun for Bounty, as well as Coach Arcadia with analyst Ozora Becky for the side of the Red Giants. With both teams now fist bumping one another and proceeding to their battle stations. This shall be a match for both sides to prove their worth in the land of dawn.
With that being said, when we start getting into the draft, a couple of things that we got to keep note of, all right? Some of the more dominant picks from Bounty side is a little obvious here, and yes, we do expect that SRG might experiment a little bit, but overall, if we are talking about just raw preparation, SRG is just looking to crush SRG. A couple of good factors. Number one, just get a dominant goal laner, right? I think Innocent can outplay a lot of these situations, especially up against someone like Panda, who's dependent on that hero matchup more than anything else.
I think this is the biggest problem in terms of matchups because of the fact that Innocent has pretty much shown their Roger every single time. Is either denying it or picking it up for themselves is going to be a very, very prevalent force. Because so far, Panda has had only good success when he's playing on the Cloud. And so far, him on the Roger feels a little bit difficult. Personally, I feel like Bounty is in a situation where they have to play around Panda, where they have to funnel all the resources to him in order to kind of scale. And so far, I don't know, I'm not a big fan of him playing Roger. Like, it feels very uncomfortable for Panda when he's playing on it.
I think it gives him a little bit too much freedom to jump in when he's already known to be kind of aggressive. So I do get where you're coming from there. We have a hot topic right now at the bottom of the screen here. A big question, what needs to happen? What can stop the Red Giants' dominance this season?
Well, I think if anybody is going to stop the dominance of SRG, a couple of places. Actually, it's tough to say. As Terrence mentioned earlier, we haven't seen the full hero pool of what SRG is capable of really, right? And they haven't been pushed to the very limits of their capabilities to know when the fatigue starts to set in, or at the very least, when do they start getting a little sloppy and start making those mistakes, right? Previously, Coach Arcadia was like, yeah, this team, we're trying to teach them how to play together. No matter what happens, we play as a team, mistake or whether it's a good play. Now, with a couple of changes, they're definitely elevating it beyond that. Yes, we are a team, but now we are making the correct decisions at the correct time.
To be honest, when we talk about correct decisions, I feel like when we talk about players that actually get in your head or can psych you out, we always talk about Xorn getting in people's head with his recalls, etc. But for SRG sides, this is not just one Xorn we're talking about. We have both Yums and also Stormy kind of getting in your heads multiple times, and a mage role as well as a roamer. And this is something that I feel like Bounty Esports needs to overcome that. And that's something that,
what's he holding there?
He has the counterplay against...
The ultimate panda book for esports.
That's next level right there. We're not even paying attention to the insider here. We asked Couture Zoravecki what sets guys apart. Apparently, he's very humble, very easy to educate and teach him. He's got high mechanics and macro, allowing him to play both tank and assassin's junglers. So, Skies is one of a kind because other junglers often lean towards one or the other.
I feel like this is unintended shots fired coming from
Becky.
It's
totally intended.
He knows like humble is going to be the word that is going to be shot at. But of course, if you know the story, you know the story. But at the same time, whoa! Click it, click it,
been a while.
click it, click it! Does he get it? Does he get it? No!
Wait, the bingo.
Wait, come on.
Oh,
way!
oh.
No way!
Wait. Which one is it?
Come on. Okay.
That's what we want to see.
Cool.
I feel like it's rigged and scripted, but that's got to be the luckiest moment a fan have.
Nah, man, we can guarantee these are not scripted moments. These are legitimately fans just pulling out their phones and saying, I'm gonna pull, and the atmosphere of MPL will bring me all the way.
That's wild.
That's so lucky. Like,
Yeah.
there's so many bingos you gotta stamp. He stamped on the right one. That's crazy.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, let's jump into this draft because so far we have Bounty on the blue side up against SRG on the red side. We're seeing the bans Frederick Minotaur, followed up by one extra Fanny in this case, while SRG making sure that Matilda still off the charts and also the Nolan banned out.
Properly respecting Skies' hero pool, making sure that Fanny does not slip through the cracks. Now, something we haven't really discussed is the fact that out of all the teams, the Selangor Red Giants have played the fewest matches, and they haven't played a match in quite a bit compared to some of the other teams here. So, not sure if the break might affect them here, considering that they're coming back in on a brand new patch.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. Does Becky's arm sore? Like, does it hurt at all? Because it's not. I feel like it's tiring to just hold in this position, specifically targeting on Panda, man. Look at his smiles on Panda's face.
I'm trying to figure out whether Zorovecki has something else under his sleeve, or at the very least something behind that piece of paper. But now first picks are already in, and there we go. Roger locked in for the side of Bounty.
Okay. Panda gonna be picking the Roger. You know, I know I'm throwing shade on this, but again, Bounty Esports, they have to funnel all these resources Panda, because this is something that has worked for them, right? As long as Panda gets the necessary space he needs, he is going to be able to carry the game. So this is something that I think SRG might realize, but in this case, do they even care?
I don't think it matters too much to them. Yes, it denies Innocent his ultimate signature pick, but we know that his hero pool is much deeper than that, so I don't think he's going to be very concerned. Now, it's not necessarily the case that this is also going to be Panda's hero, because we have been seeing a lot of people play the Roger jungle, though now that the Baxia has been shown, looks like it is going to be Panda on the Roger.
Yeah, I don't know whether I don't know if this is a mistake or not, but I think SRG were preparing for Bounty to actually try to go for maybe our artillery mage or Fire Mist, which is left wide out in the open. And I think, you know, Valentina is a very good deterrent. Bounty respond correctly, making sure that there's still no good ultimates as of right now for Valentina to steal.
I think Black Shoe isn't too bad. Like, it just gives Valentina a little bit more sustainability here. But I like that Bounty Esports is going to be used the box here to try and deal with the early Zaman Force, or in this case, the shields coming from Parif, right? The passive just kind of helps it a little bit. But again, I don't think they have the necessary damage, because think about this. Lilia, he needs time to activate his overall burst damage. And Harif is so mobile to the point that the Shadow Bombs may or may not be hitting Harif 50% of the time.
Well, we'll see when the Ice Queen's Wand starts coming into play here. CC for the side of SRG, blind into Bounty. That means SRG has to get rid of a lot of lane priority heroes. Things that actually can forcefully push the waves, things that are uninteractive in lane. I'm thinking Benedetta. What else does Savas play? Paquito. There's Paquito, there's Benedetta, there's arguably Lapu. I don't think they need to ban out the Lapu. They could also get rid of the Arlet as well, but I think CC should be able to handle that no problem.
I've noticed we are seeing a lot less of Xborg as well, right? Like, he was pretty popular before the patch came about, because there were a lot more tanks running around, but as a direct result of tankier items becoming less efficient, it's no longer quite as important to have to rely on him. So we can see the relation between heroes coming into play in that regard, as SRG do ban out the Florin.
No, I can see where you're getting at in Xborg as well, just because of the fact that her boss does have a comfort hero to lean to, which is Xborg. But personally, I feel like this game and Xborg against CC isn't that great, because of the fact that besides the CC winning a matchup, what else can you contribute? And in this case, I feel for him, getting the Yu-Jong isn't too bad. But what's really surprised is that, now that you mentioned, how did the chips actually sneak past the entire first phase and completely ignore despite the recent buff?
Well, I mean, SRG, that Valentina, again, picked up so early on. Quite the deterrent for Bounty. But I think more importantly, Bounty, they have their priorities, right? And I don't think Chip is one of them. They need to make sure they have lane-dominant heroes, and especially for the key members of the team, Panda as well as Aziz, who've been performing very, very well. I think Havas, even in a losing matchup, is still having his relevance. Same can be said for Yuna, so that's why they are put on the back foot at times. Yan Lord is the real question here. Let's see how SRG wants to punish this, or maybe deny a couple of picks.
I think Ling isn't too bad if SRG decides to pick up for Skies right here. Like, just to test it out. Just to see how well it goes up against Bounty Esports' composition, which arguably right now has no lockdown against a very, very mobile hero.
I think most likely the fact that Red Giants are leaving their jungle pick for the second phase means that there's a very good chance that they could leave it for the very last pick, which in that case, heroes like the Ling, like the Lance, like the Hayabusa, all do have some potential overall. But that would mean that they need to lock in their roamer here, and as of right now, they don't actually know Yanlord's hero yet.
This is a little tough it's tough to guess, right? Because let's say, if you're looking for a more teamfight-oriented style of roamer, then, well, who are you really targeting here, right? Are you looking for somebody that affects the lanes, maybe a little along the lines of pickoffs? I mean, I think SRG has put themselves in a position where they have to make a hard read on this one. If there's going to be sacrifices being made, it's going to be in the support position. Grok, the all-rounder, going to get locked in.
I was expecting maybe an Edith, considering the fact that they may or may not need somebody actually set up for a marksman composition, but if they double down on that, that means there's 3 magical damage source coming in from SRG. So I guess going for Grok, who arguably can kind of do that as well, but I don't think Yums has ever gotten damage build at all as a roamer.
Yeah, when you play Grok as a roamer, you don't go damage build. That's very exclusive to EXP lane Grok, and while we did say that's more of a possibility nowadays, I think that you still definitely want the utility he has with that anti-CC to open up the map. Now we do see Yanlord going for that Cho pickup. This is something Yums is quite familiar with, so he should match up okay, and they'll lock in the Arlet to complete the draft.
Interesting. So now, at least from Bounty side, they have a really easy way to clear out the mid lane with or without that Cho. They have the Arlen as well as Roger, both of which can be influenced when Cho shows up into the map, or even Baxia. Now SRG, they have to make a couple of decisions, and I think Cram, this is his moment, right? His moment to actually show that he can actually take a Voss on a comfort pick as well on this Arlet. It could be anything. For all we know, he could just go Barats and be like, super boring lane. How about that?
And CC is probably already
CC
going
jungle,
to be
really?
the XP lane. So, unless like they put CC gold and Harif jungle, it's not impossible.
No way.
I mean, it's their time to experiment, right? Let's see how far they want to go. I don't think Cram is going to speak up and be like, no, give me an even better matchup. But now, here we go, the Akai. Again, SRG really taking every one of these matches seriously.
I mean, I like it when you're taking the matches seriously, when you're making sure that your draft is the most effective against whatever they bring to the table. It's what allows them to get this undefeated streak in the first place. But definitely just a little bit disappointed that we're not going to be seeing an assassin jungle here. But the heavy spin going to be very valuable against what Bounty is bringing to the table.
Well, SRG and Best currently going up for their points here, and Selangor Red Giants choose to go for a very, very unique composition, a triple tanky composition, but of course CC does have the damage to actually outscale in the later stage of the game. I'm curious to see if Selangor Red Giants is going to be able to come up on top, or will Bounty Esports pull one of the biggest upsets here in MPL MY, because this is going to be game 1 for Bounty Esports versus Selangor Red Giants.
Alright, we gotta keep our eyes peeled for this one. We already know that Red Giants are very aggressive right from the start of the game. So, won't be yeah, we can already see it. Yums invading. Panda is in the area, so he will chase him off, but not for very long.
Let's see, because the same can be said on the opposite side of the map, right? We are seeing, well, at the very least, Yanlord being a little obnoxious here. Both tank junglers having to use their retributions.
Oh, this is huge. This is really, really huge coming in from both Bounty as well as Selangor Red Giants. They kind of have this mirror matchup, but it feels like Yums has a little bit more threat because of the fact that if you go for a 1v1 fight against a Grok, this Grok is going to out-damage you eventually, especially in the early game.
Yeah, especially since he was able to get the stat growth and Cho didn't as well. So that allows you to have a slight bit more pressure in the earlier phases. We do see a rotation from Yanlord onto that EXP lane. We can tell that Havos not having a very good time. It's kind of a rough matchup.
Oh, Havos now going to be forcing a fight. Yanlord tries to go for a little bit of a setup here, but Cram not going for the vengeance, actually going for the purify. Triple purifies up on Selangor Red Giants and 2 on Bounty Esports.
Very good options here. Very, very good options. They just want to make sure that Yanlord doesn't really get to play the game, right? Minimize his overall impact. Force Aziz to start walking up confidently to try and start peeling away the key members of SRG, and then maybe they can open up an opportunity for the heavy spin.
Well, speaking of a spin here, Yuna tries to go a little bit harassment on Innocent, sidesteps his way through, and no damage whatsoever. Great micro plays coming from Innocent, but again, no attempts so far from Bounty Esports.
Oh, so sad. Innocent ends up losing 2 minions off of that. Now, even on top side, right? Forcefully trying to get level 4 as quickly as possible, and I think even so...
Oh, Havas, a little bit cheeky here. He does have the final slash grab, just right at the edge as well. Stormy gonna be looking to harass him a little bit more, but they just don't want to come in. Turtle up for grabs. Yanlord very close to his 4, looking for that kick. Half HP on the Turtle. Yuna gonna be calling in here. He's gonna try to go for the wrap around here. Can he go for the snipe? He gets blocked in. Heavy spin stones him out, but Assist actually steals the Turtle with those shadow bombs. Miss retreats coming in from Skies, and Yuna didn't even need to use it.
Well, that's quite uncharacteristic there of the Red Giants, considering that the heavy spin was committed. They should have had freedom to set up the health on the Turtle, and yet Skies actually missed out on that retribution. That's going to give Bounty a nice little start here, especially since neither side ended up with any casualties.
I think, especially for SRG, right? It's a little sad that they weren't able to take, but it's not the end of the world, right? Oh, good kick.
Here comes the kick, catching on the Yumes. He does have the wall charge to kind of disengage. Can he disengage though? Yes, he will. He's going to be able to get App to safety, as Bounty Esports just can't seem to set up the damage.
A lot of the early mid-game is very much supplemented by how Aziz is able to keep control over this lane, right? He shows up at the right time, and once he starts getting the first 2 items, that's when you really start to see him take advantage of that lane. But in the meantime, right, let's keep in mind that SRG has... When it's a 2v2, they can actually clear it faster than Aziz can actually play. Wait a minute.
Okay. Skies tried to go for the setup. He tried to bait and purify, but seems like Bounty Esports, they're very, very trigger disciplined onto that. They're just trying to bait this out. They just don't want to get chained and locked down in here by Skies. Meanwhile, Skies again just showing dominance here. Come, fight me. In this case, Yanlord may have the perfect kick here if he gets the right angle. And so far, Pando revealing themselves here. They're going to try to secure the orange buff for the Baxia, but Selangor Red Giants are just a little bit too much in numbers right now.
Yep. Very nice positioning there. Good pressure from Yumes and Stormy, and you could tell that from his positioning. Skies was purposefully setting himself in a position where Yanlord would never have the angle to kick him into that bot tier 2. That's why Bounty Esports just couldn't do anything.
They just have to let it go. It doesn't help for the fact that Innocent already shoved out his lane pretty early on. So again, micro leads to macro, and SRG are doing it perfectly so far. Unless they whiff another turtle, and then we have to start discussing whether or not it's like maybe they're a little too laxed.
Yeah, maybe a little rusty after the break of not playing, but they do secure it.
Oh, this is huge.
Oh my goodness, good catch coming from Cram. They connect on Tree. Great stuns as well, but the heavy spin finally dropped away. They're going to try to isolate Yuna from this fight. The rest with Purifies will get out, but not Yuna, the jungler. Great isolation coming from Selangor Red Giants.
Really nicely done from Yumes' side. Innocent gets his first item, and now they're just going to keep on just walking together as 3, clearing...
What's happening in the middle here?
Something's happening in the mid.
Something's happening over there.
Okay.
It looks like a kick was committed. It looks like Stormy did not need to use his Purify. I'm guessing... Oh, no. He did use his ult. Wait, no. He still has the black shoes.
He didn't use Purify or black shoes.
Okay. Interesting interaction here, which unfortunately we kind of missed it out on our OB. But the fight still continues. Bounty Esports still continuing a little bit of assault here and there. But again, Panda hasn't been contested by Selangor Red Giants dead. And this is exactly what Bounty Esports wants to do, right? They want to make it a condition where Panda is able to come up online. And so far now, finally with the kick coming in, Yumes still very prevalent and tanky. Skies will get the kill from Innocent.
Oh,
here comes the heavy spin. They catch Yuna once again. They are going to isolate the fight. They don't care if you got Purifies, but the ones that don't will get executed.
Well played by SRG. Really taking advantage of this, right? Like Yanlord, he's a little too trigger happy, specifically against Yumes, thinking that if I get him out of position, we might be able to make something happen. But whenever you see a gank like that actually occur, He's never alone. Never alone.
Yanlord thought he could kick the Grok over the wall, but you have to remember that walls are Grok's friend. And he was able to block him from getting too far, resulting in Yanlord getting punished. And then Yuna as well when he didn't respect the heavy spin angling. Selangor Red Giants definitely doing a great job right now.
Again, Yanlord with the kicks, Yums barely felt it at all. And now with the commitment coming from Yanlord, he may get punished here. Fortunately for him, he will be able to get out the wall. Meanwhile, Turtle already started from Selangor Red Giants. 2 catches coming from Cran, just harassing Havas. Major ultimates being expended, but again, Bounty Esports, where's the response? Where's Roger? Where's Yuna?
He's not coming. He's not coming. He's gonna fight for that bot tier 1, right? And especially with the ult coming in from Cram, it hit 2 best targets. It hit both Havas, so now he can't jump in to disrupt his opponents, and it hit Yuna, who is just trying to look for an angle to roll inward.
Again, Yanlord now looking for an angle for those kicks, but Selangor Red Giants, they're just, you know, playing very objective right now. They're not taking necessary risks here. They're just clearing off minions, getting objectives left, right, front, and center. And Bounty Esports in a situation where, what do they do?
I mean, they're not really forcing mistakes onto Bounty as of yet. They're just playing the macro. They're just playing the macro to create advantages for themselves. It's kind of up to Bounty. Whenever you see them actually make a play, sometimes it might just be a mistake.
Well, seems the fight is going to happen as well. Do they drop the Zam and Force? Yanlord gets the kick. He catches a Stormy. Doesn't matter. He's got the Purify. Now Skies with the heavy spin. He's going to try and isolate the fight once more. Humes runs for his life. Havas gets the kill, but the Black Shoe from Stormy in the faces of Bounty Esports. They make their first mistake, and that's going to be Bounty Esports. They capitalize on this, and they get 2 for absolutely nothing.
An awkward angle to actually find that fight, but let's see. If they get mid-tier 1, that'd be very, very sad for Bounty Esports.
Wow.
Okay.
Innocent finding the opportunity. He's going to try more. The crits coming in. Now the kick right at the edge of the turret. Mistakes were made. And Selangor Red Giants are crumbling. Oh boy, 3 kills out of nowhere.
Wow, okay, this is very uncharacteristic of them. Innocent was playing so aggressive that I thought he had Purify for sure. And then he got kicked and I realized, oh, he doesn't. What was he doing? Why was he diving the tower when Yanlord was right there? This is quite strange.
Yanlord, oh, it's gone. Cram just solo killing that. That was a freebie for Yanlord. You just can't walk up to a CC just like that. Like, if you're alone, boom, you're gonna take so much damage. If you're alone, if you get CC'd, you're in a little bit troubled as well. No pun intended, but at the same time, SRG, they're trying to show dominance here. Heavy spin comes in, the turret will fall. They're gonna isolate Yuna, and you can see Yuna knows exactly what SRG has in mind. He will get out to safety. Cram tries to intercept, but a little bit too late here. Lord is gonna be the next objective here. Yumes with the Guardian's Barrier trying to zone them out from Bounty Esports. And again, Bounty, they don't care. They want objectives, give it to them.
So far, SRG, when it comes down to target priority, they really know what they want, right? They're thinking 2 steps ahead. Okay, we need to chunk out the jungler. The Lord is about to come up. It's about to spawn. We can take advantage of the situation. Cram, you're strong enough to be able to deal with him and still get out. You still have your Purify active, so please go on ahead. Without me, and with or without you, I need to push him out of position. I need to force Yuna to use his resources.
Well, tier 1 up top gets taken down with the shove coming from Panda, but Yanlord now looking for the kick. Oh, the CC immune again. Yanlord needs to flicker out of there. The Purify being forced out. That's huge. But again, is it going to be enough? The Lord is going to be crashing down towards bottom lane. Tier 2 exposed in the middle. As this now forced to use the Black Shoe. He might need to get out. The wall blocks comes in. He cannot get out at all. Great blocks coming from Yumes. Yanlord finds Cram on the sides, but again, Sky's now gonna try and isolate the fight here. Havas forced the flicker on the sides. They will be a 4v4. The Lord comes into the bottom lane as well. Stormy getting a little bit aggressive here, but does have the Black Shoe to get out. Yanlord looks for a second kick, but loses his health a little bit too much here. Yuna also, oh my god, Innocent. He hurts. He really, really hurts.
Dude, Selangor Red Giants, despite blood, right?
Oh, the kick comes in. Innocent instantly going for the counter Purify as well. Havas looking for the final slash angle. Not going to be enough, but Innocent shuts down Yanlord. Now looking to find Havas as well. And Selangor Red Giants capitalize on this aggression. Bounty Esports looked like they were winning, but it was all a fake hope as the Giants crumble on them. Now looking for a little bit more as well. And they perfectly execute assist. Yuna is going to be the next to fall. As now the inhibitor will fall. It's only Panda that remains. Yanlord 2 seconds alive. Crystal's exposed. Selangor Red Giants focus it down, and that's gonna be game 1 for the Giants.
That was just systematic coming in from the Selangor Red Giants. It was as if they had an instruction list, 5 steps to win the game, and they followed every single one to a T. There were times where it seemed like they were being unnecessarily aggressive, but this is a team that still has great priority on macro and knows exactly what they are doing.
I mean, they just outclassed Bounty, right? They're thinking further ahead. They're always talking about the next play while they are in that moment. I can't say much about it because what could Bounty really effectively do to kind of turn that momentum? Yanlord really needed to have his flicker available to try and make a big play on some of the deeper targets. But again, as we mentioned right at the very beginning, the Purifies really kind of minimize his overall impact.
You know, you guys who's watching at home, you got to clip 5 seconds before that here. That is how unimpressed Gideon was with that game. Like,
yeah,
he's just so frustrated.
Yeah.
I'm not frustrated. It's more so Bounty is clearly outclassed here. Despite the mistakes being made, I still think as of right now, Innocent is starting to become a player where arguably one of the best gold laners that we have here in MPL MY. You can see how disrespectful he's getting on purpose and even utilizing Purifies earlier than expected, thinking that he had enough damage to kill some targets and then realizes, he survives with 1 HP. I just gotta wait for one more item.
Red Giants has the confidence and they have the micro and macro skills to be able to back it up. So yeah, I mean, we knew going into this match there was a very good chance that Bounty Esports was going to be outclassed. And we saw it. And now our MVP Innocent once again promoting the brand new book published by Azora Vecchi here. And we can see Panda's reaction to it as well.
Hey man, the MVP's not Innocent, it's the book, man.
It's the book,
you got that sauce, you will be able to shut him down. And you can see his smiles up on Bounty Esports, but again, you gotta give credit to Innocent, man. He's playing out of his mind.
It's not just that, right? Because this is one of the few matchups where Roger actually has a very good opportunity to get free resources out of Harris without having to put too much effort in it, right? I think a lot of the times when you do see, oh no, I'm going to have a very staggered recall, I'm not going to have enough mana to clear the next wave and the wave that comes after that because of my lack of mana, so he calls in Yums, he calls in Sakai's, he calls in his Valentina in Stormy to help him out during these periods. They are lining up their periods of when they are the weakest, or more so when they could lose farm and could lose control over their lane with the rest of their team, making sure that there aren't many holes in their overall gameplay, right? Like, look at Yuna. Every time he shows up to a lane, there's 4 other SRG members ready for him.
Yeah, the map sense coming out of the players of the Selangor Red Giants is excellent because they not only know where their teammates are and when they can provide backup, they seem to have an awareness of where the members of Bounty Esports are most of the time as well, which allows their side laners to know when is the right time to play aggressive and when is the right time to wait underneath the tower, resulting in a very one-sided 11-minute game.
Yeah, speaking of this match as well, it feels like Bounty Esports had a lot of opportunities, but again, Yanlord, every single time he tries to make a play, there's just nothing much he can really do, right? And I'm very surprised that despite the amount of Purifies that SRG has, he was able to get some really, really good kicks, but again, no follow-ups coming from Bounty as all. And I feel like this Lilia pickup just couldn't out-damage as well, because if you talk about mages that burst instantly, Lilia isn't exactly the quickest one to do. And every single time a kick comes in, can the Lilia set up 5 Shadow Balls in time? No, people are going to get out. And with the Purifies installed, it pretty much puts Aziz in a situation where he just can't do anything. Like, oh, I've got black shoes, great. I can, set up for a team. But guess what? Stormy's got that too. And that's exactly what Stormy abused, for the fact that once those bombs are landed in place, I just need the black shoe out of there, and wait, your bombs are just going to hit and nothing.
No,
absolutely zero value.
No, it's not about that. It's being able to kind of control the space, right?
Yeah.
I think as of right now, SRG, target number 1, make sure that Yuna starts to fall behind, start affecting the side waves, try to create... if our laners are doing poorly, Cram and Innocent are like, nah, we're absolutely fine, but we need to cover for them. X factors, anything that's coming outside of the territory of the side lanes need to be controlled, which means Yanlord, Aziz, and Yuna all were taking significant punishment, right? No control over the mid lane, which eventually bled into the jungle, which eventually bled into Yanlord, wasting a lot of his abilities on members like Yums, like Stormy, because who else can he find? Because SRG continued to mirror Bounty from the top side to the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to look at this match and then they're going to think that it didn't really feel like Red Giants had such a strong lead in that early game, because when you compare it to more flashy matches like what we saw earlier between Homeboys and RSG, Game 1, Homeboys just dumpstered them from start to finish. It didn't have the same feel as that, but that's because Red Giants, their style of gaining this lead was a lot more strategic, a lot more invisible in nature, but by choking out Bounty Esports from accessing the map, making sure they're able to farm all across, continuously pushing out the side lanes and making sure resources are distributed correctly, they basically achieved the same result with a lot less effort.
Oh yeah, and sometimes they get bored. They're like, I'm bored, we gotta make something happen here. And then Innocent is just like, guys, I got the Holy Crystal, baby! No blood wings for me, we're going all damage, we're gonna go all out here.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, SRG kind of reminds me of how SMG was 2 seasons ago, where they have this mindset of play style where we're gonna go for objectives. You know, we're gonna slowly starve your opponents as slowly as they can, and then eventually just kill them. And in this case, SRG were doing exactly that while having a little bit fun. You know,
I will say yes to the first half of that statement. I think we need to elevate it even more. I think SRG, what differentiates them compared to the previous SMG, right, is the foresight. The foresight of when the abilities come up. For example, Yums, sometimes he's using that wild charge way too early, but knowing that he had a staggered ultimate, he's relaying the message to SRG is if the opportunity presents itself, we might be able to go for a counter engage if we start kiting backwards and dragging this out. And I think that's something that a lot of teams just don't have, right? And that's what makes SRG special, because they are always considering what the next play is going to be and how exactly are we going to punish our opponents. It's very surgical with the way they strike.
Basically predicting what may or may not happen in future, right? Like,
oh no, this is, I want Lord. Make sure that Yuna and as well as Havas don't get into the fight. That's exactly what Cram does. Hey, we've got an upcoming turtle fight, but Innocent is getting pushed backwards. Yums, go and help him, and Stormy, keep Havas distracted while we send Sakai's and maybe even use the ult to push Yuna out of the way. These are things that are communicated extremely well amongst SRG, and it's not like they have like, oh, this is my dedicated 3-man, and that's how we're gonna play it. Innocent is calling for resources. Cram even is calling for resources. That's the impressive part.
Yeah, the Red Giants, their greatest strength that I can see is their ability to just adjust on the fly. Because like what you've mentioned, there's no fixed duo, no fixed trio, like what we see of other teams, no fixed gameplay style where they hyper carry a single player or they wait for someone to win out their side lane. Red Giants are consistently understanding the state of the map and adjusting their gameplay to decide what is going to be the most ideal way to push the advantage they have forward, or manipulate their control over the game in a certain way to force mistakes.
Well, it's just so good.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the biggest execution that I think Selangor Red Giants was able to capitalize on is that, oh wait, Purifies is great to just walk out for, I would say a heavy spin or even any major catches, right? In this case, I like how Selangor Red Giants was able to utilize those small little windows. It's like, oh wait, you're going to counter me? Guess what? I'm going to pick on people who do not have Purify. And every single time this happens, Yuna was pretty much the sandbag for Selangor Red Giants to kind of jump in. Oh wait, I've got a 3-man pin with a heavy spin. 2 guys walks out. You know what? I'll settle with Yuna. Let's just kill him off. He's the tankiest hero in the game. So what? I don't care. Isolate the fight, take him out, job's done. Selangor Red Giants is just very surgical in that department, right? Like split-second decisions of just identifying what's the win condition in their favor.
Well, I think, you know, not only just identifying, but I think I gotta give it to Bounty, because they tried to change up the early game, right? They're known to be playing around the gold lane very consistently. So in this match, you would have expected Yuna actually start on the purple side of the map and then make his way downwards, right? But that's not what we saw. Selangor Red Giants are also preemptive, well, fishing for information, as we like to call it, right? Sending in Yums into the jungle, and if he doesn't see anybody buy that initial orange buff, now they know they have to readjust the plan and maybe even correct the jungle pathing to continuously mirror Yuna and deny him access.
There were definitely mistakes that were made. Red Giants getting bored, as you put it, and actually trying to force some situations. So some good catches from Havos and Yan Lord were able to punish things out. But you could see that the lead started to build up a little bit too much, to the point where Innocent can threaten and 1v1 Yan Lord by himself. Red Giants, they mount the final push, and they slowly pick off members of Bounty Esports one by one, so that they're not able to all respawn at the same time and mount a grouped defense. Is just on a different level entirely.
You know what? Harif Gold Lane may be a joke 2 to 3 patches ago. Now with a lot of changes into the defensive items here, the integrations of improving magic items to be a little bit easier and more effective in the current meta, Natan as well as Harif kind of fits the bill right now. And for me personally, I really like the Bloodwings a little bit more now, and so far we've seen some teams kind of utilize it a little bit more, but in this game, Scrams, like Innocent's like, it's okay, what's Bloodwing? Don't need it.
It doesn't really need it.
Yeah, he invested in crypto, he hit it big.
Whoa.
Yeah. Holy Crystal is super expensive, man. It's like, okay, we get, even for some mages, like thinking about the Holy Crystal is such a big investment.
Like it's a quality of life improvement when you get that when you get the blood wings, because it allows you to survive a lot more. You're able to position a little bit more aggressively thanks to that extra shield it gives you. But if you're already able to do that even without it, then why not just go for more damage to really hit home your advantage even harder?
Well, seems like it is going to be working out in their favor so far. Against they were snowballing pretty hard. But again, now coming into the game number 2 here, I feel like Selangor Red Giants in a situation, obviously we've sing their praises, they know they are the stronger ones, but Bounty Esports, I like that they have kind of adapted for game number 1. But execution-wise seems to be a little bit of a problem, because again, we've talked about this. They play around Panda so much, and even Selangor Red Giants is memeing about it. Do they still want to stick to their roots of just playing around Panda, or do they want to mix it up?
Well, it kind of depends on whether or not they have like an actual win condition here, right? It's like, yes, a lot of the basket is being invested into Panda, but for an example, Aziz used to be the secondary win condition, but the foresight from SRG makes it really tough to set up for that, right? Once we started getting to the mid game, and once we saw Aziz get his second item, that's when you feel him like, all right, now he's starting to walk up, now he's being more aggressive, now he's trying to punish Yums for trying to fish for information. The response, they send Stormy in his face to force out Black Shoes almost every single time. If not, at the very least, he has the mobility to get in and out to trade.
You know, logically, as a Valentina, you shouldn't be in your face a lot of times, but considering the fact that he does have Purify, he's got Black Shoes, but well, we've got Poji, you know, trying to stir things out in the crowd. He says like Bounty Esports is going to beat SRG. We've got some very passionate.
What are they doing over there?
I don't know, man. They're
trying to tell Poji he's on the wrong side, and he's like, oh, sorry, that's my bad, guys. Could I wave this like one more time? I love Poji. Poji's great. Poji's great.
It's good to know that there are definitely still people supporting on Bounty Esports. They're a team that has slowly been getting better, considering that their performance at the start of the season wasn't all that stellar, and they've definitely started pulling together a little bit more. But unfortunately, again, we do have to highlight that this feels like an outmatched situation where, like, if you were playing chess, for example, if you're against a chess master, they already not only know every single move you're going to make, they can already predict what's going to come next out of you no matter what happens. And I feel like Red Giants are in a situation like that where, especially when they're going up against a team that's known for playing specific styles, they've already figured out multiple solutions for over... Oh my goodness, that is...
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
21.5 average KDA, not even highest, average KDA.
No. Look at the fact that 4 of them are Red Giants.
Oh my lord!
For a second, I really thought this is like the average KDA of all the 5 players of Selangor Red Giants until I saw Shizo. I was like, wait, this is
he's not
right. Like, how is a roamer in the top 4 But of course, at the same time, let's talk about the statistical data that SRGs has played amount of games, right? They have not played more than 6 games yet.
No, I just think that Cram needs to step it up. He needs to get on the board, baby. All he's got to beat is a 7.7 average KDA. Step it up, Cram. You can take all 5 of those slots.
Stop beating.
Cram is the ritual sacrifice here.
Stop
that is
beating.
true.
Yeah, like someone has to take the bullet so that everyone else can be on the board. And Cram just says, "Let it be me."
Yums needs to start making sacrifices for Cram. Cram has taken it up, has been shafted enough times.
But now, speaking of the drafts here, heading into game number 2, Nolan, as well as Matilda being banned. Yu Jong. Okay, they switched up the Yu Jong this time. Yu Jong was completely let off in game number 1, though.
Oh, come on, baby. Yums, it's your time. Lock and chimp. Come on.
Chips? Really?
Chips it's available.
Chips was completely snuck through the entire first phase into game 1.
I mean, you know what? I mean, after a game like that, there's no way SRG aren't feeling super confident. Wow! They still go for the Valentina. They're taking this seriously. Okay.
Valentina over Roger.
That's fine. I mean, Cram was doing, Innocent was doing perfectly well against Panda.
They basically want to see what Panda is playing so that they can
take
pick
Harif.
the best choice for Innocent against it. Like, even though in the previous game, Harif isn't normally considered a good matchup into the Roger, I think it's more of the semantics of the play, how Innocent is feeling about it.
Well, think outside the box. Pick the Harif. Pick the Roger.
Together?
Yeah, just for the fun, just for the memes. Put the jungle in the jungle lane. Oh, okay.
Dude, for a moment there, I thought like, wait a second.
So, yeah.
All right, Barat's into the Barat's in as well as the Harith. Okay, sure. Let's see how they're going to play this out, because now Innocent is going to lock in that Roger. That's going to be totally fine for them. The real question is, how do they exactly deal with the Barats, right? Because now he has at least CC immunity. That might change a couple of picks for Yum specifically to turn things around, or they could just get a stronger EXP laner to really make the difference.
So you can see a little bit of nods here on towards Innocent's face, but it looks like they are going to be bringing the Xbox. But again, with the Roger, I was expecting maybe an Xbox and carry for the true damage purpose, but looks like Xbox is all you need. You know, if Barat is in the XP lane, I'm just gonna burn him to smithereens.
I'm perfectly fine with this. Export can be flexed as well. I think this is nice. A nice setup for SRG before we get into the second phase. Bounty, on the other hand, it's dangerous, right? It's dangerous to reveal some of your side namers, so I think you have to lock in your support early. No! Straight into Paquito, they're like, all right, I'm ready for this. I'm ready for anything, baby.
Okay, here is a fun fact here. SRG has the youngest roster in MPL MY. The average age of SRG's roster is actually 19 years old. So young, talented, here to make a statement to say that, hey, the old guys are done.
We did have an interview with Red Giants a couple weeks back where they mentioned how they are all under 20 years old. So there's this greater connection and respect among one another where they're not necessarily feeling threatened by anyone's seniority, and they are able to communicate a lot more clearly, which I think helps a lot. Not to mention, of course, having that young energy in your hands to make these big plays is really factoring into their success.
Hey, as the saying goes, man, younger, better, stronger, faster, man.
Yeah, including having, you know, Azora Vecchi, he's clearly 20, as well as Coach Arcadia, also part of the roster.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're all under 20.
All of them under 20. Now,
wait, is Vecchi under 20?
yeah. Come on, Chad. Come on, we all know. It's like so obvious.
We all know he punished the Pandas. He published the Pandas Guide to Esports when he was 16.
That's fair. That is also a true fact, now written in SRG's lore. Bounty now getting rid of the Grok, very understandable, but SRG makes sure that the Florin is out of the way. So it's interesting to see that they want to make sure that these executes actually stick onto Bounty Esports' side, but it doesn't mean that they're completely out of the water just yet.
Speaking of out of the waters here, like the Grok being banned from Bounty here just shows that they do understand that Yums was extremely annoying in the previous game. But again, Yums has been known to play a lot of roamers back in the days before he even joined SRG. So this is something that I think it's not that big of a threat. But again, they're off bad, huh? This is interesting.
I respect that. I respect that because now you have a tank. If you did, I mean, I would have expected the Sakai's to pick it up and then throw him into the jungle and try to just man fight it out against the Barats. You can shred through him with a little bit of help. You can get over the finish line.
Getting rid of that so that Skies doesn't have this straight up damage jungle. If Skies still wants to go in that direction, there is still the Alpha around, but Bounty Esports has decided that the Giraffe would be a bigger issue to deal with. Oh,
come on.
Oh,
come on. It's the setup for Chip. Come on. It's right there.
Bounty to take Chip.
Come on, Bounty.
Really?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter. They got Valentina. If Bounty picks up Chip,
he can make his own shortcut.
Exactly. So it's just like, come on, what's it going to be, Bounty? It's either you take it or we take it.
I'm just imagining Stormy being like, hey, I want to teleport people around, but I can't play Chip in the mid lane. So can we manipulate the draft so that I can steal the portal?
And Coach Arcadia was like, yes.
I've not seen that before. I feel like it's very difficult to actually pull it off. But at the same time, if let's say a Chip dives into your teammate, and because coincidentally you've got a shortcut is available, shortcut the other side of the map, and then teleport them out of safety. So I feel like it's very, very difficult to pull off. But nope, no Chips. Chill again for Yanlord.
So, come on. Will we see Yums on the Chip?
Come on.
If you ban the Odette, you ban the Florin, obviously you have to lock it in, right? Like, unless this is some super secret strategy we've never seen before.
Like, I think Gord is really good against Chips, but forcing a Bounty to go for the Gord means completely destroys their entire roster. Because if you think about this here, mobility-wise, Barats is not exactly the most mobile hero to travel across the map, but come on!
They wanted to bait them.
Come on!
I think it's okay, right? It doesn't really hurt SRG's composition. If not, this is the stronger composition. But I do quite enjoy seeing how Coach Arcadia is messing with Bounty right now. You pick up Chip, we still get your ult. You really make no difference.
Man, did they actually spend a ban on Odette just to try and force a hero?
They're like, come on,
that they don't even want themselves?
I think that's so funny. It's so hilarious.
That's the thing about Selangor Giants, right? They like to get in people's heads so much just to mess with them, and it sometimes just feels very obnoxious. But at the same time, Selangor Giants, they're still undefeated. They can do whatever they want.
You're not wrong. They can certainly do whatever they want. You just think like, hey, we don't need to ban anything else. Let's see if we can try and bait out something. Didn't work this time, but their composition still looking very solid overall with multiple signature pocket picks and hands of the Red Giants.
Well, will the trolls continue for Selangor Red Giants or will it not? Because now it is going to be up to Bounty Esports to make a potential upset, which may or may not happen. But Selangor Red Giants still remains the top of the game, undefeated thus far. And will we see it continue? Because we are heading into game number 2 for Selangor Red Giants versus Bounty Esports.
All right, we're back in the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. As we know, the Selangor Red Giants currently 1 game up and 1 game away from maintaining their clean sweep streak here in Season 13. It's going to be up to Bounty Esports to see if they can stop it. And we can already see a lot of attention towards Yuna to make sure that Yums isn't doing any funny business.
We'll see. Yanlord and as well as Yums going at each other once again to make sure that it's pretty difficult, but Yums winning out in the trade overall. Let's see what the layout is, right? We do see that Bounty going to be starting on the orange side and going to be heading down towards the purple side. Same goes for SRG. So they're maintaining this, right? Following the same patterns that they learned off of game number 1.
You know, it's really interesting to see how Selangor Red Giants is still kind of using the previous meta heroes and still trying to make it work, right? Like, we've seen a lot of teams trying to adapt in the current patch, but for now, it seems like they are really going to try and push it to the limit, whether or not it's still relevant or not.
I don't know what you're talking about. All of these heroes are very much relevant.
Yes.
Post-patch and even pre-patch.
One thing to note is that although we've had a pretty big patch drop, it's still pretty much the same patch overall until a team comes out and says like, hey, this is actually the way to play. But so far, the teams are quite content with the way that the old meta has worked and combining it with the changes to get even more value out of certain things.
Well, speaking of value now, Panda forced to sidestep his way through. He's way deep into his enemy turret. He still has the Purify. Well, walks in the wrong direction, and Panda gets shut down. So seems like the secret book of shutting down Panda Esports seems to be working out for SRG.
This is very interesting, right? Because if I'm in Bounty's position, as Panda, I would assume that this Guinevere should have been on the bottom side of the map, especially since the turtle is about to spawn. I know he started for a fact towards the purple side, especially since Yanlor ended up scouting him out later on when he was on the orange. So I don't know. This seemed a little catching Panda off guard, really messing, playing with the information that was given over to Bounty.
Yeah, speaking of information right now, Yums tries to try and poke Yanlord here. Very close to his kick for now, but the turtle already in the hands of Selangor Red Giants. Bounty Esports, again, might be mirroring a game 1 where they just concede the turtle buff. But in this case, Yuna can pull back. Oh, Yums drags him away. Yanlord down to his half HP. They are going to be content with the Barats here as he gets taken out. Nothing he can do. Yes, wait, did I see that right? Was that Stormy that ate the Barats? It was Stormy that ate the Barats, and now Yanlord tries to go for a flicker play. Krams has the faster finger and the catch from Skies to take him apart. Bounty Esports just completely get out-microed by Selangor Red Giants.
It's such a good read. Look at the top side now. They're not giving Bounty any space whatsoever to breathe.
Oh, it's excellent movements and rotations. We already knew this was the specialty of the Red Giants, but seeing it in play once again just goes to show how big of a gap there is between these players right now. Honestly, under regular circumstances, if you've already zoned the enemy jungle off the turtle, you'd be fine. But no, Red Giants pushes him closer so they can pick him off after the turtle instead. So they're feeling very good right now.
Yeah, they could actually go for a regank on Boss here, but no, they're not going to waste their time. The wave is already crashing in. No point fighting and losing EXP and gold at the same time. Guinevere makes her way up top. Bounty already clearing that top side. So again, it's going to be a delayed attack on that top side. If unless Bounty has something else to farm. I'm not seeing any camps up. They're just kind of hovering, and I think Yuna needs to walk to the mid wave to maintain those stacks.
Well, speaking of maintaining stacks right now, seems like Selangor Red Giants, they're setting up an ambush to try and punish Yuna if Yuna walks in the wrong path. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Habal is getting destroyed by this X-Borg. And there's nothing much he can really do. They need the Paquito punch combo against Selangor Red Giants, but every single time he tries to rotate, Havos's Cram is just shoving the lane.
Yep, this is so good. SRG understands that Yuna needs to play for his stacks, right? He started losing his stacks as he's running over towards the bottom side of the map to try and take the core vault away. And now that he's still back at max stacks, now the turtle is going to be up for contestation. Brute Force breastplate on Cram.
Well,
wow,
that's big. That's actually big for this X-Borg.
Is that a first item or second item?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I think it might just be a first item.
Yeah.
It means that he very much is the sacrificial lamb.
Here comes the kick from Yanlord. Connects on Yums. He is going to be able to get out. Panda finally shows himself into Xamarin Forest. They do catch Yanlord in the back lines. Panda trying his best to try and chip away the SRG. Stormy gets with the Daytona's welcome, but he's going to get focused down. Double kill for Havos, and this is exactly what Bounty Esports needed. They needed Havos to be in the fight, and they got to.
Nicely done coming in from Bounty. They're able to turn this around, but look at the top side. Tier 1 is going to fall in trade for this turtle. It's a little sad that Stormy wasn't able to get out of there, but that's credits to Havos.
Okay, Skies gets his solo catch onto his Yanlord. This is the Roma we're talking about. Innocent tries to go in for a dive, but he's taking a little bit too much damage here. Forced to purify, but at the same time, Skies still managed the back lines. Down towards the last HP. Could not get the kill. He will settle with the orange buff, but again, Selangor Red Giants getting a little bit angsty in all these individual fights.
Yep, not exactly the cleanest, but at the very least, Selangor Red Giants making sure that their main win condition is coming online and coming online fast. Endless battle from Innocent.
Yep. I feel like Selangor Red Giants saw that there were 4 of them on the average KDA rankings and decided, oh, that's probably a bit unfair. And just decided, I'm going to throw a bone to the rest of the teams this game by diving their jungle repeatedly. We actually see 2 Brute Force breastplate first items.
Now, speaking of first blood items as well, Cram now forced to go for the last insanity. He needs to get out. He doesn't have the immortality. Panda looking to kill him, and he is gonna get the kill. That's gonna be Bounty Esports evening up the odds. Top side, they are gonna try and dive on Havos. Can he survive? No, he cannot. Does not have the punch to stack up and buy time. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
Man, the guerrilla warfare is kind of rough here. You never really know how many people are going to be by Innocent's side a majority of the time. But at least for Bounty, they're not in that much danger just yet. I mean, they give up a tier 2. Where is Yuna? Why isn't Yuna covering this?
He's too slow, man. Like it's a gigantic dinosaur with big legs, but it doesn't necessarily mean he walks fast, man.
Yeah, the thing is, even though Red Giants are honestly throwing too many bodies unnecessarily at Bounty Esports, and Bounty Esports is doing a good job of actually getting some control and ganking some lanes, it still feels like it's the Red Giants that are actually in control of the map macro here.
Yeah, because again, they make sure that when they decide to go in for these types of all-ins, and yes, Bounty Esports walked away with more kills in comparison to Selangor Red Giants, Bounty aren't able to get a bigger lead because all the camps had already been taken. The waves are in a perfect position, so therefore Bounty can't really increase the lead.
Oh, they are going to try and force the fight here for Yuna. Catches onto his Yume, force the flicker out. Skies will secure the total, but they've lost Yumes. Bounty Esports, do they want to continue? Seems like they don't want to deal with the turtle buff for now. As Aziz gonna scout it out a little bit here, but they will sacrifice Yumes for the turtle.
I'm starting to think whether or not SRG made the right decision going for first item brute force breastplate in a lot of these moments, right? If they had just a different first item, it could have changed things.
Yeah, it's very curious that they decide to go for that as a first item on both Skies and Cram. It would make sense on the...
Oh, Innocent in a little bit of trouble. He's got to purify. Okay, no follow-up as well. He's going to be able to get out. Forces a Purify, but at the same time, here comes the key eat as well. But Panda does have a Purify on his own. Stormy almost gets picked apart. He is going to try to back off for now. Yuna now going to be caught in an awkward position. The final slash comes in, but Yuna drops only down towards half HP. Innocent does have the buff, but do they go in for the kill? Because as of yet, Skies and Crams nowhere to be found as they try to chip away at the turrets for now. Cram scouts on Yuna, but they do not know where Yanlord is. They have to be careful about this. Well, looks like Yanlord not going to be able to find his opportunity as they disengage.
I think it's a smart disengage from Bounty Esports here. They recognize that Red Giants do rotate around the map a lot faster than they do. So even though Yanlord is able to scout things out, it's a lot more... Oh
no, her boss. He is done and dusted. There's no way he makes it out. He's going to get caught with his pants down at bottom lane.
They're not communicating. Bounty, they literally saw all of those members walk across that mid lane. Where else is he going to end up, right? So definitely just need a calm. Just gotta be very aware of the situation. But this opens up opportunities for SRG, right? Again, Innocent is significantly ahead of the curve.
Yeah,
It tends to be like Red Giant, although we kind of mentioned Bounty Esports having a singular playstyle of focusing heavily on Panda, Red Giants also do a lot of funneling into Innocent overall. It's just the way that they approach it that kind of separates these teams in terms of how they play this game. Red Giants, they do still have the lead, but honestly, it's not that much now that we're hitting the 10-minute mark.
The gap continues to close. I'm trying to think of a way for Bounty to actually like force a mistake onto SRG's side, right? Because it feels like SRG, very well-oiled machine. Somebody is covering something. Everybody is in the right places, right time to making a call. This is going to be a fight, right?
Yeah, at the same time, Bounty Esports, they really need Panda in this fight. And now here comes Final Slash catches onto the Yuna, chain stun his way through, killing spree for Innocent. Now Panda going to be diving onto the Stormy as well. They get the combo in, and Panda is doing fantastic work. But Selangor Red Giants, they're waiting for the Xamarin Fest to actually kind of whittle down. And because of that, Selangor Red Giants, they may be able to extend this fight if they try to here. Skies get a little bit greedy with the Lord, but seems like they just can't soak up the Lord damage, and they will trade 50-50s, a jungler for a mage.
Yeah, SRG just bought themselves.
Oh, wait, Yumes, hold that thought, flickers forward, tries to go for the kill. Aziz will be able to sidestep, but Yumes, he's tanking the damage for Innocent, but Innocent can't seem to proc him across the wall. Aziz will live to tell another day for that fight.
Yeah, but they sacrifice bots here too in the process, right? SRG, they're stopping this Lord dance. Let's fix our waves, and then we continue doing this.
I will say though, Bounty Esports actually making this a lot more even than we would have expected. Even though Red Giants still had map control, they're starting to give up some of it in order to get a little bit more of a snowball. And the fact is, because Red Giants are committing so heavily whenever they get a pickoff, Yanlo is actually finding people.
Well, her boss now going to be focused down. That's going to be the Paquito out of the equation as well. Yuna goes for the Daytona's welcome, but the full last insanity is going to chip him away. He's going to go down. Innocent, he makes it out. No, he does not. He's going to get taken out. Bounty trading him for their lives, but they still lose too. Panda still survives, but Selangor Red Giants, do they want to try to risk it for Lord? They've lost Innocent. Is this worth it? That's this. Now, waiting for the echo. Here comes the kick. They have to damage Panda with the second Salmon Force. Yanlor getting chipped away, but Panda dropping them down so low, scaring Selangor Red Giants. But again, they can't find those kills, assists. Trying with the snipe so far, hasn't connected at all.
Panda's playing really, really well, but look at that bot wave. Such a slow, a very good mass build-up, a very good slow push on their side, but when we talk about the 4v3, Panda is strong, yes, but he still has Purify. That's why you don't see Stormy commit too hard on him. He's waiting for somebody like Sakai's who can actually tank that type of damage. If he lands a Magic Thump and forces Panda to actually drop down that Purify, that's when Stormy has the green light.
Well, round 3 again for Selangor Red Giants. Bounty Esports, they do have those ultimates up available once more. And this time Stormy, he does have the Daytona's Welcome. He is going to try to catch Panda potentially, but the snipe from Aziz is gonna put him at a setback as he needs to back off. Lord, final 20%. Yanlord goes for the kick, catches the X-Borg for now. Final Slash comes in. It is gonna be an all-out brawl. Innocent trying his best to get a kill. He does find Yuna. That's huge for Selangor Red Giants. Lord down to his 20%. Sky secures it all, and here he comes. Innocent picks them all apart. Double kill for him. Looking for the triple. He does get it, and now Yanlord next in the objective. Can he get his Maniac? He wants to get it. It's gotta be close. He needs to take it. Does he? No, it's gonna be a mega kill for him. Instead, Selangor Red Giants gets the wipeout.
Nicely done. Again, they found all the conditions. Panda loses his Purify, instantly gets jumped upon. And even Stormy just making it so difficult. It's so difficult.
They're not gonna end right here, are they?
Oh, they're 100% gonna end right here.
Oh my goodness. Leave Yuna alone, man. He's got no stacks. He's gone. Now Aziz with the echo. The Winter Trunken from Skies. He needs to back off. Panda dropping the Salmon Force. They are going to respect this. The Lord with Inhibitor. They still need to fight off as well. But if I can, they're going to try and make an attempt. He's get chased stun. He dies. And Innocent finds him. But was it worth it? He's down so low. Bounty Esports, they have to find the fight as well. But at the same time, it's not over. The Lord will do so much damage as they take down the Crystal. Selangor Red Giants, a very clean 2-0.
They're just masterminds somehow, this team, these players, this coaching staff. Even though it looked like Bounty were putting up actually a pretty even fight, punishing the Red Giants for overextending over and over again. Red Giants, they were just waiting for that one golden opportunity.
I can't. Innocent? He's not so innocent. I bet he was making the call to say, hey, guys, we can farm them one more time before this crystal goes down. Moji having to make amends here to Uncle Chicken Knock on the SRG side. What a game. SRG, clearly a class of their own.
Oh boy, what a dominating performance. And again, undefeated Giants. And you can see Poji, the fans are really sad and crying as well. But, you know, I like how they're comforting Poji. But at the same time, let's see what they have to say up on stage as we throw it over with Rose.
Sekali lagi Selangor Red Giants dapat 3 mata penuh, maintaining their 2-0 win streak. First of all, hi everybody. Everybody good?
Good.
Sihat?
Good.
Nampak hype sangat hari ni. Okay, let's start with Sekais dulu. Sekais, sekarang you guys tengah win streak gila-gila. We could literally see that you guys are full on, you know, everybody is so hyped. Adakah ada extra pressure bila korang tengah win streak macam ni that you guys macam rasa on stage like, oh my god, the simplest mistake can cost us this entire series? Ataupun you guys main macam biasa, tak ada pressure?
Rasanya kita orang just main macam biasa kot. Sebab last season pun macam ni juga. Cuma beza dia, season ni kita orang dah lawan yang team dah kuat dulu, yearly. And last season kita orang lawan yang tak kuat dulu. So yeah, season ni lagi confident lah.
So since you guys dah lawan yang kuat, dia macam extra morale boost untuk korang, extra confidence.
Yeah.
Alright, I like that. Okay, can we please pass it to Innocent? Okay, hi Innocent. Musta?
Hello.
Okay.
Okay lang.
Okay, so Innocent. Now, we know that, you guys have been playing around your hero pool as of now. Will we see unorthodox pick from the side of SRG now that you guys are on a win streak? Like, will you guys be experimenting, or are you guys still going to, play with whatever you guys have and, treat all the opponents equally?
We're just going to do we're just going to play SRG, like we used to be.
No
and
experimental.
We're still experimenting right now because of the new patch. And maybe tomorrow or next week they can see.
Oh wow, tomorrow or next week. Is that a sign that kita akan nampak hero yang menari esok? I like that. Okay, so, should I go for... Okay, you know what? Let's go for Yums. Okay. Alright tak Yums? Okay, santai je. Relax. Tengah relax.
Relax.
Okay, Yums, kita tahu that masa MV dekat tier 2 lagi, you guys selalu lepak together dan you selalu pergi tengok tournament dorang, supportive friend. Kita ni stalker actually. So, you rasa berapa confident Yums untuk jumpa dorang esok? 100%? 100%? So, maksud tu 100% you guys menang lah. You guys menang ke? Nak bagi siapa yang menang?
Menang, jangan risau.
Jangan risau.
Jangan risau.
Pass game.
Pass game.
Wow, apa yang you nak kata cakap dekat MV? Kalau
mungkin
you boleh
Stormy ada nak cakap kot. Dekat MV.
Dekat untuk Subway. Untuk Subway dengan Haru, kata-kata sikit untuk MV.
Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, Stormy ni memang never change since SMG. Okay, so you guys tak tahu tak MVP siapa? Siapa? Korang rasa siapa sepatutnya MVP perlawanan ni? Okay, apa kata kita tengok MVP?
Kram.
3, 2, 1. Jeng, jeng, jeng. Teng, teng. Okay. Innocent! Once again, taking the MVP. Okay, since Gorgeous is on the caster desk today, I want to ask you, why did you guys have a panda book? What's in that book actually?
Actually, I don't know. Coach gave it a favor.
Oh, he just gave it to you?
Yeah, I just want to play.
Oh, you just want to play? Ini maksudnya dorang salahkan coach dorang kalau dorang tengah under the heat. Throw the coach under the bus. Okay, Innocent. Now that nananalo kayo, complete win streak, which team do you think is gonna be able to take 1 point from you either this regular season or in the playoffs?
Regular season?
Yes. Even one team that you think could take 1 point.
I think no one.
Wow. No one?
Yeah, no one.
You're that confident. 9 other teams in MPL and no one can take a point?
Yeah, no one.
No
one can beat us.
Wow! Alright, Stormy. Kita tengah cakap pasal win streak ni kan? So, since kita tengah cakap pasal win streak, Stormy has experienced one of the longest win streak we have in MPL Malaysia, which is in Season 11 when Stormy main dengan pasukan SMG. Semua 2-0. Dan kita tahu dekat MPL Malaysia, dari Season 7 tak silap I, orang kata ada second place curse. Mana pasukan yang dekat second place di regular seasonnya akan jadi champion musim tu. You rasa you guys boleh break the curse tak? Dan kenapa?
Boleh, sebab kita orang anti-curse.
Oh, anti-curse?
Yeah.
Okay, betul lah. Actually, betul juga. Sebab kalau Mars and Seas combo pun, SRG tengah menang 2-0 fast game. Okay, let's pass it to Cram for the last words before I throw you guys off. What do you want to say to all your fans that came today and those that are watching you online?
Terima kasih semua for datang sini.
Mantap, dorang dah belajar bahasa Melayu. All right, congratulations boys. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Wow. Minggu Diraja seru Saturday. Semua permainan hari ini habis dengan 2-1. Tapi match terakhir 2-0, 3 mata penuh sekali lagi untuk pasukan Selangor Red Giants maintaining the number 1 slot. Tapi kita ada permainan lagi untuk esok. Tapi sebelum esok, mari let's show it back to the casters untuk dapat tahu macam mana Selangor Red Giants tutup game ketiga tu. Casters, silakan.
It sounds like the Red Giants are very confident about keeping their clean sweep all the way until the end of the regular season, as well as confident in their anti-curse energy to defeat the second place curse as well that has plagued MPL MY for quite a while.
I think at this point, it's hard. It's hard to say, right? This curse has been very powerful, very strong, even stronger than some of the curses that have been developing over the years consistently. I don't know if SRG can do it. I don't want to be the one that says that they're unable to, but it sure looks like they're in a position to do so.
Well, as of yet, they seem to have not figured out SRG yet. And so far, all the games that SRG has been playing, even though they have died a little bit here and there, but it still felt like Staffa said, they were in control of the entire game. They were throwing around, they were smurfing around, and just outplaying everyone in this fight. And even just now, where they actually forced out a couple of engagements where Innocent was like, come at me, I'm actually baiting for you for Skies to actually kill you. And they were able to, like you said as well, foresight, right? And it's just insane.
Yeah, there definitely seems to be some degree of control, right, from the Red Giants, where even when it feels like they're throwing away leads, it doesn't really feel like they're throwing away leads. There's always something happening under the hood where they're claiming some form of map control, they're zoning out their opponents, they're setting up better positioning for the neutral objectives. So Red Giants definitely looking to be on track to go all the way here this season, especially, like they said, since they've already fought a lot of the teams that are on the upper ranks of the charts.
Did I see this right? Is that a GDS on?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's great. It works well, because every time you transform, you just get a burst of movement speed without having to do anything, compared to a Hunter Strike where you got to hit somebody like 3 times before it actually procs. Regardless, I think the only thing that's been like really grinding my gears is the fact that Skies and Cram's first item brute force breastplate, and I'm just like, dude, some of those situations, those 1 deaths on each of them could have been saved had they just gotten the immortality first, or at the very least gone for a different set of items. But hey, it's up to them. They're the ones smurfing here, not me.
I would have preferred the War X first in the current patch for the Xbox. But of course, you know, anything can happen. There's a reason why Cram is not in top 5. I'm sorry. I had to.
Doing better. It's just that Innocent never gives him the kill. He's trying. Yeah. Look at that, 70% overall rate in terms of like kill participation, right? And that's the important part. Cram is part of these fights in comparison to Sakai's, right? He's not really there for 58 of them, despite 17 kills going through for SRG.
I think Innocent's ranking might be, his ranking is still going to be number 1, but his percentage is going to drop because of the fact he died twice. Technically, he still got about 15 kills out of both games, but again, 15 kills is a lot. He died twice, but it may affect the 20%. Maybe it drops down to like what? Maybe 17, 18%, somewhere around there for Innocent. But still, he's number 1.
Numbers here. It's hard to say, but yeah, I think they don't particularly mind that as long as they are still number 1. We did see that Bounty Esports ended up doing more damage overall, even though Red Giants came out on top there, because Panda and Aziz were really focusing down the members of the Red Giants and actually getting a good number of kills. Like Panda's score was actually pretty solid this game, but they were still the ones that ended up taking more damage overall. I think it's understandable when you have an X-Borg that you're definitely going to be doing more damage consistently over the game.
And I think also like both of the side laners for Bounty, whether it be Gold in Panda or a Havas in the EXP, I think Havas was trying his absolute hardest to try and get Bounty over the finish line with the addition of Aziz actually feeding the information for him to make these calls. And I think it's good to see that at least from Bounty's side, these players are willing to give everything despite getting outclassed in this game, because they did not tilt. They try to keep composure throughout the entirety of this match.
Yeah, I think this is a valuable lesson that Bounty Esports has to learn, right? And they have to kind of go through, because if you think about how Yuna was playing, I think there was not really much he could have done as a Faraz, because if he goes in, where's the follow-up? Because every single time he goes in, Selangor Red Giants has a counterplay for this Barrage. Maybe Cram, maybe Stormy, who's trying to gobble up the dinosaur himself, and maybe Skies as well, which is very, very annoying to deal with. And on top of it all, because of all this a nuisance that SRJ has performed, you've also got Cram who just drops his entire outkit on the Barats, which arguably is supposed to be the tankiest hero in the early to middle stage of the game, but again, just nothing much he could have really done.
Well, I mean, it's just lack of experience in certain areas. I think the underperformers this time around definitely was Yuna and as well as Yanlord. I think Yuna was playing a little too selfishly overall, and he needed to start taking resources from some of these side laners, like especially from Panda's side, right? He didn't need all that farm. He could have definitely started switching things up, especially to cover those lanes. Let's look at the overall Hall of Famers here. Rich Guy going over to Innocent, of course, nobody's surprised, but the carry going over to Panda, Sandbag, Yuna, and the best wingman, of course, is Yums.
I think Panda was performing very well that game. Like, he was getting good positionings, he was punishing over extensions coming in from the Red Giant, and honestly, the 1 or 2 times that he died were the big like impact moments that allowed Red Giants to actually change the game around. Otherwise, he was doing his job very well, and there's not too much more we can really highlight on it. Because in the end, it was kind of a team issue here where, again, Red Giants seem to approach the game at a very different level compared to that of Bounty Esports. And it does create a little bit of concern overall, like Yanlord as well. Like, is his hero pool a problem, considering that he was forced into the Cho both games?
I don't think his hero pool is a problem. I just think that there's not too many better picks in this particular situation, right? And that's why I think that inexperience does come into play. I think that Bounty very much are looking very linear in a lot of their in a lot of the movements that they do, and it becomes very telegraphic, right, for a team like Selangor or Red Giants who have elevated themselves to where they're extremely flexible with how they play. I think that Bounty in these cases, what they should have done is starting to split up resources across the map, right? Like Yanlord, obviously he shows up in lane, tries to make something happen here, but the same can be said about SRG, where they have the foresight of giving information over to Bounty and then doing the exact opposite of it to catch them off guard. So that's one of the things that Bounty Esports, as of right now, aren't really taking advantage of.
Yeah, we did see a situation where, like, Yanlord, for example, was in the river scouting out the movement of Red Giants and then somehow didn't communicate it to Havos on the opposite side of the map, resulting in him getting picked off. I think Havos did a great job this game as well because his split pushing was what allowed the Bounty to regain some ground somewhat. Unfortunately, not quite enough, so Bounty Esports still going to be sitting in that 9th position, and Selangor Red Giants still undefeated at the top of the charts.
Ooh, look at that. Make sure that SRG is going to have a perfect score as they sit right on a top. 15 points, really setting themselves apart from Toda.
Is it mathematically possible for Selangor Red Giants to get knocked down to third place?
To third place. That would mean that King Empire and Todak would overtake them in terms of points. So, assuming that SRG lose every game from this point onwards, and Todak should be able to capitalize on this. At least one of the games needed to be a 2-0. Same goes for King Empire. Yes, mathematically it is possible. Wait, yes, mathematically it is possible.
Huh. So it's still going to be anyone's game, but for now, they're still in the most comfortable state, right? Like, they're in a situation where even if they lose a series, as long as they win one game, they technically still are in the lead.
Yep, pretty much. I mean, that is the position you can solidify for yourself if you're performing as well as the Red Giants have done so far this season. And it's even cemented more by the fact that they've already played against, like we highlighted before the match started, most of the defending champions of MPL MY, and all they're left with are the teams that haven't been looking the best so far. So their chances feel pretty good overall, but we've got, of course, have another set of matches coming tomorrow.
Well, to start things off, we are going to have Team Hawk versus RSGMY once again, and for match number 2, we've got the El Clasico. We've got Homeboys going up against Todak for match number 2. And to close things off for week number 4, we will have Monster Vicious going up against Selangor Red Giants once again. Seems like Selangor Red Giants may have a very, very smooth game thus far.
I mean, this is going to be a very big Sunday indeed. We're seeing a lot of big teams going up against each other, and especially with a warmed-up Homeboys versus a warmed-up Todak, that's already looking good. RSG has even had some pretty decent games, but now they have to face up against Team Hawk, who's been looking much better throughout the season.
I really like the first 2 matchups. Like, this is going to be very, very close as they try to fight for their respective positions, right? Like, some trying to survive the top 8, trying to make it the top 6, but in this case, Todak trying to remain in the top 2. That's something that I'm very surprised, you know, especially in early weeks here, and we kind of saw like, hey, maybe Todak's era is over, right? There's no Chiku, there's no Moon, but out of nowhere, yesterday's game, they pulled a really big win against King Empire.
It was a great win, a huge win, just like it would be a huge win if you guys are able to join the MLBB X King of Fighters 97 Bingo Draw event. That's going to be happening from the 24th of April to the 31st of May. You guys can take a shot at winning 3 brand new King of Fighters collab skins, as well as unlocking their exclusive ID tags. From this timing, 24th of April to the 30th of April, not too much time left. You guys can grab the skin to unlock the exclusive gold ID tag, because after this timing, it's only going to be the silver ID tag. So if you want gold, you guys better jump on it very quickly. And just like any old event, we got a 50% discount on your first 10 times draw, as well as your daily one-time draw. So of course, don't miss out on this opportunity.
Unless you're trying to go for that gold ID, then please, by all means, draw as many times as you want to. If you're like some of the rest of us who are a little bit more frugal, just take advantage of the first time draws. Those definitely start stacking up. And if you get really, really lucky, post it on social media or come down to the MPL to do it live.
Yeah, and just now we did see someone actually getting a draw. Like, that was just 3 bingos. The third one, boop, he actually got it. I was like, I feel like it's scripted, but it's not. It's just luck. And I really envy that guy.
His reaction as well kind of felt like
he was
it,
like,
right? It's like he just had no feeling on his face. It's like, oh, that's good.
So, and then, oh, he got it. I was like, it's all part of the plan. MPL buffs, baby. MPL buffs.
MPL buffs, despite having a 7 out of 9 chance. Wait, no, 7 out of 6 chance of not actually hitting it. Crazy stuff. Well, overall, I think very exciting time to be alive here, especially for the MPL MY. Overall, the local season has been looking pretty good so far. I would have liked to see some of these teams actually reach this level early on into the season rather than week number 4, because then at least when teams hit that plateau, there's more time to actually overcome it during the season rather than like, no, we're capped at this by week 6.
Yeah, I have the same feelings as well. I feel like the performance of the teams during the first couple of weeks, just straight up not good. Like, it did not look like MPL quality. But now that we're into week 4, all of the teams are really starting to pick up the pace a little bit more, and the matchups are looking a lot more even. We just definitely wish that we could have started the season like this, because imagine how much they could have grown by now.
I think I kind of disagree with that. I feel like first week, everybody brought in their A game, but week 2, week 3 onwards is where they kind of dropped the ball. No, I genuinely feel like week 1, every match was very close. Until week 2, it was like, it's pretty apparent that some were prepared, some were not prepared.
Every match was very close because it was all chaos.
I swear he wasn't casting that day. He just wasn't casting those days,
no,
man.
I was casting. I felt like it's
you did a Sunday. That's so different. You got a Sunday. That is so different,
Your
man.
8th grade was graded on a bell curve.
Yeah!
Fair enough.
Anyway, that's gonna be the end of our Seru Saturdays. My name's Staff, along with Gideon and Icy Baby 12. Thank you for joining us today. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow. We'll see you guys then.
Ulti guys, ulti. Nice day.
Ini ada BM. 1, I ulti here. 3.
Pasha.
Beb.
Babalap pa.
Aman. Kita. Yes, yeah.
Boleh. Nice day. 10 kill, Cak. Nice one. Cak, ada kick. Nice.
Boleh fight ke?
Kena. Alot na HP.
I pull him. I stun him. I wall the back. The back cannot follow up. Nice one. Tolak dorang ah. Let's focus tower. Adik follow away. Tahu. Just tahu. Tahu. Nice.
Gwyn, come. The Gwyn can die, guys.
Izon Roger. Turtle dip, guys.
Gwyn. Roger. George, Gwyn mana?
Roger lasi.
Tapa. Ambil.
Nice.
Roger
lasi. Make up.
Yep.
Go. We can go.
Wait,
no puri Roger.
Gwyn no OT. Nice. Sabar. Sorang. Kite. No kick, guys. No kick.
I got barat. 45, I think 45.
That's one. Pakai tu ah.
I lock. Watch lock. He lock. I got
that one there.
Can fight. Nice. Fight. I got.
Nice one.
Session.
Show.
I stand too. I got.
Nice one.
My sabi. Let's try.